We'll get loathe theists, and we'll keep going that way. I don't know if it's Jiro, Euro, or Hero. My apologies, but they're calling from somewhere in the U.S. and wants to talk about belief, truth, and logic, and why they think God is real. How do we pronounce your name? My apologies.
Hey, Matt. Hey, guys. Jiro.
Jiro. Yeah. Well, welcome.
Japanese.
You're on with Eric and me.
Thanks for having me. In order to begin with my belief, I'd like to get some terms straight. What do you guys do? How do you guys define evidence?
Evidence. So what do you mean by evidence? Evidence for a particular proposition?
Or truth?
I don't.
Or proposition.
Yeah. Okay. Evidence that a particular proposition is true. It's not just facts consistent with it. It is the data that more strongly point to one particular conclusion over another.
And as strong as it may be, can we still be wrong about that data?
We can be wrong about anything. I'm someone who does not believe that you can be absolutely 100% confident of anything.
We agree. So would you say that because of that, as small as it may be, gap of not knowing, of doubt, you could say, could that mean that gap is belief in science?
I don't understand that question. Belief is the state of accepting that a proposition is likely true. I don't understand what you mean by is belief a gap?
That gap, like let's say we 98% think that the Earth revolves around the sun, right?
Okay.
And
that is a belief, by the way.
We might be 2% wrong. We
So
might
for
get
example,
2% leeway.
No. I don't need to quantify anything. I believe that the Earth orbits the sun. I don't know what percent confidence it is, but it's pretty high. It's about as high as it can be. But that is, in fact, a belief. Every position that I accept is a belief. That's all belief means, is that you are convinced of a proposition.
All right. Well, then I'll explain why I'm convinced in God. I've read the Bible. I've read what Jesus said.
Have you?
Yes.
Gerald, so
Yes, I have.
it's funny. So no. How do you know you've read what Jesus said?
Oh, well, I believe I've read what Jesus said. Sorry.
Okay.
And I'll be honest with you. I'll be frank with you.
Also, we're talking about whether or not there's why you believe in a God, and you're saying it's because you read the Bible. How do you know that has anything to do with whether or not there's a God?
Whether or not there is a God or not, that probably does not have anything to do with it because it does not justify itself.
No. I'm saying the Bible. You said that you're going to tell us why you believe God exists, and you started with, I read the Bible. Why is I read the Bible remotely relevant to the question of whether or not a belief in God is warranted?
I made a mistake. I shouldn't have led with that.
Okay. I'm just asking for clarity. Please continue or start over, whatever it takes.
All right. Well, the Bible does not give me a hint at if there is a God or not. It gives me a hint at who this God is, what he does for us.
Okay, that not only doesn't make sense,
why I believe there is a God.
That not only makes sense, but is completely contradictory. How can a book not give you any perspective on or any reason to confirm that a God exists and yet tell you who God is? Like, what makes the Bible's take on who God is the right one?
I would say because it aligns with logic, it's consistent, it aligns with what we see in this world.
The Bible's take on God and the divine does not, in fact, align with logic, but whether or not something is fallacious or irrational or in conflict is completely separate from whether or not it's an accurate model of God. For example, the notion of the Trinity is patently absurd. So if you believe, if the Bible advocates for a Trinitarian God, that makes no sense at all. But also, I would
You might
argue
think
that
that.
because the Bible advocates for slavery and inequality between genders and countless other things and wars of conquest, all of those things are in conflict with a being all loving. So the Bible gives us a confused mishmash, mixed up perception of God, which could be accurate. You could have a schizophrenic God or a God that is really weird. But the question is, why do you go to the Bible to find out what God is like?
Now, just to be clear, going back on what you said, when you say that, what were you saying? That this is a confused God, a confused schizophrenic mess. You mean do you kind of mean by that you believe that this God is a confused schizophrenic mess?
No, I believe the character
This
presented
is
in the
your belief.
Bible, I believe that the character presented in the Bible as God is incoherent and in conflict with itself and in conflict with reality and unsupported by evidence.
You believe that. I believe otherwise.
Okay.
Now, I
Why
want
do
I
you
want to get
believe
into why I believe that there is a God.
why do you believe otherwise? But before we get to that, will you answer the question I've already asked? Why do you go to the
What was the
Bible?
question?
I'm going to ask you right now again for the fourth time. Why do you go to the Bible to find out what God is like?
I haven't just gone to the Bible. I've gone to everything I could think of, and the Bible was the one that holds up for me.
I'm sorry, Jero. Um, so you've read everything there is to read about what a God is like, and the Bible won.
With all the attempts I've made, yes, the Bible has won.
Okay. Did you read anything that suggested there's no good reason to think there's a God in the first place?
Yes, I have.
Cool. So what convinces you that there's a God?
What convinces me is I've looked around my environment. I've seen the houses, the cars, the everything, and I realize that there needs to be a creator, an origin.
No,
And
you're wrong.
and that is great,
You're
and
wrong.
that is colossal.
No,
That
you're
is
wrong.
colossal. You're interrupting
No,
me, Matt.
you're
I see
wrong.
you don't.
I'm interrupting you to explain why you're wrong. This argument
Well,
from
I can interrupt
design.
you, but you'd mute me. You'd mute me
You're
if I
right. You're
interrupted
right.
you
I
like that.
will. You're right. I will mute you because I'm trying to explain something honest to the audience, and you're trying to say the same bad argument that we've heard 50,000 times before. And I'm trying
That
to
is hypocritical.
avoid. It's not hypocritical. It's called This Is Our Show. And I've done this for 20 years. And you are saying something that is simply not true. And are you interested in learning at all? Because if all you're going to do is
I
come
am
in and
interested
present,
in learning. Are you?
then stop talking. Then stop. I am. And I know more about this than you, which I'm about to show. Are you ready?
Yes.
Cool. We know that a building has a designer because all of the available evidence for every building points to a designer, and none of the available evidence points to buildings occurring naturally. That's how we recognize design. It's not about complexity. It's not about intuition. We recognize design by the evidence that points to a designer and the fact that there is not reason to think that X occurs naturally without a designer. There are some things that can occur naturally and can be emulated by a designer as well. When it comes to things like life, we have zero evidence of a designer and complete evidence so far that life occurs naturally. The same thing is true for planets and ecosystems and matter, that these things are naturally occurring and proceed by the laws of nature. And there is no available evidence that suggests these are only created or ever created.
So, Jiro, in a nutshell, looking at everything around us and saying, I refuse to believe this exists without a God, or I fail to see how this can exist naturally, does not at all give you evidence for a God.
It does not. Well, actually,
It does not.
And
No, it does
here's
not.
the thing. when you say one thing gives you evidence for something and another doesn't, that is also your belief. That lies in your belief. When a person, a flat earther, let's say, versus a round.
I'm going to mute you now.
Yeah, Jero.
Because you're rapidly. I'm going to back out of this. I want to make sure that Eric gets an opportunity.
Go ahead, Matt. Go into him.
You are rapidly approaching dishonest caller category. And I'd like to stem that because I'd like to think that you're actually being honest. But you started to present an argument from design. And when I pointed out how we recognize design, instead of you started to acknowledge it. And then when you realized that would scuttle your belief, scuttle your belief. Then you said, well, actually it does. And then you talked about how it's just my belief. Okay. My belief about design is consistent with the facts of reality, the understanding of reality, and all of the available evidence. You're correct. I believe this. You believe something else. The question isn't, oh, it's just your belief. It is your belief rationally justified and consistent with the facts of reality? Mine is, yours isn't. But I'm going to give you every opportunity to show that yours is by backing out now. Please continue.
Hello? Am I unmuted?
Were you listening? What was the last thing I said?
You're going to give me the opportunity to prove that my belief is rationally justified and yours, and yours isn't.
Then continue.
Well, I'd like to ask, I'd like to say actually that rationally justified is also a belief. Believing in something that is rationally justified or not is a belief.
This is Eric. I'm done because this caller is dishonest. They have no interest in actually proceeding on this topic, but you might do better.
I'm highly interested in that.
Stop talking, Euro. Stop talking, Euro. I'm bowing out of this conversation entirely and leaving it up to Eric because I have no more patience.
Are we here just for you to talk? Because
okay, you dishonest piece of shit. I'm going to maintain my zen. Yes, you are here just for me to talk, which is why I'm literally saying that I'm done talking and going to let my co-host talk to you because I think you're a dishonest piece of crap. Because every time we spend and put in the effort to make a rational argument and talk about what's rational, you go back to, well, that's just your belief. Well, that's just your belief. Well, dude, what, did you watch The Big Lebowski last night and then you feel like your penis grew 3 sizes that day? Is that what's going on? That you want to just dismiss everything that's a belief? It's only your belief that it's rationally justified. It's not only my belief that it's rationally justified. It is supported by the evidence. If you don't share that belief, that's your problem. But the purpose of you calling in is not just for me to talk. The purpose for you to call in is to present the reason why you think we should agree with you. And if you present reasons that we've already evaluated and shown to be fallacious, they're not going to be convincing to us or the audience, but they will be educational and informative. We will be able to keep using you as a prop to expose the fallacious thinking and the dishonest argumentation tactics of theists. Because every time we put forward a case for rationality, you find a way to just dismiss it as just a belief. So I'm going to leave this with Eric, because the only question I have for you is, it's just your belief. Why should we give a shit about your belief? But you know what? I don't give a shit about your belief anymore. So I'm backing out. Please continue without me talking.
Thank you. When a detective looks at a crime scene, sees shattered glass everywhere, a dead body and some blood and a knife. Let's say, let's say this takes place in a kitchen and there's a hot dog bun on the ground. Does that detective take that hot dog bun as evidence? That all depends on if it had anything to do with the crime that took place, right? One person may look at that as evidence. That hot dog bun, any arbitrary item, that hot dog bun might be evidence. It might have aided the person to commit the crime.
Yeah. So Jero, I see where you're going with this. Okay. So we're talking about evidence here, and I will delineate between good evidence and bad evidence, or weak evidence and strong evidence. Strong evidence is evidence that points to singular conclusions, preferably, or a very, very minimal set of conclusions. Whereas bad evidence or weak evidence points to a whole lot of conclusions. So we can just get past all that, and we can just get to the fact. We can get to the question: what evidence do you have for this God? And so far, you've appealed to to not understanding, or take that back. I don't want to be condescending. You've appealed to everything around us and simply said, well, this obviously explains a God. And we're asking, how does that work? Because I've pointed out that your inability to imagine how this stuff came about here naturally does not add evidence for a God. Your refusal to believe that it came here naturally does not add evidence to a God. So what is your evidence?
Sir, this is where the problem lies. This is why you have millions of callers and you don't come to any conclusion at all. This is why, because you cannot agree on what is good or bad evidence. We as humans have trouble.
We can't agree on what I just gave you my definition for good and bad evidence. You waiving everything and saying, I don't know how this got here, is not good evidence. It's bad evidence.
How? Okay.
I gave you my.
Maybe we should.
I gave you my.
Can I flip the tables on you?
Jared, do you agree with my definition for good and bad evidence? Like, do you agree with this?
Can you repeat it? I probably didn't catch it.
Okay, please listen more carefully to my definition of evidence.
Yes,
good evidence are observations, data that point to preferably one conclusion, but a minimal set of conclusions. Bad evidence points to many conclusions. So with your hot dog analogy at a crime scene, that's evidence that a hot dog manufacturer CEO did the murder. He left his calling card as a hot dog bun. That's evidence of that. It's not good evidence, but it's evidence of that. So
yeah, it would be pretty ridiculous to assume the hot dog bun had anything to do.
So good evidence. I agree.
I'll give you.
So Jero, we're in alignment here. Okay, so we have a point of commonality here. We know what good evidence and bad evidence is. So I'm asking you, do you have good evidence for this God? And if yes, what is it?
Now, going by your definitions of good and bad evidence, observation and data. Does the observation and data hint us? Is it believable? Is it the most believable option that there is a God, there's a creator behind everything? And I would argue, and here's where the problem is, that yes, there is. This is the argument. Can you listen?
What is it? What is it? Just get past the script. Jero, get past the script and just give us the evidence.
And I'm just gonna it's gonna repeat what I said before. But
Jero, we're having Jero.
We have observed. Jero. Can you listen, please? I'm getting practice.
Go ahead. What have we observed? What have we observed?
We have observed with every single thing there is ever in science, and mind you, that science goes off of this. Science is built upon this foundation that there is a cause behind every effect. We have observed behind every single effect that there has to be a cause, and that leads us back to God. Yes, we have, and that is unfair of you to say no.
All right, Jero, I am going to mute you really quick here. Jero, we have not observed every single effect and determined that every single effect has a cause. We have not done that. You are making a massive assumption there.
I will say, I don't want to talk to Jero, but as long as you're talking about causality, causality is limited to the universe. We can't explore beyond the universe. We don't know if the laws within the universe that we kind of understand about causality, we cannot extrapolate to suggest that they apply beyond the universe as well. But even if you determined that the origin of the universe had to have some cause that was external, which is not necessarily true, but even if you concluded that, that doesn't in any way justify that the cause is a God of any sort. This is the same. I mean, over and over again, you're sitting here saying, present the good evidence, present the good evidence. And instead of good evidence, what he's doing is saying, oh, we've explored and we know that cause and effect occurs. Yes, we have a pretty good understanding of causality, but there's also A-type time and B-type time and a number of different scientific models that address simultaneous causality and other things so this gross oversimplification of what causality is within a box is being pulled out of there and tried to apply to causality outside of a box. And if you're going to do that, which is already fallacious, you have to do it honestly, which is within the universe, there is causality that is not a thinking agent. And so you don't get to just leave that part of causality behind as well.
Matt, after we've just, am I muted?
Go ahead.
Hello? After we've determined that there's a cause and effect, then we can start getting into what this cause and effect was, what this cause was. And let me say one thing. If there is such a thing as an uncaused effect or an unaffected cause, then that lies outside of science, because science is the observation. It is the testing of cause and effect. It is the pattern recognition in us humans of observing cause and effect. And because if you assume that there is such a thing, which I don't believe there is, because no evidence has pointed to it, because if you were to collect evidence on that, that would be outside of science. Do you understand? Hello?
Jero,
am I muted?
Jero, even if we were to roll with all of that, which we don't, even if we were, you still haven't presented any evidence for a God.
Explain why.
Because here's the thing, Jero, here's the thing. You can try to tear down science and our processes as much as you want.
I'm not tearing down science. I'm not tearing down science.
Jero, you are explicitly trying to say this is what science can't do. And if we were to agree with you on that,
lies outside of science.
Literally what I just said. So,
okay.
Jero, you could do all this. You could do this song and dance and try to bring down science or point out science's limitations as much as you want. That gives you nothing for the God idea. Nothing.
Here's the thing with this 30-minute setup, with this 30-minute call setup, I have to take baby steps in order to get to the mega idea here. We can't even settle upon cause and effect here.
I'll give $1 million to charity if this caller has a mega idea. But
I know.
I don't have
Jared, just skip to the end.
I don't have the mega idea. I'm simply
so it's a big question mark.
Idea.
So it's a big question mark. You choose to believe as God, and I say, okay, I don't see good evidence for that. You fail to present good evidence for it. So we're right back at square one. You're making an unfounded claim that we are rejecting.
Well, if you want me to get to the next step, then can we agree on the first step? Can we come to a consensus so we know caller after this has to go through the same thing again to convince you? Is there such thing as an effect without a cause?
I have no idea. I have not observed all effects.
Well, the evidence. Well, I'll tell you, my friend, the evidence.
Jero, I'm talking. Jero, no.
Yes.
You're committing a black swan fallacy here. Jero, we have not observed all effects. We have not determined that all effects have a cause. I have no idea whether all effects must have a cause or if there are exceptions to that. No idea, neither do you.
And also, there's the limitation of dealing with causality within space-time and causality outside of space-time where we can't explore it. This is the same problem. So there, generally speaking, cause precedes effect. There are other views of time, so there's not 100% agreement here, even from the science. But what the scientists will point to, anybody, and by the way, it's going to be philosophers as well within the realm of causality, is that we have continually, reliably observed what we describe as causality. We extrapolate and infer that it is universal and applies. And what we do is we go out and investigate. Science is limited to these sort of presuppositions. There are things science can test and things science can't test. Testability is one... Stop talking. Testability is one functional aspect of not only science, but skepticism and sound epistemology. It is absolutely useless to propose that X is possible if X is untestable and unfalsifiable. We cannot demonstrate that the existence of a God is even possible under most definitions. You would have to first define your God and then show how it's possible. And it doesn't become possible merely because we haven't shown its impossibility, because it may not be possible to demonstrate impossibility, even if it is in fact impossible. So the caller is basically taking a look at, here's how things work in my house. It must work that way somewhere else, which is a reasonable inference as long as you have a way to understand that what is the other place you're talking about is like your place. The laws of physics don't work differently in Eric's house. Would you stop fucking talking? The laws of physics. Okay, I'm going to mute you because I don't need your approval to keep going. I need you to shut your fucking pie hole. The laws of physics, because I'm teaching something here. If you cared about learning, you would have shut up and learned already, but you don't. The laws of physics don't work differently in Eric's house than they work at my house, as far as we can tell. We also don't know that the laws of physics work in every part of the universe because we haven't been able to explore it. There are models that counter Big Bang cosmology and counter our understanding of a variety of things that aren't contingent on a uniformity of physics. We have an inability to explore the universe back in the past because we don't have a time machine, but also the mathematics breaks down to Planck time, so we can't talk about before the expansion. And we run with an inference of reliability. I would ask, if I gave a shit what this caller thinks or what their big ideas were, if you believe in a God that science can't investigate, what criteria are you using to explore, test, and verify that God? Because it sounds to me like all you're doing is rationalizing why you believe in something that's untestable, unfalsifiable, and unverifiable. But what do I know?
What it sounds to me like, Jiro, like I said, science has its limitations. Sure, we can fully acknowledge that. Science examines the natural. So we can both agree on that. But just because science is limited in its scope doesn't mean that things outside of science, we can just do whatever we want to try to establish their existence. It's not like the Wild West out there. These are important questions, I agree, that we want to answer, and we want to expand the scope of science to cover these things if possible. But because science has its threshold, doesn't mean that anything goes outside of it. So I'm going to ask again, what is the evidence for this? Without a preamble, without a script, without baby steps, just give me some evidence. For example, I'll give you some really good evidence for the Old Testament God. I think it was in 1 Kings when there was the pray-off against the Baal gods. And I think it was Elijah or Elisha prayed for water-soaked wood to light on fire. And in the story it did. That's evidence for that God. That's a pretty strong evidence for that God. There might be some other explanations. Pretty strong evidence for that God. Can you give me something like that? Something similar? Can you give me a process to use to test whether this God exists or not? Or is it all just going to be
let's say I did
talk?
Now, let's say I did that. Let's say I could. And I'll admit to you, I have not heard a word from God besides from what's in the Bible. I have not seen, and I do not have any evidence the way you want it, like that. But let's say for a second I did. Would you believe it?
That would be strong evidence. It would get me closer to... Hold on, I'm answering your question. The answer is no, not right away, but damn, you would get me a lot closer. And if we can couple that with other strong evidences, you would get me even closer. And you might get me past the threshold of belief and get me believing in that God. That's what good evidence does. Good evidence, when paired with other good evidence, reduces the set of conclusions. And if you can get that evidence to bring it down to one conclusion, man, you got a good reason to believe that thing.
Hey, Eric.
So that's what I'm asking for.
That would be good.
Can you imagine if that detective showed up and said, "Hey, I don't have evidence that the butler did it, but if I had evidence that the butler did it, would you believe it then?" That's the level of fucking apologetics, that when you repeatedly ask for evidence for nearly half an hour, you get this tap dance around all kinds of things about, well, that's just your belief, and you can't trust this, and you don't know this, and you can't do that, and this is just a belief, and this is a belief. But what if there was evidence? Well, if there was evidence, I would believe it, just like I will believe anything if there's sufficient evidence to warrant belief. What a complete fucking shame that no theist in the history of the universe.
In a courtroom,
why are you talking?
I agree.
I don't know why you're fucking talking. I don't know why you're fucking talking. I do know why you're talking, because you think if you can interrupt me
because
while I'm
on a
making
talk show, Matt, and if you didn't mute me,
see, you're trying to interrupt me because I'm making strong points to expose your weak points and weak mind. And you think that if you can interrupt me, you will throw me off track and prevent me from making this strong point. And in many cases, you would be correct, because sometimes I get distracted by calling out what a dishonest piece of crap you are, and then I forget what I was saying. And I might do that right now because I've said several sentences. I don't know. Did I? Did it work? See, yes, it did. Congratulations. You successfully threw me off my point. But you know what you didn't do? You didn't make it so that people can't rewind to go back and hear you do that. You didn't make it so that people can't review what was actually being said. And you didn't make it so that you can ever speak if I don't want you to speak. Because I'm here pointing out that it would be really interesting if somebody did that. But in the entire history of the universe, no apologist has ever presented strong, good evidence for any God ever. All they can do is say, well, you know, cause and effect works. Maybe there was a cause. If I had evidence for cause, would you believe it? I'm a skeptic. I will genuinely believe anything for which there is sufficient evidence. And I will change my mind if it's shown that my evidence is not good and that my reasoning is flawed. That's how I got from being a fundamentalist, Southern Baptist Christian to an outspoken atheist and skeptic, because I learned about sound epistemology, the limits of science. And just because science has a limit doesn't mean you are ever justified in positing something beyond that limit. How convenient that you believe in an untestable, unfalsifiable God. You'll never be proven wrong, and you'll sit there comfortable in your delusion that you're rational when you're not. Okay.
Callers, do you see how Matt unfairly unmutes me and gets to talk all he wants? And then once I make a debate or a topic, he starts derailing my thoughts. Anyways, am I muted again?
Jero,
I can't tell.
No, you're not muted. But Jero,
you're not muted. You are laughable at this point because we've repeatedly asked you for evidence. I haven't derailed your thought not once.
That's all that you've been doing, Matt.
Okay.
That is very unfair, my friend.
No, tell us, Euro. I'm not your fucking friend. I'll never be your fucking friend. Tell us how I derailed your thought.
Okay, I'm not your friend. You're my friend.
I'm not your fucking friend. I'm not your friend. I'm not your fucking friend.
You're my
friend. Tell me.
Yes, you are.
You are not my friend. I'm not your friend. We're not fucking friends.
You're my buddy.
Are you going to keep distracting with this friend thing, or are you going to explain how I derailed your thought while you're derailing by doing this friend thing?
Well, all I have to do is tell the viewers to look back on the video that you've been muting me like 20 times already in mid-conversation.
Yes. I'm muting you now because you're being a whiny little bitch complaining about being muted instead of presenting evidence for your God. So I'm going to unmute you again. The callers can go back and watch it. By the way, they can go back and watch 20 years of content of me doing this, and they can watch the last caller and the one before that, who, when we engaged in conversation with them, was absolutely fine. We barely had to mute anybody at all. It's only the people like you who call in to say that you want to present your case for God, and then when we ask you for evidence, we have to ask you 20 times while you lecture. I'm just trying to build a case so that other callers don't have to come back to this remedial stuff for you when you're the one with the demonstrably remedial understanding of the topics. I'm going to unmute you again, and I'm going to bet you're speaking.
Matt, those two callers that you did not mute only agreed with you. They only said what you wanted them to say. That's why you did not mute them.
I'm sorry, Euro, but there's 20 years of calls of me engaging with people who disagree with me, including you. 20 years. I'm going to unmute you again so you can cry some more. So it's your choice. Are you going to cry some more? Are you going to cry some more? Or are you going to present evidence for your God? It's your choice.
Am I unmuted again?
Are you going to cry some more? Or are you going to present evidence for God? Those are your only two choices.
I'm not crying, man. I'm just pointing out
what you're crying.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you what.
Okay. Here's the thing. When I unmute you, and I will, I need you to say, my evidence for God is, and then present your evidence. Anything else, and I will hang up. You're unmuted.
Can I start with a different thing? If I believe in God, why I believe in God?
I'm a man of my word. And you did not start with the phrase that I said that you needed to start with, so I dropped you.
Can you imagine Jiro was a prosecutor and he needs to convict somebody. He wants to get somebody convicted for murder. And instead of going into the evidence for why the suspect did the murder, he instead goes into, well, we need to talk about beliefs, or we need to actually talk about what good and weak evidence is. And we need to talk about the limitations of science. Like, can you imagine if a prosecutor started an argument like that? Basically, instead of presenting reasons for belief, he points out supposed perceived insufficiencies with certain processes or with evidence or with logic, or what have you. That's not how you demonstrate anything. Those might be fun conversations to have without the goal of establishing that a god or a deity exists. Sure, we can always talk about science and what its limitations are. But Jiro, we're begging you for the evidence there. I gave you examples. We even admitted that, yes, with the right evidence, you could get us to believe in this God. What was it? And you just could not give it to us. Ask yourself, why is that the case? Could it be that you're just doing 4D chess here and we just simply can't perceive what you're thinking? Or maybe you're just holding an empty bag and you have no evidence. Which of those two?
Imagine if you did have evidence. There's a pro tip. If you believe something and the words, I don't have evidence, but imagine if I did, would you believe it? Ever leave your mouth? Yeah. You're the one that lost.
Imagine the prosecutor saying that. I don't have evidence, but just imagine fellow jurors or jury of our peers that I did have evidence. Imagine how that would be. Yeah. Pretty bad.
It is.
And Jiro,
so there's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I was going to lecture him on the crybabiness, but it's not important. Go ahead.
It's a big distraction, and it's why I can't take those people seriously. It's not that everybody who called in before that we didn't mute has agreed with us. Maybe that was true of a couple of callers during today's show. But I've been doing this for 20 years, and we've had plenty of calls, and we've had contentious calls. And by the way, I get paid to have these debates where I don't have a mute button. The difference between Jiro and the people that I do debates with are that they can make a point, they can make an argument, they can present their evidence, and they can communicate without whining like a little baby, without, I know I showed up to this debate to convince you that God exists, but I don't have evidence, but what if I did? Okay, well, call me back when you do, and don't call me back until you do. Pretty easy. Adam's calling from North Carolina, pronouns are him. Adam is a theist who says your birthday wish is going to come true. I have convincing evidence for God, at least I think so. Adam, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. Happy birthday to both of you, or is it just Matt?
Mine was Monday. Jimmy's was
early March, but we missed the usual event that we do.
We had other obligations on the day we were going to do our joint birthday thing, so we're doing it late, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Understood. Well, happy belated. I think my initial claim was a little bit more modest. I hope to present you with something that might at least change your mind to a certain extent. But I'm happy to be on. So did you have any questions for me initially, or did you want me to just get right to it?
Which God are you going to prove?
Hang on.
I am a Christian.
Okay, never mind. I was going to say before you answer, I want to write down what I think you're going to, the direction you're going to go, but it's already spoiled now that you said you're Christian. Go ahead.
Okay, so
okay,
what evidence do you have that you think should convince us that some version of the Christian God exists?
Right. So I kind of start from, is theism or naturalism more likely to be true?
Okay, that's already a big problem.
Okay.
Can I
ask why?
Yeah, because that's a question that is not a proper dichotomy. Theism and naturalism.
Not a dichotomy.
Yes. So when you ask a question, is theism or naturalism more likely to be true? You already poisoned the well with a false dichotomy, but that's not evidence.
Well, so let me get my thought out here and then feel free to critique. So I acknowledge that there are other views, but from what I remember, both of you are naturalists, and just like most of the discussions I've had, philosophers I've read.
No. I don't understand this. For 20 fucking years, I've been saying I am not a philosophical naturalist. I'm a methodological naturalist. I have no idea whether or not anything supernatural exists, and I don't think anybody else does either. And I don't know how anyone would ever demonstrate that anything supernatural exists or that it can interact with reality in any detectable way. But I am not a philosophical naturalist, because philosophical naturalism asserts that the natural world is in fact all that exists, and I don't know.
Okay. Well, my apologies then. I guess what I was trying to start with was I kind of weighed it, because to me, those are the two most likely. Maybe you could weigh in deism, but for this specific argument, this would kind of lump in the potential between deism and theism. And then from there, you would determine whether deism or theism is more likely to be true. I think like at the very top level, without like getting down into more specific worldviews, those are like at the very top level, naturalism or some form of no God, as opposed to theism and then deism.
So we just spent all this time with you saying the most likely options are that there is a God or there isn't a God. Those are the only options, not just the most likely ones.
Right, but I want to make sure I'm.
But if there are only two options, if there are only two options, either there is a God or there's not a God, then you don't need to say that those are the two most likely. Those are the two only possibilities, and you're trying to demonstrate that one of them is correct. And you said you had convincing evidence for it. So what is it?
Sure. So I think that the Kalam is a good argument, but I think that the traditional ways that it's been defended actually fail. I think William Lane Craig himself, the biggest proponent of the Kalam, actually doesn't defend it in the way that he should. He uses arguments that I think, like Grim Reaper type defenses, that I think have problems. And so I have a defense of the Kalam. Yeah.
What's the conclusion of the Kalam cosmological argument?
The universe has a cause.
Yeah. Does the Kalam cosmological argument include the word God at all?
No, but this would be a starting point.
So it's not only not evidence, it's not even an argument for the existence of God. It is an argument for the universe having a cause, which means in order to get to a God, you need to then come up with evidence that adds in what that kind of cause can be. I think the Kalam is horribly flawed, as I've done multiple videos and debates. I think the first premise is problematic, and so is the second one. But for the sake of today, let's just, only for the sake of argument, grant you that the universe has a cause. How do you demonstrate that that cause is God?
So I think it's best to look at what our options are at this point. You know, obviously, we can't really use the scientific method to determine
why not
beyond the universe. Beyond the universe? I mean, we could, but
why do you think there is anything beyond the universe at all? I'm not aware that that's even a possibility.
So if the universe began to exist,
that's not the case.
From a state of non-existence to exist.
That's not the case.
You went.
I reject the assertion. I reject the premise that the universe began to exist. You haven't demonstrated that the universe or the things in the universe didn't always exist in some form or another.
Okay, I thought you were granting the Kalam, so my apologies. So
I'm granting for the sake of argument that the universe has a cause. I reject the Kalam on both premises.
Okay, so I guess should we move to try to defend the Kalam, or should we move as if we've accepted the Kalam and then why the cause? I think the best explanation is theism.
Well, wow, I don't know why this is so difficult. I'm giving away the farm and saying I will go ahead and concede for the sake of this argument that the universe has a cause. What is your convincing evidence that that cause is God?
Okay, so what I was saying before was that if the universe began to exist, right, from a cause, this would mean that something that must be beyond the universe, or at least outside of our physical universe, whether it's a universe immaterial generating machine of some sort, or a theistic God, or perhaps a series of universes creating new universes somehow over and over again.
How do you tell which one of those is true?
So we can try to find, like, what's the best explanation from under a Bayes perspective?
No, you can't. So first of all, I'm not going to accept abductive arguments. But also, you don't have enough information to determine what are the possible explanations and which are most likely, because we have no ability to investigate beyond our universe. How do you determine that God is more probable than a universe-generating pixie?
So we could use, well, first let me ask you, what do you mean by universe-generating pixie? Can you elaborate on that?
You listed several possible things for what might explain the origin of the universe in its present state, whether it's a multiverse, a series of universes, a God, a universe, and I added in a universe-generating pixie. You have several candidate explanations there, none of which have been demonstrated to actually be candidate explanations. You're just assuming that you should be able to include those as candidates, even though there's no demonstration that they are in fact even possible. There may be, even if one of them has to be correct, there's no demonstration that any individual one of them is possible at all. And so you don't even know that you have candidate explanations. But my question was, how do you tell which of those candidate explanations is more probable when you can't demonstrate that any individual one is possible and you have no way to investigate them?
So from a possibility perspective, I mean, so long as there's not a logical contradiction, I think it's at least plausible to investigate it. Like, there's no sense in investigating a contradiction.
This Adam, I apologize. This is I'm going to use the word dishonest, but I don't think that you're intentionally being dishonest. This is the dishonest aspect about apologetics. Because what you just described is we have no way to demonstrate whether or not it is in fact possible, but you find it plausible. I don't, and I don't care. And I don't care who finds it plausible. I care what is demonstrably possible and what is probable in order to determine what is most likely. You don't get to just say, I find it plausible, therefore I get to include it, and therefore I can determine that it's more probable than some other explanation. There needs to be demonstrations.
If I wanted to play that game, I would just be hypothetically the proponent of simulation theory, which you would have been incapable of defeating with your magic theory. Adam, I'm curious, of all the people, you said you're a Christian. Would you mind sharing what kind of Christian you are?
Protestant.
Okay. Do you actively go to a church?
Yeah.
Of the people in your congregation, what percentage of them believe in God for the same reason, the same defense that you're presenting right now, that this is their reason why they believe God exists?
Very few.
Any besides you?
Yeah, my men's group, they do, but there's very few.
So it's a very small percentage. So would you at least then acknowledge, if you think that this is the way to get there, but the other ways don't really get there, would you acknowledge that all of your other Protestant friends don't have good reasons for believing?
It's totally possible. I mean, I haven't asked everybody in my church, but I've met several other Christians that don't, to me at least, have good reasoning. If you have a personal experience, that's totally okay. But I've heard some pretty interesting reasons that people believe. Don't get me wrong.
How much do you advocate at your church that people believe for your better reason versus the reasons they have?
Oh, I've started a group in order to get closer to folks in the church, and to try to just go through like what we actually believe to begin with, let alone why we believe. I 100% agree. There are tons of Christians today, self-proclaimed Christians, that don't really have a strong foundational understanding of the faith, of church history, let alone like what theism is. I can ask half the people in my church what God is, and they may not be able to answer that question coherently.
I think you think I was going a different direction with this. The main direction that I'm wanting to go here is pointing out that it's always interesting talking to people like you, because the answer generally is what you've already sort of established. Not really. Most of the other people don't believe it that. And it seems to me that mostly this line of thinking is a sort of probably mental defense for yourself, as well as to be able to have conversations with people like us on the outside of your religion, to put up this sort of sophistry, nonsensical, doesn't actually add up when you start to pick it apart, defense of your belief in God, but you aren't advocating for your fellow believers who apparently, not in any significant way, apparently would be mostly believing for not good enough reasons. And I think it's kind of telling to what the utility of these actual arguments are when this is what we're facing.
And a side note, I don't know. That's irrelevant to whether or not your argument's sound or valid or whatever else, but it's still, it's something we hear over and over again. So, I mean, Jimmy's right in the sense that, well, what are you going to do when you become convinced that you also don't have a good reason, and then you've been teaching all these people who didn't have good reasons your better reason, and then you find out, wait, my better reason was based on a notion of possibility and plausibility that just isn't accurate to reality.
Yeah, so, I mean, we could do without the psychoanalysis or the pseudo-psychoanalysis. Like, to claim my motive, that just doesn't seem to contribute to the argument at all.
I just gave you an out for that.
People, not you, Jimmy. Not you, Jimmy. But
yes, I understand that, which is why I interrupted to say that.
Okay, so if I am wrong, right, then I'll have to apologize to my group. I believe that this is correct. And so I have justifications for my belief. Now, there's also utility in this belief, like from a pragmatic sense.
You don't, though, have justifications. When I asked you, you called in to say you have convincing.
Haven't even let me make my arguments.
Okay, you can start whining about that now, but in reality, you called in to say you had convincing evidence. And every time I've asked you about this, not only have you not presented evidence, you have gone down a road where you are going to consider candidate explanations where there's no demonstration of even possibility, but you find them plausible. Do you not see why that's a problem?
I haven't really been able to flesh out my point to begin with.
I'm sorry. I asked you a specific question right there. The reason you haven't been able to flesh out your thing is because you started with bad arguments and flawed reasoning from the beginning, and it's my job to make that clear.
Bad arguments and flawed reasoning?
I already pointed that out. It's my job to make that clear so that we don't spend 10 minutes of you going down a path that is flawed from the beginning. And the flawed from the beginning is that the Kalam says nothing about God. You have to add to it for that. So we went ahead and skipped and granted you all of that. And then it is, how do you tell what the potential candidate explanations for the change in state of the universe is? And you listed some without demonstrating that they're possible. And when called out that they hadn't had any demonstration of even possibility, you went to it's plausible, which is just saying you find it compelling, which is irrelevant. And I asked you just a minute ago, do you not see the problem with that? And instead of answering me, you went on to say something else. Do you not see a problem with asserting that your assessment that it's plausible is sufficient to ignore the fact that there's been no demonstration even of possibility?
So what I actually did was I established a criteria to start with.
I'm sorry. I asked you a specific question and then came back and asked you the same question again. And you are now trying to tell me what you said instead of answering the question. Do you not see?
Because you're misrepresenting what I said.
Do you not see that there is a problem with asserting that something is a viable candidate explanation because you personally find it plausible, despite the fact that there is no demonstration that it is even in fact possible? Do you not see a problem there?
So you're leaving out purposefully the criteria.
Okay, I'm going to mute you.
Purposefully. Wait, I thought we were upset with assigning motivations. Wasn't that a thing?
I want you to answer my fucking question. When we list candidate explanations, we don't get to include candidate explanations without a good reason. we should not be able to include candidate explanations without a demonstration that they are possible, which is why I asked you if you could demonstrate that it was even possible. And your response was to say it was plausible, which is basically an assertion that you are convinced of it, but that is not a demonstrated possibility. So I'll ask you this question again in a slightly different way. If somebody offers you candidate explanations that you have no reason to believe are even possible, how do you respond? And now I will unmute you.
Okay, if I have no reason to believe that they're possible, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, if I have no reason to believe that they're possible, like they're logically contradictory, then I wouldn't take what they have to say seriously.
Adam, that is not at all a correct understanding of what I said. And I'm going to explain it real quick. I didn't say if you believe they are impossible, and you gave a reason why you might think something is impossible because it's logically contradictory. I said if you don't have reason to believe it is possible. That is completely different from whether or not you have a reason to believe it's impossible. So if they make a candidate explanation that you have no reason to believe is possible, and they offer you no demonstration that it is possible, how do you respond to that?
I mean, it depends on what we're talking about, but I would probably be very skeptical.
No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't depend on what you're talking about. That's the point. That's what logic is. Logic is content agnostic. And so if somebody says, I'm going to give you a candidate explanation that we have not demonstrated is possible, and I will not show is possible, how do you deal with that?
I just answered that. I would be skeptical.
I don't think you know what skeptical means, but okay.
For example, when you did that, I was skeptical, and that's why I threw it out.
When somebody tells me they have a candidate explanation that they cannot demonstrate is even possible, that candidate explanation is no longer a candidate. It does not get to be considered as a candidate explanation until it has been demonstrated to be possible, plausible, and truly a candidate explanation for the phenomenon we're trying to explain. Otherwise, I would have to take every untestable, unfalsifiable, I don't know if it's possible or not. Maybe I farted a universe out. Is that possible? I don't know, but you didn't show it was impossible, so we get to conclude that as a candidate. This is why we need to demonstrate how and why something should be considered a candidate explanation. That's the only point I was trying to make. Hopefully that's clear.
That is exactly what I was attempting to do.
You're so full of shit. You're so full of shit. If you actually were attempting to do that, you would have answered the question when I first asked, instead of saying, you find it plausible.
So before I said I find it plausible, I said the first metric of criteria is that it can't be a contradiction. I don't understand why you argue with that. Do you not agree?
Okay. Because, Captain Not Fucking Listening, whether or not it is logically contradictory is irrelevant to the question. If something is logically contradictory, that would definitely mean it's impossible. But there are other things that are not fucking possible, even though they're not logically contradictory, they are empirically contradictory. It is not possible for me to flap my wings and fly based on all of the information that I have. And so if somebody says, hey, is it possible for Matt to flap my wings and fly? You can't say that's logically contradictory because it's not. There are other ways in which we evaluate whether or not something is possible. And yet every time I try to get you to understand the distinction between I am not convinced that X is possible and I am convinced that X is impossible, you only every single time go to logical contradiction. That is not enough. That is not the only thing that determines whether or not something is possible. Try again.
I agree. I was just starting there.
You started
there, and
you
then you
started with something that. Yeah. Okay, Adam, you know what I'm going to do now? Hey, Jimmy.
So
I cut him off.
I just enjoyed the the fit over not getting to finish his argument that began with a plea for us to concede to him an argument which already was flawed from the ground up.
Yeah. I've been over backwards to just go ahead and grant the conclusion of the Kalam despite the problems with the Kalam. The universe had a cause. And by that, I mean, whatever the current presentation of the universe is, there is some explanation for it, including the universe always existed and changed. Oh, but there needs to be some external motivation for change. Sure, whatever. How do you make a list of what the possible candidate explanations are? Well, I think one of them should be God. Well, whoop-de-fucking-do. You have to make a demonstration that it's possible and then go on to show that it is plausible and probable, and eventually, this is the best explanation. And you don't just get to say, well, it's possible as long as it's not logically contradictory. That is a philosophical, analytic possibility that has nothing to do with the synthetic empirical possibility of whether or not that can actually happen in reality. I don't know how many different ways to explain that, but when I spend all this time correcting an obvious flaw and teaching you, you don't think it to say, well, I already knew that and that's where I was going. Then why did you waste my motherfucking time on all the other stuff? Why didn't you just say, I think God is possible because X. I think God is plausible because X. I think God is probable because X. Instead, you went with, well, I didn't say possible, go with plausible. Like, yo, dude, I'm convinced.
Michael, pronouns he, him, from Oklahoma. Michael's a theist. And I think you have a question here. What can God do to make it easier to believe in him? Because I think he did his best. That's an interesting comment. Michael, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? I just want to say your last remark about separation of church and state is spot on, but there's no such thing as a separation of church and state, because it's impossible to separate somebody who considers themselves as a believer in God from, the state, because we the people are the state.
Michael, that's not.
We the people believe in God.
Michael,
the First Amendment does say I just want to clarify, because I'm agreeing with you about to disagree with me, and I'm agreeing with you.
Michael, do you hear me trying to interrupt you, to correct you? I don't know that talking over me and talking louder is even going to do that. Separation of church and state, the separation of religion and government, has nothing to do with whether or not individuals have to stop believing or anything else. It is about what laws can be implemented, and that we cannot implement laws that show favoritism for or prioritize a particular religion or religion over irreligion. It has nothing to do with what individual people believe or anything else. Nobody's saying you have to check your religion at the door when you become a public servant, but you cannot legislate your beliefs onto others unless there is a predominantly secular purpose. That's what the law is. That is the proper implementation of church-state separation, and that's what we're advocating for.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying that calling the law, the law is the First Amendment, which says you're not allowed to infringe on someone else's right. It's the Establishment Clause. Calling it a separation of church and state makes Christians able to say, you can't separate me from my church. If you call it what it is, because you describe it exactly correct. You describe it exactly correct. But if you call it what it is,
Michael, I don't need you to tell me what the First Amendment is. I'm an expert in this area to some extent, even though I'm not a lawyer, but frequent guests on this show, like Andrew Seidel, are constitutional lawyers and attorneys who understand this. I don't care what Christians have to say about it. I care what the Constitution has to say about it and what the body of law and precedent have to say about it. Can we please skip past our disagreement or agreement?
Sir, Matt.
Can you stop talking over me? You should absolutely stop talking over me until I finish my sentence. because I'm in Zen mode and you're not going to harsh it. So what I'd like to do is get to the point where you ask your question about what God can do to make it easier to believe in him, and then I will address it. But talking over me while I'm still explaining something is a really bad start, Michael. So why don't we start again? This is Michael. Michael's calling in to ask a question. Hi, Michael. What is your question?
I have a new question now, if that's okay.
No, it's not okay, Michael. I want you to ask the question that is here from the screener.
Okay,
ask your question, Michael.
I'll ask the question. I'll ask the question that's from the screener. The third most powerful man in the government right now is the Secretary of State. He's a massive Christian, and he believes that.
Sorry, Michael, but I'm going to have to interrupt you because what you're saying.
So what I want to know is, how can God?
What you're saying right now, Michael, has absolutely nothing to do with what the screener question was, which means you're either calling in to intentionally try to piss me off by talking over me and ignoring the instructions that you're given, or you're not worth having a conversation with, but you're not going to harsh my mellow. So one more time, please ask the question that you told the screener you were going to ask so that we can address it. Don't mention anything about the government or church-state separation or who the most powerful people are. None of that. Ask the question that it says right here, please.
Given the state of the world that we live in, what could God do to make you believe in him better than what he's already done? I think he's done a good job.
Okay. I don't know that God has done anything, but could God appear in front of me right now and give me sufficient evidence to rationally warrant belief?
I'm sure he could if he wanted to.
Cool. Then there's your answer. That's exactly what God can do.
I'm sorry, did we cut off?
No, I answered your question. You said, what can God do to make it easier to believe into him? And then I asked you, why are you talking? Why are you I don't know why Michael is talking and constantly trying to
talk. Got real quiet. We got real quiet. I thought you were finished.
In the most rude fashion when I wasn't quiet. See, when I left you a gap to actually talk, you just sat there. But then you decided to talk over me, which is absolutely the worst thing you can do. And you're still not going to harsh my mellow. You asked, what can God do to make it easier to believe in him? I asked you if God was capable of doing X. You said that he was, and I said that is what God can do to do that. So my follow-up question to you is, why hasn't God done that, Michael?
Well, I was giving you a chance. I thought you might get to it because I told this to the screener. I said, because I think he has in free will. Because I think a lot of Christians have been wrong. I think a lot of Christians have been wrong that they're trying to do.
I'm interrupting you again right here, and I'm not remotely sorry for it. You asked, what can God do to make it easier for me to believe in him? I gave you an example of what I think God can do. And now I'm asking you why God hasn't done it. You don't then get to say, well, I think he did good enough in another area. I'm asking you, why hasn't God done the thing that I just told you would convince me?
Because God doesn't care about convincing you.
Cool. That's the point. That's about God. And I don't care about God. And it's completely irrelevant. See, if God could convince me and doesn't want to convince me, then you don't get to decide that he's done his best, because who are you? How do I know that why does it matter what you think what God has done is his best? You're going to tell me that God doesn't want to reveal himself to me, so fuck him.
No, I'm gonna say that God has revealed himself. If he gave you the free will to believe it or not,
Michael,
and once you don't believe it,
Michael, I'm going to keep doing this, and I don't even have access to the mute button. You are wrong. God has not revealed himself to me in any way that is sufficient to warrant belief, period. You can sit there and project your confidence upon me and say that God has done this, but you are mistaken.
So you're a self-proclaimed person who used to believe in God. You're a self-proclaimed person who you said all these things. To say you now don't believe it, so were you wrong before or are you wrong now? And if you're wrong now, why?
Before. I was wrong before, Michael, for the same. I was wrong before, Michael. I was wrong before. I was wrong before, Michael, for the same reason that you're wrong now, because I didn't understand good epistemology. I didn't understand what should be sufficient to warrant belief. I believed for bad reasons. When I found out they were bad reasons, I could not continue to believe. And so when I say that God could show up, or could God show up and provide sufficient reason? And you say that, yes, he can. And I say that he hasn't done it. Why? And you say, I think he did. You're wrong. And what you're doing is you're projecting your confidence and your ignorance of good epistemological standards onto me, rather than listening and trying to understand how one might demonstrate that God is real. So I was demonstrably wrong before, in the sense that my reasons were bad before, just as I suspect your reasons are bad now, because what you think has happened with respect to me simply has not happened. I'm sorry that you don't understand this. I'd be happy to talk to you about it. But instead, you keep trying to talk over me and assert that you think God's done his best. And how could I possibly believe? I believed because I was wrong, just like billions of other people.
How about you ask me my reasons?
Michael, why do you believe there's a God?
Jesus Christ, the man most commonly referred to as Jesus Christ.
Okay, Michael, I have no reason to believe that Jesus still exists. I am not necessarily convinced that he did exist in the past, but there's nothing about the character of Jesus Christ as listed in the Bible that warrants believing that he was divine or that there's anything divine. So why is it that Jesus Christ convinces you that he's God?
His teachings. His teachings on how we should interact with other human beings.
What teaching from Jesus could only come from a divine being? Was it when he told his disciples to go and steal something? Was it when he said, I've come only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel? What teaching from Jesus represents such amazing thinking that it could only come from a God?
Love your neighbor as yourself. If your enemy is hungry, feed him.
That is absolutely trivial, and something that we have within the notion.
Trivial. What you said was trivial, but what I said is trivial. Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
It is completely trivial. Keep getting mad, bro. Keep getting mad. But it's completely trivial, and it's the foundation of something that we call secular humanism. This notion that we are all starting off on equal footing. Whereas the Bible doesn't have us all starting off on equal footing. It has Jews as God's chosen people, and flooding the entire world and killing all the babies and doing all this stuff and damning people to hell, and actually doing nothing to demonstrate that any of this story is true. So when I say it's trivial to say love thy neighbor as thyself, that's a basic principle of game theory, that the best way to operate, given that we are social creatures who have to share space and interact, is for me to look out for you and your interests, and for you to look out for me and my interests to the best of our ability. That is not something that comes from a God, and it's not what Jesus was all about. You are cherry picking one idea from Jesus, which is wholly consistent with humanism, while ignoring plenty of other things.
And Michael, I got you currently muted. I'm the one on the mute button, by the way. It has been Matt, it's been me, because you're the only one we have to mute tonight, too, by the way. Please, friend, slow your roll a little bit. We're not being antagonistic here at all. We're trying to have a conversation. Now, to recap, we asked you, why do you think a God exists? And you says, well, I believe in Jesus. I'm guessing you think, if you're a typical Christian, you believe that Jesus is God. So you really just reiterated the claim. Why do you believe in God? Well, I believe in God. Why should we, let's maybe change this a little bit. Why should we trust what the Bible says about Jesus? You're unmuted.
Okay, so again, I said I'm a disciple of the man most commonly referred to as Jesus Christ. Don't put me in a box of your typical Christian, because you're going to lose.
Are you? Do you consider? Okay, hold on, Michael. I gotta stop you here.
Let me real quick, Eric, and then I'm going to just completely bow out of this.
Sure. Yeah.
Nobody's putting you into a box as a typical Christian. We've literally asked what you think. But when you come in with the attitude and talking over and then be like, hey, don't put me in this box or you're going to lose, you're looking at this all wrong. This is not a win-lose proposition. We're trying to figure out whether or not there's a God. And if you can't back off and actually engage in a conversation like a civil human being without talking about who's going to lose, I don't know that there's any value in continuing this. I'm going to take a back seat now, because Eric has ideas and things that are going to be very different from mine, and I don't think I care to talk to you anymore.
All right, Michael, you're with me now. All right. So let's back it up a little bit. Why do you believe that Jesus, what the Bible says about Jesus, is accurate?
What the Bible says about Jesus being accurate, I believe it 100%, but that part is irrelevant. What I believe in is his teaching of love your neighbor as yourself.
I understand that, but why do you trust those words in the Bible?
Because those are the best teachings I've heard of how to interact with fellow man. For us, how men to interact with each other.
So you haven't come across anything better. Yeah. Like,
sorry,
that's a great point, Matt.
That's a cheap shot.
Let that go. That's a good point. So it's the best thing you've heard thus far, so you believe it?
Yes.
Okay.
And not only that, not only do I believe it, but if you take it and apply it to every situation, the outcome is going to be the preferred outcome.
Are you applying in this situation now, do you think?
I am.
Really? Okay. Well, I guess we'll let that go. Here's the thing, though. Okay, so your claim is that you believe what the Bible says about Jesus is true because it's the best thing you've heard. So does that mean that if something else better comes along that's not in the Bible, does that make it more true? And all of a sudden the Bible's false?
No, but if something else that comes better than love your neighbor as yourself, amen. I'd say amen to that. Let me hear it. But for right now, that's the best thing I have.
So there's a thing called the platinum rule, right? So I think you said earlier, do unto others what they would do to you, right?
No, that's not what I said. No, I never said that.
Okay.
I've never said.
You're saying, okay, so you're saying love others as, love your neighbor as yourself. Okay.
Correct.
All right, so that's really impressive to you, and you're using that as the reason to believe that the Bible is representative of God. How do we know that statement, love others, love your neighbor as yourself, wasn't just generated by just some thoughtful person, as Matt was bringing out earlier?
Again, what thoughtful person generated? What thoughtful is not attributed to a thoughtful person? Is attributed to the Bible, Leviticus 19. But not only that, but a thoughtful person could say it, and it can be among a million other sins. Jesus said it was the second greatest commandment. So, then one is the Apostle Paul. Okay,
Michael, I think you missed the point of my question here, right? So you're saying that love your neighbor as yourself is so profound. That's why you believe it. And I'm saying, well, I think that was just generated by just the writer of whoever wrote that. Right? So why do you think that came from a God?
Let's do this. Whether it came from God or not, let's say it came from the person who you say it came from, somebody who just generated. If we apply that.
No, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Michael. We're asking you why you believe in God, and you're saying because you believe the statement, love thy neighbor, came from a God. And when we point out that could have come from anybody, which is an absolute defeater for your argument, if statement, then God. And now instead of demonstrating how that statement proves there's a God, you are instead moving on to what if it came from somebody else and all that.
No, I'm not. No.
Are you then, Michael, are you then conceding your point that statement likely came from a God?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say.
Then I need you. Michael. This is never talking and interrupting me is never, ever, 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 ever going to work for you. So let's just do this. You said that you.
Why are you talking to me? You said you didn't want to talk to me no more.
I'm talking to you because it's my show and I'll do whatever the fuck I want. Plus, it's amusing to watch you get so angry and refuse to answer questions while I remain calm. People are loving it. This is going to be an incredible good clip. So, Michael, when you say that you believe in God because of statements like love thy neighbor as thyself, and we say, could that have come from someone other than a God? And you say yes, then that is that's what's called a defeater for your argument. If your argument is that this statement could only come from a God or could probably most likely come from a God, and then you acknowledge it could come from somewhere else. Now you need to demonstrate why we should believe that statement specifically came from a God. And if you're not going to do that, then you are conceding that your argument is flawed, and therefore we reject that argument. So we will need a new argument for why you believe in a God. Hopefully that's clear.
Yeah. And So, Michael, there's lots of philosophers and lots of writers in history. They've written a lot of profound things. I would say there's things more profound than the quote you're taking out of Matthew about loving your neighbor as yourself. I don't look at those things.
I'm not taking it out of Matthew.
Oh, okay.
He's
Matthew,
taken out
I'm
of
talking
Leviticus
here.
19. Leviticus 19 is the original source.
Well,
and I'm pretty sure that Michael is one of the Black Hebrew Israelites, which is why he's going to Leviticus 19 instead of the Gospels. So let's make sure that we don't try and saddle him with views that he doesn't actually have. I don't know for sure if he's one of the Black Hebrew Israelites, but given the attitude and the things that he chose, I'd be willing to bet some money that he is. Is that true, Michael?
Oh, unmute.
I am not a Hebrew Israelite. I told you, I'm a disciple of a man most commonly known as Jesus Christ. I told you, don't try to put me in a box because you will lose. What I'm saying is the reason why this is the greatest teaching is because it would.
I'm going to go ahead and retract that and apologize. Because when you went to Leviticus 19, that's a common thing. You're absolutely correct. You did say you followed a man known as Jesus, and so yes, I'll retract that. I was clearly wrong, but you're still looking at this as a lose. And so what we're asking you once again is, why do you believe in a God? And clearly the justification can't be because of the statement, love thy neighbor as thyself. So what's the other reason?
That's the only reason I need, sir. And that's my reason. And it would end all wars. It would end all famine.
In that case, Michael, your reason is rejected and irrelevant because that statement could have come from anybody and is consistent with a whole bunch of ideas, including notions that are just available to everyone and everyone with common sense about human interaction. If you don't have any reason other than to believe in a God, other than you really like the sentence, love thy neighbor as thyself, then you are not ready for any sort of discussion about whether or not other people should believe in a God. Your argument is summarily rejected as absurd and insufficient to the task. If you don't have anything else, then I definitely don't have anything else. But if you do...
Michael, in a nutshell, it's a bad reason. Pointing at a passage and saying this is so profound, it must come from God, is a bad reason. It's subjective. It doesn't logically follow that if something is profound, it must come from a God. I can point to something in Sun Tzu, lots of profound statements in there, and one can really impress me. I can pick my favorite passage out of Sun Tzu, and I can say, oh, this comes from a God. I think you can understand why that logic doesn't work for a Sun Tzu quote. And if you can, then you understand why I think that logic doesn't work for a Bible quote. You understand?
But can that quote that you haven't said, or can this better quote that you haven't said end world wars? Could it end hunger? Could it end famine? Could it end all that? Because love your neighbor as yourself can, if you understand that.
I think there's a quote in Sun Tzu, it's something about don't fight when you can negotiate. So there you go. That fulfills your criteria of ending wars. Like
that's not better than love your neighbor as yourself. This does not. This does better than love your neighbor as yourself.
All right, Michael, you got to relax a little bit. This does not logically lead to a God. It doesn't matter whether one can lead to the end of war or not. You're picking these arbitrary criteria and then making a logical leap that they must come from a God when there is no logical link there.
He don't need you to. God is not out here wanting you to believe in him. He don't need you to believe in him. That's the point of free will. You have the free will. You living your life. If you're not committing murder, if you're not stealing, if you're committing adultery.
I'm sorry, Michael. But when you say God doesn't want you to believe, you do realize that I'm a former Christian who was going to be a pastor, and that the Gospels defeat your claim. The God of the Gospels absolutely wants people to know and achieve salvation, not necessarily everybody, but the people that he's selected. So when you try to use an excuse that, oh, well, God doesn't want you to know he exists, first of all, we asked you why you believed in God. You gave us a reason that's bad and insufficient. And now you're telling us what God wants, which is just you coping. I need you to demonstrate how we can know that God doesn't want us to know that he exists.
What's the popular passage in Matthew 28? Go make disciples of all nations, teaching them Christians think that means go out and convert people. No, you go out and you live among your neighbors and you love them.
Michael. I'm sorry, Michael, but I asked a specific question, and you don't seem like you're going to answer that question.
I'm answering your question. They think that means go out and...
Michael. No, actually, you're not, Michael. I asked you how we can know. I asked you how we can know that you're right when you say God doesn't want us to know he exists. That's the question. How can Eric and I know that you are correct? Because if you're going to cite the Bible, then I'll cite the Bible back at you, which is let God be true and every man a liar, which means you're a liar. So I want you to demonstrate how Eric and I can know that you are correct when you say that God doesn't want us to know he exists.
I never said God didn't exist, so I'm not a liar. I'm saying God is not expressing about you believing.
I'm sorry, Michael. I'm sorry, Michael, but you seem incapable to listen to the actual words that I said. I didn't say that you claimed God didn't exist. You claimed that God isn't out there wanting us to know he exists. That is your claim. I'm asking you.
No. I'm saying no.
I don't know why you're trying to interrupt me. It's never, ever, ever fucking going to work for you, Michael. This is actually embarrassing. You can not only not answer my question, but you can't remember what you just said or what I just said. You claimed that God isn't out there wanting us to know he exists. That is your claim about what God wants. You have made a claim about what God wants or what God doesn't want. And I'm asking you, how can Eric and I know that you are incorrect, that you are fact correct about what God wants and doesn't want?
It's in the Bible.
Yes, I've read the Bible. I don't know how old you are, but I've probably been reading the Bible maybe longer than you. I don't know if I know it better or not or anything else. I don't care what the Bible says because there's no reason to think that the Bible is in any way indicative of what a God wants.
Yeah, and this goes back to my original question, Michael, of why do we look at the Bible and think it's from God? So you've come full circle now to I think the Bible's from God.
What a God needs.
I said specifically, I believe the word of Jesus Christ. That's in the Bible.
The children are our future. I believe that children are our future.
Teach them well, let them lead the way. Teach them well, let them lead the way. And let them love their neighbor as themselves.
Yeah, and I can come up with dozens of song lyrics. I can come up with dozens of song lyrics that are just as profound and just as significant as love thy neighbor as thyself. We don't need a God to say, I believe that children are our future. It's intrinsically obvious. But at the end of the day, you just told us what God does and doesn't want. And I asked you, how can we know that? And you said the Bible. As Eric has asked you now several times, why should we care what the Bible says? Where's the demonstration that the Bible is an accurate representation of what a God wants?
Okay, we've come full circle again. Like I said, the application of love your neighbor as yourself with Jesus, who says he's God.
Sorry, Michael. I'm so sorry. I'm actually not sorry at all, Michael. This is actually starting to amuse me. I don't need you to tell me we've come full circle. I need you to answer the fucking question. And the fucking question is, why the fuck should we care about what the fucking Bible says?
You're trying to offend me, sir. You can't offend me. I love you.
No, Michael. I'm not trying to offend you. I'm trying to get you to do what you said you'd do, which is answer the fucking question. Because now you're just wasting everybody's time. You've gone from being angry to laughing to moving all over the place. All we need is for you to answer the question. Can you give us a reason to care what the Bible says? Yes or no?
God has already proved that he
Michael.
exists.
Actually, I'm not sorry at all, Michael. I'm interrupting you again because I literally just asked you a yes or no question and made it explicit. So I'm going to try this again. And the only word I need from you is yes or no. Can you give us a good reason to care what the Bible says? Yes or no?
God has already made it clear that
I'm not sorry at all, Michael. I'm not sorry at all, Michael. I'm interrupting you again because you don't seem to speak English or care about doing this effectively. So I'm going to ask you again. Can you give us a good reason to believe and care about what the Bible says? Yes or no?
Love your neighbor as yourself.
I'm sorry,
second
Michael.
greatest commandment.
We're speaking different
for you to
languages.
answer? Are you an epic failure at defending Christianity? I was a better Christian and a better defender of Christian than you are when I was a Christian, and I could probably still do a better job because I'm capable of actually answering a yes or no question. So I'm going to try one final time in an amazing act of Zen. Michael, can you give us a good reason to believe and care about what the Bible says, yes or no?
Jesus didn't start a new religion. He taught
Goodbye,
the law
Michael.
of Moses.
Goodbye, Michael. It's a shame that you can't answer a simple yes or no question. What a great representative of Christ you are. How convincing and compelling it was. Clearly, you are right in your walk with God. Please go ye therefore into all the world and continue to fail to give them good reasons to believe things. You're doing my job for me. I don't need to do anything else. Thanks, man.
Like, Michael, I it's really difficult when you're asked a simple yes or no question 3-4 times in a row and you refuse to engage. Like, what was your objective here? If your objective is to preach the good news or whatever, spread the message, okay, mission accomplished. You spread the message. We're much more confused for it. If your objective was to come here and to make followers or to convince us that a God exists or to just anything else, you've utterly failed. Like, yeah, just listen to that conversation and just examine the energy you were pumping into this compared to what we were trying to do. And ask yourself, was I really treating them the way that I wanted to be treated? Am I really treating them like I treat my neighbors? Like, you're preaching these things, but your actions do not show it. So at best, you're just wrong and a hypocrite. But at worst, you're way off the deep end. Like, you can't engage with these things. Like, I don't want to lecture you on these things, but you need to realize, and this goes to pretty much anybody else who calls in and gets angry. This is a call-in show. There'll be times where you'll be muted. There'll be times where you'll be talked over. There'll be times when we prioritize what we say over you, and that's the nature of these things. Life isn't fair. If you can come to accept that and learn, okay, I need to roll with what life is currently handing me, then you can have a much better conversation with us. We didn't have to mute anybody else this entire night except Michael, who I probably muted like 20 times. And that caused me a lot of pain because I don't like muting people, but I will if they fly off the handle like that. Anyway, I don't want to lecture into behavior, but Michael, what was your objective? And do you really think that you just accomplished anything close to that objective tonight? Maybe ask yourself that later on when you calm down, I guess. I don't know. If or not, I don't care.
Michael is a theist from California, pronoun to him, who would like to talk about modern day miracles showing the possibility of a God. Hey, welcome, Michael. What would you describe as a modern day miracle?
Basically an unnatural event that doesn't normally.
No, I need an example.
Place.
I don't need a definition of a miracle. I need an example. What's something that you think is a miracle?
So basically a modern day resurrection.
Do you have evidence?
Person?
Do you have evidence of a modern day resurrection? Where?
Yes, sir. So there's an article that I read. It's about an African pastor who was involved in a car crash in 2001. The whole account is pretty well detailed. He was involved in a car crash. He was
Daniel Ikechukwu.
Yeah.
It's a
Daniel
fraud.
I'm good. Okay, you believe that that's a fraud?
Yes.
Well, why do you say it's a fraud? I'm just curious.
There's insufficient evidence to show that person was dead and that they were resurrected. And so claiming otherwise, I count as fraud.
Okay. Do you? Okay. So the article mentions that not only does he get seen by 2 different hospitals based upon the request of his wife.
Michael, where's the scientific evidence? All you're pointing to is that people are telling a story. Where's the scientific evidence to confirm what they saw?
Well, I guess given the fact that it's just that it was recorded and documented as far as the details, as far as the time, where he was placed and all that stuff.
Michael, where is the evidence? Every one of the people who is saying this is telling a story. Now I'm asking, how can we tell if their version of the story is true and correct? That it was that their story was documented is separate from whether or not. And here's the other thing, Michael. Let's assume for a second that Daniel Ekechukwu died and came back to life. How do you, even if we assumed that, how do you show that that was because of a God at all?
Well, my personal reasoning is based on two factors. The idea that this miracle, among others, is consistent with the miracles that are recorded in the Bible, not just the resurrection, but not just the resurrection of Jesus Christ, but also with Lazarus as well as also other healings.
That's irrelevant. What's your other one?
Well, the other one, is consistent with. Dang, I forgot my second point already. Crap.
So the fact that a resurrection is consistent with the resurrection of the Bible is irrelevant. A resurrection is always going to be consistent with a resurrection. There, you have a case where somebody died and came back to life.
Right.
But the fact that things are consistent tells you nothing about how or why they're consistent. And the reality is that the reason they're consistent is that humans die and people claim sometimes that they're resurrected. There's been not a single scientifically confirmed resurrection of this nature. Now, if people, air quotes, die on the operating table and are recovered, using paddles and stuff, I'm pretty sure I've died at least once. I had triple bypass, open heart surgery. I'm pretty sure I died at least once under some sense. But death isn't an event, it's a process. And you're not dead until you're dead for a long period of time, which is one of the reasons why people are like, oh, Jesus was dead for 3 days and then resurrected, which is wrong even with the story. It was at most a day and a half, even with the story. In Daniel Ekechukwu's story, let's imagine for a second that 20 people came and told you how they watched me get hit by a bus. Somebody came over, checked for a pulse. I had no pulse. They dragged me off the road. Paramedics came, put me on a gurney. And while I was on the gurney, somebody laid a hand on me and prayed, and I revived. Is that a resurrection? And is it from God?
If you were declared dead, by a medical professional, in this particular case, he was. If you were declared dead, and they can prove it, and they're able to show it, and somebody prays for you, and you come back to life again, yeah, that is a bona fide resurrection because a medical professional saw you.
Is it from God? Is it from God? Is it a miracle? And how do you know?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to save you a bunch of time here, Michael, because this is a monumental waste of time. I've already done a full video on this specific claim. It's in my YouTube channel from 3 years ago. It is called Was a Nigerian Pastor Raised from the Dead? I'm going to put a link to that video in chat. Are you in chat with the show?
Not right now. I actually kind of turned off the video.
You should probably follow my personal YouTube channel. By the way, my personal YouTube channel, which I just linked to chat, if you're watching right now and you're not subscribed, I'm at 196,000 subscribers. It'd be really cool to get to 200,000 before the end of the year. And also I'm going to, end up monetizing that stuff at some point. But I've done a full video on this, going through the facts and the claims on this specific story. I did it 3 years ago. If you watch that video, you will get everything about my response to this in much greater detail, because then it was fresh in my head and now I'm just covering it from memory. But there is insufficient evidence to conclude that the story is true.
Michael, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
So if it turns out that that you come to agree with Matt, which is that this was fraud, let's say this was proven to you without a shadow of a doubt that this miracle did not happen. It was not a miracle. Do you have other evidence for a God, or is this kind of the thing that's making you believe?
Well, the reason why I actually came across this story is because it was actually included in a book that was written by I forgot the name of the author. I tried to find it earlier. With this particular account, among others, was actually recorded in a book. And there's actually a video on YouTube that actually explains 5 medical miracles that have taken place in Michael, relative history. So
is this just one miracle that you're listing, and there's a bunch of others that have convinced you that there's a God?
Well, I was convinced that there was a God before this.
Okay,
that's right.
What convinced you that there was a God?
So it's more so a matter of personal conviction and faith in willing to trust this God that I've read about and learned about. I grew up in church, so so I'm a church baby. I was too.
I totally. Yeah.
I walked down the aisle at the age of 5 and accepted Jesus into my heart. Half of my family was Baptist, half my family was Catholic. Yes, I've looked into Catholicism. I ended up on the Baptist side, and we were convinced that Catholicism was a cult. And now I'm convinced they're all cults. Just cult is the label the big church puts on the little church.
But Michael, do you think that it's possible that because you were raised already to believe in a God and in a specific God, that you are taking that bias over to these stories when you hear of something happening and you're saying, well, maybe this is proof that I can keep believing what I've been believing my whole life, as opposed to, hey, I want to know what's true or not. Let me go get to the bottom of what's actually real.
Yeah. If it was just that, if it was just me just doing the normal stuff, as far as just going to church, or even trying to serve or whatever, I would. Wait, oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that question one more time? Because I want to answer it.
Yeah,
I want to get on a rabbit trail.
Of course. So my question for you is, do you think that it's possible that you're biased toward belief in a God because you were raised, like you said, in church, and you were raised to believe in this specific God? Do you think that bias is possibly influencing how seriously you take these miracle claims and causing you to take them in as confirmation for something instead of examining them skeptically and saying what's actually true?
So yes, there is a little bit of bias there, given the fact that I am willing to give credit to God where it is due, but it doesn't stop me from researching the actual account.
How do you know
I've actually seen? Well, I mean, how you said how do I know when it's due?
You said you're willing to give credit to God when it's due. So am I. How do I know when credit to God is due?
I haven't thought about that.
Well, you're claiming that credit should be given to God for resurrecting Daniel Ekechukwu, and I'm saying this claim is a bunch of hogwash and nonsense, and I did an entire video debunking it. I don't see anything in there to thank anyone for, let alone a God, and yet you're convinced that you're wanting to give credit to God. So how do we tell the difference between when we should give credit to God and when we would be wrong to give credit to God?
I guess when the particular act that is done is consistent with something that only a God is able and capable of actually doing.
So you're poisoning the well here, because I have no idea what a God is capable of, and I certainly have no idea what only a God is capable of. But if the story is, you're claiming that it is consistent with what only a God can do, and this particular story, not only do I think it is not consistent with only what a God can do, I think it's nonsense, bullshit, a lie.
Oh, okay. So can I try to clarify it a bit? So, okay, so I'm a human being. If I wanted to, let's just say my mother died, right? Or let's just say my mother passed away, right? And I don't want her to be dead. I don't want that. I do not have the means or the ability to be able to bring her back to life after she's dead. I can't do that.
Maybe not. You can't right now. You don't know. But yes, go ahead.
Yeah, but if I truly do believe that God is able to bring a dead body back to life, they're going to bring a dead body back to life, I'm more inclined, I would be somewhat inclined, not that I wouldn't accept the results, but I will be somewhat inclined to say, Lord, if you want her to continue to live, bring her back. Please, please, bring her back. I don't want her to leave. I don't want her to go.
Do you know what you just told me?
Will, I want that. Yeah.
What you just told me is a really long-winded way of saying, if I believed that God could bring people back to life, I would ask God to bring people back to life. Well, of course you would. I'm not asking what you would do if you believed. I'm asking how and why you would determine whether or not it's believable. If I believed God could bring my grandma back, I'd ask God to bring my grandma back. But I don't believe that for half a second.
Okay. So, okay. 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 All right.
Can I speak really candidly with you, Michael? And then we can continue the back and forth if you want. But can I just add something in here?
Yeah, sure.
So I appreciate your honesty saying like you grew up in church and all that. I can relate to you on that level. I did as well. I actually have been in a room as a child where there was somebody that died and everyone was praying over them to come back to life. I've experienced that. Spoiler alert, the person did not come back to life. I believed that they would because the Bible taught us, if you ask for this in my name, where 3 or more are gathered, blah, blah, blah. It didn't happen. So I understand what you're getting at and where you're coming from. What I had never done is actually confront what I believed and why I believed it, other than the fact that I grew up in it. And so what I did my whole life is I looked for reasons why I should continue believing what I believed. Why should I keep praying? Why should I keep doing this? And I found those reasons, because when you're wanting to continue a certain narrative, it's easy to find little things that kind of allow you to hold on to where you're at. And it made life easier for me for a time because I was able to stay in my community. What I don't think you've done, based off of how this conversation is going, I don't know that you've sat and asked yourself why you actually believe this stuff is true, because you're telling us a lot of claims, like this claim that if you believe, God can heal people or God can raise people from the dead, you're going to ask him to do that, blah, blah, blah. I don't know that you've gone and sat down and asked yourself, do I believe this stuff because it's true? Or do I believe this stuff because it's what I've been believing and I'm trying to find reasons to keep believing it? I think it would benefit you to go sit down and ask yourself, what is true? And does any of this fit in with that?
Okay. All right.
One other aspect of that that's important is the concept of falsifiability. If somebody has a proposition and there's no way to prove that it's false, then it is essentially untestable, which means it's unconfirmable. You have to have some way in principle to show that the claim is false before you can even evaluate it to determine whether or not it's true. How could you show that God doesn't exist, the God you believe
in? How would I be able to show that God doesn't exist?
Yeah. What test would show that the God you believe in does not exist? And you don't have to answer it right now. It's just something to think about.
Yeah.
Because falsifiability is important. Like anybody can make a claim that's untestable. I can, and people will say, oh, well, you just have to take it on faith. Well, what that means to me, when somebody says you have to take it on faith, there is no position that you couldn't accept on faith. I could take it on faith that men are smarter than women. I could take it on faith that men are, nicer than women. I could take it on faith that white people are better than any other, pigment and melanin afflicted individuals. I could take it on faith that atheists are 10 times smarter than anybody of any religion. And if there's no way to falsify those claims, then I can sit here comfortably in my bigoted, ignorant, and probably false delusions about all of those things. And so that's why we need to find a way to make sure that we are believing things not only for which there seems to be evidence, but for which they are potentially falsifiable, and that falsification has not occurred despite attempts. This is how the scientific methods end up working, and it's done that way because it's more reliable. So I've posted a link to that video on the Nigerian preacher. I did that 3 years ago, and it's been in chat a couple times. I know you probably missed it. If you want to email or message, or if you want to jump into chat again for the show, I'm sure someone will relink it to you. But
okay,
if this story about this Nigerian preacher isn't why you believe, and if we showed that all of those claims about resurrections were false, would that make you stop believing, or would you just continue believing and you'd be talking about other reasons for belief? And that's exactly what Promise was asking.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit more than that, given, and I'm gonna be candid here.
Yeah, it's fine.
Given the idea that that God raising somebody from the dead, in a sense, gives me hope and an expectation that is also going to take place in the near future.
Yeah. Once again, you're telling me, if you believe something, you'd ask God to do it. And if you believe something can happen, that gives you hope. But what if it can't happen? Doesn't that mean your hope is now false hope, and you've spent time hoping for something that can't happen?
Well, yes.
Do you care about whether or not your beliefs are true?
I do look for truth in a particular claim. And keep in mind, I'm not an expert on truth. I know that certain things are true. I know that certain things are true.
Yeah.
Meaning, meaning that they're valid. Meaning that they're valid and they're consistent with a particular point or claim that is made. But as far as like ultimate truth, objective truth, I don't have a monopoly as far as an understanding on that.
That's not even in the ballpark of an answer to the question.
Yeah, Michael,
go ahead, Bronze.
Can I ask, do you care about believing something because it makes you feel good or because it's true? Which of those matters more to you?
Whether or not it's true. Whether it's true. I care more about that rather than comfortability.
Good. I think that's a great place to start. I don't know that you've held your current beliefs to that standard yet.
On a quick note, and this is just a side thing, we're not going to go down this route. I've got another one more call I want to get to, and I know you were talking about modern day miracles. And the phrasing was, let's talk about how modern day miracles show the possibility of God. And I'd like to point out that even if miracles occurred, how would that show the possibility of a God?
Well, okay, so I chose the grandest example as far as resurrection because I believe that if death were to take its natural course, Daniel Akachukwu, he would have been in the grave right now. He would, and even at this point in time, he may have died. I mean, because it's 2024. This took place in 2001 or whatever. So, so he may be dead. But the point is that if death were to take its natural course based upon this account alone, Daniel Akachukwu, he wouldn't have gotten up and started walking around, and people were able to actually interact with him before.
Like, I don't even remember what question I asked you, and I know that you didn't come anywhere near addressing it.
You asked the question of how does, if miracles do happen, how does that show that there is a God?
Yeah. Thank you for remembering the question. I didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
So how does it show? Let's say we confirmed anybody. Let's just pick somebody. Let's say your mom. Your mom died and came back to life. How does that show that God is possible?
Because I don't believe that it would be possible outside of God.
That's the problem.
Nature wouldn't have been able to. I mean, nature wouldn't have been able to do it.
No. This is the problem. You are saying it shows the possibility of God because you don't believe that's possible without a God. And yet you can't demonstrate that this is impossible without a God. So it only shows it's possible. Once again, we're back to the same thing you've done 2 or 3 other times now, which is because you believe in a God, you think God is possible. That is circular reasoning. If the question is God real? Or if the question is God possible? If you say God is possible because I already believe there's a God, that is a completely fallacious position.
Okay. All right.
Anyway,
think on that. I appreciate the call, Michael.
Yeah, Michael, I think if you go back and listen to this call, I think that would be really insightful for you, and, go watch Matt's video. And I'd love for you to call back sometime. I've got Chewed Gum this Tuesday night. If you listen to this and you have further thoughts when you're able to kind of collect yourself and examine some of these things, I'd love to hear where you end up with them.
Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am.
And one last note. I'm going to recommend recoveringfromreligion.org. Not that you are recovering from religion, not that you are ever going to find your way out. That's not the purpose of it. For anyone dealing with questions and struggling, they're not going to try to talk you out of your religion, but there are people there. If we're not live and we're not able to answer questions, there are people there that can talk to you about these things, but they're not there to debate. So please keep calling us to, debate and learn and everything else. But if you're struggling with this, there are people who've been in your position, who found their way out, who are on a hotline with recoveringfromreligion.org. And at a minimum, if you find better reasons to believe, they want to know, Promise wants to know, I want to know, we all want to know if there's a better reason to believe.
Okay. All right. I would definitely be looking out for that. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Michael. I appreciate it. That's how you have a call where you have, terrible, really weak arguments and still stay in conversation with us. He remembered the questions that we asked. He was respectful. He was pausing. He was listening to what we said, and he was responding. I think his inability to respond, I don't think came from not listening to us. I think that was the hang up that I pointed out of just having to follow his own narrative. But it is possible. We can have good conversations on here.
And I don't mention this as a negative at all, but Michael, whether through nerves or some other condition, has a stammer on occasion, and yet it did not inhibit or sidetrack the conversation. So somehow we're able to have conversations despite some difficulties that don't go in the shitter and wind up with.
Yep.
And by the way, he remembered the question when I had forgotten.
Right. I had too. I was sitting there. I was like, oh, wait, what was it? And he remembered. So he was being honest in his attempts at answering. All that being said, Michael, if you listen to this again, I hope you are, and I hope you do. You're welcome to call back anytime. Would love to talk to you.
Yeah, Michael and Anna could start a in the midst of potential deconstruction pro and against show together at some point.
Or just like teach people how to call in on the line.
Here's how to not get hung up on. Don't start by whining about being muted, and don't play audio clips from shows over your shitty microphone so that it sounds like Charlie Brown's teacher or something. We're going to start off with a theist calling from Virginia. This is it Giro or Giro?
Giro. Hello. Nice to meet you guys.
How you doing?
I have a lot to say. I'd like to get started, and I'd like to completely get through like this kind of monologue I've set up before you guys cut me off.
That's probably not going to happen.
Not going to happen?
That's
all right,
probably
well,
not going to happen.
Just
listen to me for a second, because we can make this really easy. Yeah. I'm happy to give you plenty of time to explain what it is that you want, but we are going to have to interrupt both to ask questions for clarification and to make sure that we don't, get here's 23 points and then we, have to pause and try to address 18 of them. So let's just kind of go one at a time. Yeah, what is it you're talking about? What is the primary point and how you're going to justify?
First of all, I want to say, please don't let the bad apples of Christianity represent really what Christianity means.
Neither one of us have do not give a shit about bad Christians. That's not why we're atheists.
Okay, then moving on. All right, so what I come with is not exactly an evidence, is not a sort of proof for God, even though we can't really prove anything and we can't really know anything. It is up to us to...
That's not true. There are plenty of things there are plenty of things that we can demonstrate and reasonably know to be true, right?
Reasonably believe to be true, not know. Believe.
No, I'm saying I believe I'm holding a cell phone in my hand right now. Matter of fact, I'm supremely confident. I'm supremely confident. I not only believe, but I know that I'm holding a cell phone right now.
As supremely as it can get, it will never reach 100%.
Correct. Yes. I do not think that you can be absolutely certain about anything. However, we aren't asking for certainty, Euro. We're asking for a demonstration that God exists.
I do not... in the Bible, it says that God shall not be tested. So if you expect to see
why do I care what the Bible says? Why does it matter what the Bible says?
Here's the thing. You want me to demonstrate God exists. I'm telling you that if God were to exist, he would not allow himself to be demonstrated in that sort of way.
Why?
You understand?
No. I don't know how you. I don't know. Listen. Pause. Yes. I don't know. I don't know how you know that God would not allow himself to be demonstrated like that. How do you know that?
I don't know that. I am not even certain.
Then why would you make a claim?
But
then why would you make a claim? Can you demonstrate that that's actually true?
If the God I believe in, I cannot demonstrate that it is true. I highly believe that it is.
I don't care which God you believe in. I care why we should believe in that God.
All right. Well, even if our Father, the biblical Father, the God in the Bible, were to be true, do not expect it to be tested.
Why are we talking about the Bible? Why are we talking about the Bible?
Well, I'm just talking about God, and the Bible is one of the many, and for me, the most highly believable of the God, if there is one.
That's just
my opinion. I like to get
if there is a God. Oh my God! Can you not hear me fucking talking?
I'm kind of delayed. I might be cutting you off. Sorry.
I know there's a delay. Delays. So you keep saying the biblical God. What reason should we have to believe that the biblical God is possible or likely?
I will. Well, to start off, all the claims and accounts. I'll admit right here and now that I am not any historian or a theologian. I'm not able to explain those accounts away. The point I came here on here to say is something entirely different. It's a different approach that I'd like to take with you guys.
Okay.
It's not about the evidence, but about how we view the evidence. All right, I'd like to get started.
Genuinely, I do not understand what you mean, because I care about evidence. Why would it matter? I can't wait to hear why you're more concerned with how we view the evidence. Because first of all, there would need to be evidence for us to view. So when you're done explaining your take here on this, I'd like you to give an example of an evidence that you think we're viewing incorrectly.
So, I mean, let's say we find glass on the ground. You might view that as evidence of a car crash that just happened. Let's say it's in the middle of the street, or it might be evidence of a broken window. But we could call that evidence.
I'm sorry.
We can view it in different ways.
It
doesn't matter what
you just suggested that if we found a piece of glass on the ground, it might be evidence of a broken window or a car accident. What part of the car broke?
The window, the windshield.
So in both cases, we're talking about a broken window, not in one case.
Yeah. Evidence for a broken window of what? We don't know. So we found a piece of glass. How do you know what it's evidence for? The thing is, what I'm trying to say here is that this piece of glass, no matter where it came from, is a piece of evidence.
No,
we just need to determine.
Yero.
No, not
the piece. No, listen. The piece of glass is an item that may or may not be evidence for something.
Maybe we're talking. We're disagreeing on terms. Are you meaning that the piece of glass is a puzzle piece of a larger story, and we don't know what that story is?
Yeah, I would say that.
Okay.
It is an evidence for the all truth, the truth.
No, that's something different. And you're saying I found a piece of glass. Something happened here. It came from somewhere. It belonged to something. It is a puzzle piece for a larger story, and we don't know the story, right?
Yes.
Fair enough.
It is an evidence for a larger story. So here's what I want to say about our view of evidence. I imagine an atheist view of after death there is nothing to be like a sinking ship.
Euro?
Yeah.
We don't need you to imagine an atheist view, because first of all, you might imagine an atheist view that neither of us hold, but atheism doesn't have any position on whether or not there's an afterlife.
Okay.
So instead of trying to pretend like you know what atheists think, keep going with the justification for what you think.
All right. So the sinking in this metaphor, whatever atheism may be, whatever anything may be, in this metaphor, we are on a sinking ship, and the sinking is our timeline, our life running out, little by little. And we know our life is sinking. We know that. We can reasonably assume that based on the evidence of everyone around us is dying. Why shouldn't we also die? So we know we're going to die. We have good reason to believe that. What I'm saying is, if we believe that we're going to die and we don't have any kind of any permanence, any immortality through our works, all our works are finite. All our works are going to eventually amount to, who knows, nothing. It is better to grasp at straws and to look at the evidence in a way that favors our eternal life. That favors that.
I'd like to jump in, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So far in this conversation, even though you say you hold to the Christian deity, right? God of Christianity, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard.
I can be convinced otherwise.
Pardon me?
I can be convinced otherwise. But
okay, well,
I think there's room to convince it.
Fair enough. But so far, what I have not heard is the language of real conviction. I've heard cannot demonstrate if there is one, and you just use the phrase grasp at straws. And I disagree with the premise that a finite life is without meaning. Just because we are not handed an eternal purpose from a third party, an outward agent, doesn't mean that we cannot self-generate purpose. And though it may not matter in 150 years, it matters in the moment. And the analogies I like to use are this: in a finite life, a beautiful piece of music has a final note, and then the song is over. Is that not a beautiful piece of music? If you sit down and enjoy a delicious meal, the food still tastes great, and you're spending time with those you care about over dinner or whatever. But there will be a moment when everybody leaves the table and that dinner is done. Was it not a meal worth enjoying and sharing together? We do temporary things all the time, but perhaps even the temporary nature of these experiences and the fact that we've seen no evidence for a posthumous existence, maybe the finite life is all the more precious because the moments are fleeting, because there may be no tomorrow. I think that makes a whole lot more sense than a numbing eternity where there is always a tomorrow and everything that could be done would be done, and it all becomes circular to the point where you glaze over. I prefer the finite life, wouldn't you?
Actually, I used to prefer that. Yeah, I used to prefer porn addiction. I used to prefer eating junk food when I felt like it. Those momentary pieces of pleasure were very important to me. Then
you should look into this, because porn addiction and sex addiction aren't actually a real thing. But go ahead.
I'm more interested in how he pinballed into vice, or what some might call vice. And I'm not sure what
you were talking about beauty. You were talking about beauty, and he immediately goes to porn.
Okay.
Sorry, you got that baggage.
Can I? Well, yeah, I'm sorry I had that baggage too. Can I please continue a little so I can have some time to explain? What?
Explain what?
The thing is,
Seth's point here is that you haven't. Seth's point here was that you haven't done anything to offer a reason to believe, or even a reason why you believe.
I want to give you the reason I believe. Here's the reason.
Then do it.
Those momentary meanings. You said yes. You said you confirmed, or you kind of admitted that yes, we might have no meaning in the long run, or it might be all meaningless in the long run, but the moments have meaning. How does that logic flow? I want to say that because we have meaning in the long run, therefore our journey is justified. Who goes on a road trip knowing they can't make it? Who goes out to the grocery store if they don't know if it's going to close by then? They sit down at home. They don't even move from the. They are frozen.
My friend.
This is good.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to finish the thought, and then I'll step back. But you're speaking in terms of some sort of a preordained destination. And I think, the finite life can be a precious and wonderful life, where you're talking about going to the store, you're talking about taking a trip to a destination. When I say, well, I don't know what the destination is, there's no evidence that it is ongoing, that we think that there will be a stopping point. But every minute between me and that stopping point, a mandated finish, wherever and however it may come about, those moments can be experienced and enjoyed as we draw breath and feel the sun on this planet. A finite existence can be loaded with meaning, self-generated purpose, and beauty. And to take the leap between, well, if it's not eternal, then it is meaningless, that's an awfully long leap to get from there to the Christian God who you say you've been grasping at straws with. You see the problem, don't you?
Plus, you contradicted yourself, because you say that it's pointless and useless to go on a journey if you don't know that the destination is reachable. Isn't that what you said a minute ago?
I think I said that.
Isn't that what you said?
I would prefer actually.
If you said that, when I ask you a yes or no question, it's much easier if you just say yes or no, and then we can do the follow up. Because if your view is that it's useless to go on a journey if you don't know the destination is reachable, then you should absolutely stop believing in a God, because you have no idea if there's an afterlife you can reach. Your own reasoning just undermined everything you were trying to say.
But here's the thing. I am moving on hope. What are you moving on? What do you make your daily actions on besides just, I like this moment, I like that moment?
What's wrong with that?
That is the difference. That is why
I don't care what the difference is. The difference is, Euro, I give a shit about whether or not something's true rather than whether or not it feels good or feels important to me. If I'm living my life, enjoying life, and interrupt me again, I dare you. If I'm going through life, enjoying life, why isn't that enough?
What? Here's why it's not enough. Because the goals that you set, like let's say you want to get your family together for dinner. That is a goal. You set that goal, and then there's a goal for the goals you set. You just might not see it. There is a purpose for the purposes you set, the meanings you set. There's a meaning to the meanings you set. It is
there's no meaning in any.
Not a regret.
There's no meaning in any of the dribble that you're spewing right now. I specifically asked, why is it not enough to enjoy life? And you said the goal that you set, there's a goal for the goals, and you might not see it. You are not even remotely thinking about or answering the question I asked, which is, why is it wrong to live your life based upon desires and learning and enjoyment? Why is that wrong?
Because you overlook the main reason why we have these desires, why we do these things, because you are looking at the gift and not the giver. And you call my words dribble. That is your fault.
Euro, no. Pause, Euro. You said that the reason it's not enough.
Sorry, I'm delayed.
I know. That's why I said it many times. Now stop talking. You said the reason that it's wrong to live based on a desire for enjoyment and knowledge and things like that is because I overlooked the main reason why we have those desires. First of all, why we have those desires is irrelevant to whether or not following or seeking those desires is true, but it is good or true. However, when you say it's because I overlooked the main reason, what is the main reason that we have these desires, and how do you know?
The main reason, which we can infer by looking at where our wants and goals point to, where the wants of our wants point to, is to be closer with God, is to love God.
That's a load of bullshit, Euro. That is an assertion. That is an assertion that you will need to justify, because you just said that all of us are wrong because we overlook the main reason, which is that we should be seeking God or should be doing what God wants. That's the very thing you're supposed to be demonstrating. You don't just get to assert that all the rest of us are doing it wrong because we're not seeking God. You have to show that we're wrong. Can you do that?
How can I demonstrate to you that you're wrong in liking?
Not my problem. Not my problem, Euro. You are the one that is advocating. All right, I'm going to mute you now because you won't shut up when you need to. You are the one asserting that we're wrong and that we should be seeking God. When I ask you how you can demonstrate that, you begin to immediately whine, how could I do that? Well, that's not my fucking problem. I'm not the one sitting here advocating for things that I can't demonstrate. Why are you?
And if I can jump in quickly, Matt, I think near the beginning of the conversation, and you can correct me if you want, Euro, that you said God would not make himself demonstrable, right? God would not give us conclusive proof for his existence. I think I heard you say something along those lines. Did you say that?
You would not want to be tested. He does not want to be tested. The God of the Bible, at least. How do I know?
Yeah.
Well, you can say by his kind of absence towards people who want to test him. You can.
Oh, so you're saying that God's absence is confirmation of God?
No, it's not. It's not. No, it isn't. No, it is not.
So the less provable he has been, the more proven he is. You hear the problem.
I'm saying he is very untestable, and he is very hard to prove.
A divine father, then, a divine father made earthly fathers in his image in many ways, and we are called throughout the scriptures God's children. What kind of loving, benevolent, protective, responsible deity, father figure would say, I refuse to properly demonstrate and prove myself, my love, my commandments to a child? Why would that deity, why would that father be purposefully vague? Parents say to their kids all the time, hey, here's the boundary. Here's what to do. Here's not what to do. Here's how I'm going to keep you safe. And then they demonstrate themselves, who they are, what they think, their values, and their love on a moment-by-moment basis. Your argument is that God, the God of the Bible, who loves us even more than any human parent, loves us more by making himself vague and remaining silent in the avalanche of our questions. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And can I expand more on that point of the child and the father and the parent?
I'm wildly curious. Yes, please do.
Yes. All right. So I just blanked out on what I was going to say. So on the child and parent part, why would a parent refuse to help their child when, let's say, someone is about to get in a car crash, the sons of God? Why would they do that? Because after a certain amount of time of helping them, the children will start getting themselves into these situations on purpose, just so the God can help, just so the God can be in their favor, just so they would start jumping off cliffs just so God can pick them back up. That's why. That's why you don't tempt a God, because then you'll start to be tempted to tempt a God.
Would you then, knowing that your child was about to be in a horrific car accident, even if your child had been wildly disobedient and problematic and whatever, but you had the power to prevent the collision which might cost them a limb, which might paralyze them or kill them outright, you ever, as an act of love, would you just sit back and do nothing to prevent what was about to happen?
Yes. You know why? Because the child, if they were to lose a limb and if they were to come out with their life, no matter how little their life is, it is still a gift to be able. Let's say you're not able to walk or to talk. Let's say you're a paraplegic all of a sudden because you died in a car crash trying to test the Lord. All of a sudden, you learn that the Lord is not to be tested, and you just
okay.
Even the tiny bit of life.
If I may, one final thought. I have one final thought, and I suspect that this is the kind of tragic thinking that comes about when you deny yourself porn and tacos. I just want that on the record.
So one of the problems here is that you said that God is untestable, and my position is that if something is untestable, one cannot have a reasonable conclusion about that untestable position. How do you solve for that problem?
This is what I was talking about of the sinking ship. We know we are going to die. We are guaranteed that we are going to die.
As far as I know, I'm going to die. I'm sorry, but when I ask a question, I want that question answered, not a rehashing of something else.
This is expanding on that so I can touch your question.
No,
so I can,
you don't need to expand on any. You don't need to expand. You need to listen and learn. If a position is untestable, and you are claiming this position is untestable, can anyone reach a reasonable conclusion about that position if it's untestable? Yes or no?
Yes. In a Pascal Wagerly type fashion, yes.
No. I need you to now demonstrate how someone can reach a reasonable conclusion about an untestable proposition. Begin.
In a Pascal type wager, we are in a sinking ship. We are going to die. We have no choice but to jump on another ship.
I'm sorry, Euro, but you can assert this. You can assert this bullshit about Pascal's wager all you want. It was literally the first video that I put up on the Atheist Debates Patreon project. Pascal's wager is an absolutely garbage argument, and it in no way demonstrates the truth. Pascal's wager at its best says this is what you should practically do if A, B, and C, and D, but it doesn't tell you anything at all about what's actually true. As a matter of fact, Blaise Pascal recognized that belief is not subject to the will and said that if you cannot be convinced, you should act as if you're convinced, which is, I think, exactly what you're doing. I'm talking about epistemology,
yes,
and I need you to. I'm talking about epistemology, and I need you to demonstrate how a claim that you say is untestable can be, how anyone can reach a reasonable conclusion about the accuracy of that claim if it's untestable. Go.
It is. We cannot test it. We cannot expand our.
I know we can't test it. So if you can't test, why are you restating? I don't need you to restate the fucking problem. I need you to think about the problem and maybe go away and come back when you figure out how to test the untestable.
Are you going to kick me out now?
Do you have a way to test the untestable? Do you have a way to detect the undetectable?
No, because you just stated a, what is a paradox?
I didn't state a paradox. What I said is that your position, stop interrupting me. You said God is untestable.
You stop interrupting me. You are over.
Here you go. Now you're muted. Guess who doesn't get to interrupt anybody anymore? Oh, now you're going to hang up and run away because you're a little coward. We knew that because you called yesterday with this bullshit. The thing here is, I get your frustration. I'm sorry that you had to run away. But when you ask questions like this, when somebody says, hey, I believe in something that is untestable, my question then becomes, what is your justification for believing something that is untestable? If you say, hey, it's completely untestable as to whether or not there's a rock shaped like my head on Mars, but I believe it's there, and I'm going to live my life as if it's there. That is patently absurd to me. You are in the position where you are advocating, as a matter of pragmatism, belief in something that has never been demonstrated to be possible or probable, belief in something that you say is untestable, and you are bending over backwards to find every way for this God to continue to keep hiding itself. Oh, well, God doesn't want to be tested. How do you know that? How do you know anything about any characteristic of any God? Oh, well, the Bible says. Yeah, how do you know the Bible is talking about any God that's real? Oh, well, I'm just saying this is consistent with the character of the God of the Bible. Cool. Call in sometime and talk about the characteristics of the gods in Hindu scriptures and the God in the Quran. None of it gets us anywhere closer to truth. You are just spewing forth what your opinions are. And when we push back to say, how do you justify your opinions? You just say, we're on a sinking ship. We know we're going to die. We got to desperately flail around, and we might as well accept this God. What if the real God gets pissed because you picked a God based on a stupid, untestable, unfalsifiable view? It's kind of frustrating.
Pascal's always interested me because the people I've talked to who've used it, at least in the colloquial sense, have been like, well, at least if you believe, which is inaccurate because you can't force belief, but if you act as if you fake belief, meaning that you're putting one over on God. If I believe and I die and I was wrong, I've lost nothing. And I always thought to myself, that makes no sense to me. You've spent decades and decades of your life, time, energy, resources, money, all of this stuff in service to a myth. How could you not have wasted so much precious time and energy and resources? So I just think the whole premise, I understand why. I don't think you do a lot of work. You don't take a lot of Pascal's wagers calls these days for that reason, probably. I know it's old news for most, but I still find it interesting. I'd rather believe and be wrong. Well, you can't force yourself to believe. The Bible commands belief, which makes no sense, right? Yep. If you confess with your mouth that Jesus, how's it go? If you confess in your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart God raised him from the dead, you're commanded Well, I can't believe the earth is, I can't force myself to believe that, there's a flat earth. I can't force myself to believe I can fly. I can't force myself to believe I'll live 300 years. I mean, those types of things, belief is just organic. So essentially, you're trying to fake God out. And I just find it an interesting way to approach. His invocation of Pascal was so random, too, because he was talking about something totally unrelated.
Yeah.
Bizarre. Anyway.
Wait. I did a video on Pascal's wager because, first of all, Pascal's wager is only a comparison of a very particular view of Christianity compared with and contrasted with a very particular view on atheism. Or at best, Christianity versus everything else that's not that version of Christianity. And you have no reason to think that there's a God. You have no reason to think there's an afterlife. You have no reason to think there's a good afterlife or an evil afterlife. You have no reason to think that you have access to whatever criteria would determine whether or not you're going to get the good afterlife or the bad afterlife. And in addition, there are versions of Christianity practiced by people like Billy Graham that are annihilation theory, where those of us who are atheists, we just cease to exist. We don't spend eternity in hell. We just cease to exist. And, you'll find out when you're dead. But if Billy Graham's right, I won't find out when I'm dead because I'll just cease to exist. There is no bad afterlife waiting for me under his model. And if I find myself in a bad afterlife, the question then becomes, what could I have known? What should I have known? And what could I have done or should I have done to avoid that bad afterlife? And if we don't have a way to investigate this and try to figure out, hey, here's the afterlife that we should be avoiding, then do we just seek the greatest heaven or avoid the worst hell? And how do you determine what they are and what the criteria are? It is gross. This is contrasted, by the way, with this God of Eros that's hiding, this God that is not providing evidence that he exists or telling us anything at all about why we should be following this particular journey. All of these things that Eros supposes, that there is a God, that God won't be tested, that God has given us some direction, and that's the reason that we have certain desires. All of those things are completely unfounded assumptions. And so Euro is doing the prime example of another topic I raised once, which is called compound assumptions, or compound inferences, I think is what I called it, because then it was closer to interest. But if you infer that there's a God, and you infer that there's a heaven and a hell, and you infer that there's criteria, and you infer that you don't have access to it, and you stack all these up, and you have a whole bunch of inferences that together help you reach a conclusion about how you should live your life in accordance with all of these inferences. If any one of them is wrong, it all falls apart. And since none of them are on any kind of good foundation at all, you can't have a reason to believe it. And so you might as well just be writing fan fiction for what you'd like life to be like.
I do enjoy the party game questions about reincarnation. Was it Hitch? He wasn't talking about reincarnation, but before he died, they were like, "What if there is an afterlife?" And he said, "Well, I rather like surprises." So if there's something out there, but we've often said, "Well, if you were to come back, what would you want to be?" And outside of one of my own dogs, because they're spoiled rotten, and maybe Bruce Campbell, I'm not sure exactly what the answer to that question would be. But the truth is if I die on this planet and something else happens afterwards, I'd be just as curious as anybody else. Whatever. If that happens, call me. We'll talk. If I can let you know, we'll talk. But so far, there's been zero. So.
Caller number one here is Alexander, who's a theist from Texas, pronouns are he, him, who says the evidence for the supernatural is overwhelming. Alexander?
Okay.
Hello?
Welcome, I guess.
Hello.
My take on this is a little different in that there are plenty of claims that people make where they say something unusual has happened and I think it's supernatural. How do you tell the difference between something that is in fact supernatural in origin and something that is not supernatural in origin, but it was perceived that way?
Well, I guess some of the clear, no doubt things that you would see would be that you wouldn't have a shadow of a doubt in believing it would be where people would be levitating, crawling up the wall like a spider, which many of these Catholic exorcists have again and again have
where's
mentioned.
So first of all, in like, for example, a Catholic exorcism, I'm not aware that I've seen evidence of actual levitating, but even if all of us witnessed what appeared to be a levitation, how would we confirm that the cause of that is supernatural at all?
Well, you would have to imply all materialistic procedurements to test that out, right? Anything.
Well, what I'm saying
everything.
is, as far as I can tell, in the history of the world, there's not been a single confirmed, there's been no demonstration that anything supernatural is possible as a cause for an observed phenomenon or has been confirmed as a cause. And so if you witnessed levitation, what would be the test that you do to show that it's supernatural in origin?
Well, I think I answered that in my statement before that.
So when I clarify that you didn't, in fact, give a satisfactory answer, and I give you another opportunity to answer it, you're just not going to try? You're just going to say you already answered that?
Okay, well, you justify by testing, right? If it's either supernatural or not.
Okay.
Where
Alexander, the problem is, I'm asking, how do you test whether it's supernatural or not?
You test by, okay. So in other words, right, you're like, how do you know if it's supernatural, or how can you know if it's supernatural, right?
So I'm a
magician.
I'm a magician. Mm-hmm. I can do some things that some people would look at and say, oh, that's supernatural. They're not, but some people might think that. Similarly, let's say we had an observed phenomenon, like you and I stood in that room and we watched somebody levitate. My answer looking at it would be, I don't know what caused that. And if you're saying that is supernatural in origin, I want to know what test you did or could do to confirm that it was supernatural in origin.
Well, I think that's a contradiction, because isn't it possible to do tests on the supernatural, since the supernatural is away from the material to do tests on?
So you just
you're
asserted
the one making the claim. Sorry,
you just asserted. You just asserted that my question is contradictory, which is absolutely absurd.
No. I understand that. I understand.
No, stop interrupting me while I'm stop interrupting me. This is not going to go well for you, Alexander, if you keep interrupting me. You just asserted that I contradicted myself or stated something that was contradictory. And then you went on to say that the supernatural can't be tested, which means that you're the one in a contradictory position, because you're suggesting that you would determine that something is caused by the supernatural by testing. Mm-hmm. And then you just asserted that you can't test for the supernatural. So which is it?
Okay. Well, I think we can both agree on, right, that on, like you said, as an analogy, right, the magicians, right, how can you test the magician, if a magician did a real thing or not? I think that we can test on the magician's part. We can actually test, right, if it's real or not. But if you can imply a test, like the magicians, on a supernatural thing that you cannot have an answer for, but it's still happening.
No. So first of all, you don't get to call it a supernatural thing. That's the thing you're trying to prove. So there's some event, and it either had a supernatural explanation or cause, or it did not. You don't get to call it a supernatural event until you confirm the cause. What is the test that you do on the levitating person to show that it's supernatural in origin?
I'm going to be honest here, Matt. You can't do no test.
Okay. So by your own admission, there cannot possibly be confirmed evidence of the supernatural. Thank you for calling.
Okay, but hang on.
Why Alexander, I'll hang on. But first I'd like you to answer, why should I hang on? Because you called in to say the evidence for the supernatural is overwhelming. And now you're saying you can't test for the supernatural. which means not only is the evidence not overwhelming, it's non-existent. So why should I continue to discuss this with you?
Okay. And I really, really respectfully would like to ask you this, right? If in fact you would like to add, if you would like for me to provide I don't know about like what kind of test, like empirical test. Give me, what do you mean?
I asked you, and you just told me that it can't be tested. So why would I then give you criteria to test what you just told me can't be tested? Meanwhile, the question I asked was, why should I continue to discuss this with you when your case has just been defeated?
Okay, well, I believe that a very, very piece.
What you believe is irrelevant. I'd like you to answer my question. Why should I continue to discuss this with you when the case you made has just been defeated?
How has it been defeated?
You asserted.
You just said that there is no way to test it. There is no way. You defeated your own argument, sir.
Yeah.
There is a way that you can test it, but not on the test of materialism.
You just said that there wasn't a way to test it, and now you're saying there is. Why on earth should I continue a conversation with someone who repeatedly contradicts themselves?
You can let me just rewrap, let me reframe, let me actually give you a test that I think it's reasonable to include to verify if it's supernatural or not, okay?
Give me a test.
If I can put every single test that I can make, right, in a materialistic way around the case of scenario of that would happen, and if the person still levitates and crawls up the wall and speaks in Latin where they have no previous historical knowledge of perfect Latin or ancient Koine Greek, and speaks names thereof that has no relative information between people and references and whatever, and they're still able to do that, I believe that is a very strong indication that is a supernatural, because you have person information.
What would that test be? You're saying that there's overwhelming evidence. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Right.
All you did was just say, if you can do every test for a material cause and they fail to show a material cause for someone levitating, walking up the wall, speaking Latin, and saying names that I don't think they could have known, then if the tests that you do fail, it's reasonable to conclude that it's supernatural. No, sir, that's a fallacy. You are wrong.
Okay. Could I respectfully ask you, right, in a free thinking and in a discussion, right, sense, could you provide a sort of advice or not advice, example for me to say, like, what would you expect, or what would you include? What would
No, Alexander, here's the problem. This is what I'm trying. Stop fucking talking. Stop talking and listen. Stop fucking talking and listen, and you'll learn.
Matt Dillahunty versus Jay Dyer, transcendental argument absolutely gets blown out of the water.
Okay, I'm going to mute you disgusting little prick, and then I'm going to school you and make you my bitch. Okay? So listen up, Alexander, my cute little bitch. Here's the problem with assertions about the supernatural. By your own admission and acknowledgement, the one thing that you got right is that we don't know of any way to test that something is supernatural in origin. As Arthur C. Clarke pointed out, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Basically, there reaches a point where our knowledge level is not sufficient to say X is supernatural. The fallacy that you tried to use of saying, oh, if we observed something and we tested it and we could not come up with a material definition or a material explanation, then it would be reasonable for us to conclude that the explanation is supernatural. That is a fallacy. You do not get to conclude that something is supernatural just because you have failed to come up with a natural explanation, because you don't know everything about natural explanations and potential natural explanations. So when you want me to try to give you an example of what would prove it to me, you are shifting the burden of proof, and you are misunderstanding the entirety of how to make a case for something. I don't know how you would prove the supernatural. I'm not convinced that it's possible to prove the supernatural, but that's not my problem, and it's not a problem with my epistemology. It's a problem for you, because you think there is something supernatural. You think you can reasonably conclude there's something natural. And yet when presented with multiple opportunities to actually do that, you absolutely failed, admitted you couldn't, then tried to backpedal to suggest that maybe you can, then tried to pretend that it was somehow my problem for not giving you the test criteria for the bullshit you're spewing. Instead, Alexander, it would be better for you to say, I witnessed someone levitating, climbing up a wall, speaking in Latin that I don't think they knew before, and mentioning names that I don't think I knew before. And I don't know how that happened. I would at least agree with you. I don't know how it happened either. But you know what's even worse than that? I don't know that it did happen. I've seen no example and no evidence that confirms someone levitating, walking up a wall. Yet I've seen videos. I've seen the Exorcist movie. I've seen fraudulent things. I've seen things that we can't confirm even happened. And you seem to take testimonial accounts of someone witnessing an exorcism and reporting on it. And you not only assume that they are accurately reporting what they saw, but that they are accurately reporting the cause for what they saw. I don't accept either. And that's not a problem with my position. It's a problem with yours. If you want to say that something happened, you have to be able to demonstrate it. And if you can't come up with it, and you sit here and contradict yourself repeatedly, then maybe what you should do is reach out to God and ask God what you should say next. Because right now you are an embarrassingly bad representative of God and of epistemology on confirming the supernatural. Would you like to try and actually have a reasonable discussion? Or you just want to show that you are another Jay Dyer stooge to come in and pretend that there's some evidence that supports the supernatural and then have to acknowledge that there's not? Which is it?
All right. Well, first of all, let me just come in straight and let me prove to you how God is on my side, because I have no experience to debates and whatever. But I do believe that I just caught on you making a absolute fallacy on the sense that you said, how about you try to call your God for trying not to make yourself embarrassment? I believe that has been on every single person, right, that has a absolute good argument, solid argument, and people would still be like, oh, why didn't you call on your God and, not make yourself an embarrassment? So thank you for just self-refuting yourself on your channel, Matt. Anyway.
I didn't refute myself at all, Alexander, but I'm going to put you on mute so that I can address this again. You just accused me of making a fallacy. Please identify what I said that was fallacious and what fallacy it is. If you can identify what I said that was fallacious and what the fallacy is, I'll give you $100 right now.
All right. Well, I better expect those $100 because if you make a statement and you make a statement.
What's the statement? What was the statement and what was the fallacy? That's it. That's the only thing before you. The only sentences that need to come out of your mouth is what statement did I make and what was the fallacy? And if you can do that, you get $100.
Okay. You said, I'd advise for you to call on your God so that you cannot make yourself a fool, so that you can know what to say, for him to tell you what to say, so that you won't make yourself a fool. Okay?
Yes. What's the fallacy?
The fallacy is that you just made a truth claim about something that has literally been said or by Christians, right, that have an absolute good argument, right, on the good line, and people will still say it's a bad argument. And the same
I'm sorry,
thing that you have said
what's the fallacy? Because first of all, what I did say wasn't an argument, which means it can't be fallacious. The second thing is that what you're asserting is that I made a truth claim, which isn't true, and you have not identified the fallacy. You are in over your head, bitch. You are not ready for this. The point that I was making is that if in fact your God exists and wants you to interact with me, then that God should tell you, could tell you, not necessarily should, but could tell you exactly what you need to say so that you are not contradicting yourself repeatedly. Sorry, what?
Right. And I'm sorry, and Alex, you should not be asking Matt that. The point is that if you have all of this evidence for the supernatural existing, you wouldn't have to ask Matt these questions.
Yeah. Fallacies apply to arguments, not my suggestion that you should ask God. But the problem is that in no way was I making an argument that said, you need to ask your God this, or blah, 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 therefore, blah, blah, blah. There wasn't an argument made, which means there isn't a fallacy made. But also, you just came back with the assertion that Christians presented good arguments and could be dismissed that way. Well, yes, that could be the case. But here's what can't happen. And so I'll ask you a couple simple questions. Does the God you believe in know everything that's ever happened and ever will happen?
Yes.
Okay. Does the God you believe in want me to believe in him?
Yes.
Does the God that you believe in want you to try to convince me that he exists?
Yes.
Does the God that you believe in communicate with you in a way that you can understand?
Yes.
Did you ask God what you should say before you called in?
No.
Why not?
I believe you're making questions that are...
Alexander,
okay, first of all,
why didn't you ask God what you should say before you called in?
Because it was out of my own will and my own rational thinking of desire to call you about.
But you think God wants you to convince me that he's real. So why wouldn't you ask? Why don't you go ask God what you should say next time, and then we can even schedule it. Like, you could apply to be on End Boss, and you could go off and pray and ask God what you should say. And does your God know exactly what would change my mind?
Matt, can you promise not to?
Does your God know exactly what would change my mind?
Yes, but he has a will not to tell me. I mean,
no, Alexander, you don't get to make shit up. I'm asking very simple questions. So your God knows exactly what would change my mind. You believe your God knows exactly what would change my mind. You believe your God wants you to change my mind. And instead of asking God what you should say to change my mind, you just decide to go it on your own, despite the fact that you are completely unequipped for this conversation. That seems not very bright. So why don't you go ask God what you should say?
I don't think it's right for you to...
I'm sorry, but I was still talking, so I'm going to mute you again. I'm going to let you go here in a minute. And you should go ask your God what you should say next time. And then you can call me back and say, God told me to say this. And then we'll be able to find out whether or not your God was right about what would change my mind, right?
Matt, Jesus incarnate could not even...
That was a question. That was a question, right?
Yes, but it's more of the heart issue, Matt.
It's no, sir. I'm sorry, but Alexander, you might just be a little too dumb for this. But if your God knows exactly what would change my mind, and you ask God, what should you say? Then the heart thing is irrelevant, because your God will tell you exactly what you should say to change my mind, right?
You mean how Jay Dyer was more bright than you, that you couldn't understand?
Oh, you know what? Why don't you go cup to Jay just a little bit more, since you've demonstrated that you can't. Then you can't have it. You can't have an argument. You don't understand fallacies. You don't know what you're doing, and you are now dishonest because you think you know better about how to interact with me than your God does. I'm an ignorant fool. Really? I'm an ignorant fool?
Yeah, you said that. You said that on his video. He absolutely destroyed you.
Cool.
What?
And what does that make you? What does that make you, Alexander? What does it make you when I've given you every opportunity to even go take time off and ask your God a question? The truth is, you're a liar. You know that you're God. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you, and I'm never going to unmute you. You're just going to sit there and listen to me until I hang up on you and go to another caller, because you're a liar, Alexander.
if in fact you believed that there was a God who could and would tell you exactly what you should say to change my mind, you would ask that God. Otherwise, you are putting yourself ahead of God. You are putting your own will and your desire ahead of God, which is what you did when you called in today and made an embarrassing representation. You are one of the worst representatives of the God that you believe in that I've ever interacted with, because given multiple opportunities to make a case, all you did was repeatedly contradict yourself and show that you like to suck up to Jay Dyer. Well, congratulations. You guys can blow each other all you want. I'm still sitting here saying there is no evidence for the supernatural, and you agreed. I'm saying I'm not aware of any test that could demonstrate that the supernatural exists, and you agreed. What's more is you went a step further and said there cannot be a test for the supernatural, and then you tried to contradict yourself later. You are in way over your head, and I bid you good evening. Tell Jay, if you can talk around his cock, I said hi. I'm optimistic about our first caller, who's Christian is his name. Christian's calling from Georgia with reasons to believe in God. Hey, Christian, how are you?
I'm doing quite well. Can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Yeah, I mostly just wanted to, it's kind of a lazy Sunday for me too, admittedly, but I wanted to kind of just get your opinions. I know that you have said in the past many times that you're not convinced of God, and that's understandable, but I'm curious, at least from your experience, what have you heard from other people, who try to, because you speak to a lot of very smart theists and such, what arguments maybe did they give that while you were maybe not convinced by, you thought at least were hey, this is actually very compelling, or it's understandable why someone would believe this, rationally, you know what I mean?
Well, none really, because obviously I'd changed my mind. I don't know if you're standing outside in the wind or whatever, but
I had my band on, sorry.
Things like, essentially first cause arguments, I understand why people understand them, but I also understand why they shouldn't. And so I there's a number of different versions of different arguments that people have given where it's I can see why that would be compelling, but I can't help but spot this obvious flaw. And so if I've constantly been in a position where there's been no valid and sound argument that I accept, then by definition, there is no argument that is reasonable that warrants belief, at least as far as what I've been presented. But some are certainly better than others in the sense that the notion that why is there something rather than nothing? And the obvious answer of, well, there couldn't be a nothing, because as soon as it is something. So in some form or another, the notion of there being a nothing is already just, it's as paradoxical as a liar's paradox, from an epistemological standpoint. And so when I hear people talk about, oh, well, something must have made it. Okay. There needs to be some explanation for why there exists the current state of the universe, but there may be things that are beyond our ability to investigate. And so how did you determine that the best explanation for the origin of the universe is a thinking being, agent God who cares about this and has inspired those things?
Sure. That's interesting. To say in the extent of your career, zero. That's actually, I didn't expect that. That's actually pretty interesting. I know you're with another speaker or co-host, but I'm curious to hear what they would have to say. Can you?
Yeah.
I think Owen. What do you think?
I think that the most convincing to me throughout my history as a Christian and then, questioning and then an atheist, most convincing has been probably the first cause. And the reason that was so convincing is only because I live in this culture where Christianity is assumed, and I grew up kind of just understanding facts of the world around me as being based around a God. So when you exist in that environment your entire life, it only makes sense that, that something was there and something created you. Now, eventually you learn about evolution and you learn that there's like literally no reason to accept any of this. And I got to the point where I realized that it's no different than claiming that like a pink dragon exists and that the pink dragon created us or whatever. That my whole reason for believing all of this stuff was solely because of the culture that I grew up in. There is no other reason for it. And when I got to that point, I just realized that, I could throw it all out. So I guess that one is probably the one that like kept me in for as long as I was. But once I kind of disconnected myself from the culture, realized that all my experiences were based on the culture I lived in, it kind of fell apart.
And you would also, I guess, would you second Matt's sentiment in saying that as you see it now, like there is like zero, like no reason to believe in God? Like, would you say that today? Like, I guess, in your understanding of like the world and how arguments usually run and stuff like that. Like, would you go so far as to say there are zero arguments that are like compelling, at least?
I don't know about Matt, but I would say no. There are none. Certainly none that I've seen. I am open to listening. I'm opening to finding these arguments, but there simply aren't any. And when you reframe the issue into a completely different scenario, try to create an analogy where you're separated from your cultural understandings, you start to realize how absolutely absurd it is to make the claims that are being made. And that I suppose that it's, there are some things that could prove that there's a God, but they're so far-fetched. It's like finding a rabbit in the Precambrian era of the fossil record, for example. Like, it's just not going to happen. If it does, we can reevaluate when we get there. But I'm literally betting my life that this isn't factual, that this isn't going to happen. So I would say no, there aren't any good reasons to believe this. Do you have anything to say about it, Matt?
No, I'm with you. I'm if you called in to talk about, reasons to believe in God, if you're a God believer, what reason have we missed? What non-fallacious argument supported by evidence is out there that we're missing?
Well, I was going to ask another question, but do you want me to do that, or do you want me to, I guess, go down this line for you?
Well, we've answered the last couple of questions. I mean, what was your next question?
Yeah, my next question was just like, kind of conversely, like, would you say that there's evidence for atheism and like stuff that's compelling to you in that like realm?
That's a fundamental misunderstanding. There is no atheism is not an affirmative position that can be or would be supported by evidence. If you have an unfalsifiable God, your atheism with respect to that cannot be demonstrated in the affirmative position. Theism is accepting the proposition some God exists. Atheism is rejecting the proposition some God exists, but that means you do not believe it. That doesn't mean you're asserting that it is false. It's not up to atheism to prove there isn't a God. It's up to the various God claims to prove it. And until they have, no belief is warranted.
And another thing on that point, a lot of the time, Christian, like young earth creationists, try to kind of warp the situation around and make atheists defend evolution, when it doesn't matter if evolution is factual or accurate or anything. It doesn't address Christianity. Yeah, I know. I start using that. It doesn't address whether Christianity is accurate. So I tend not to get caught up in that. I'm just saying, as an atheist, I'm asking, is there a reason to believe it? And thus far, nobody has given any reason that I can find that's reasonable at all.
Okay. A comment I would, and I'll answer your question, but a comment that I would make to Matt's point is, it is an interesting way of thinking about it. In the literature, you have people like Paul Draper or, Graham Mackey, they try to prove that there is no God, right? Would you say that they're in the wrong for doing that? Or
there's no problem at all with attempting to falsify falsifiable gods, but if they're trying to falsify unfalsifiable gods, then they are engaged in a fruitless effort.
I
mean, if you,
that's not how logic works.
I don't get how it's interesting. If you've claimed to falsify which is unfalsifiable, go ahead.
No, I think I'm on a delay, but I was just saying. The reason why I say it's interesting is because, as far as I'm aware, in terms of the literature, I'm not a whiz or anything, but atheists in the literature normally define themselves as claiming that there is no God, actually, and they try to justify that. So
Never heard that.
Thinking when I ask you that question, that's okay. But I say it to say, just to finish my thought, I say to say that atheists like Paul Draper and so on and so forth, they may do logical problem of evil or something like that, because they're trying to justify a claim that they believe is real, namely that there are no gods. So when I asked, is there evidence for atheism, I was thinking, have you been compelled by any of those types of arguments where atheists in the literature are actually trying to justify their claims?
Theism, right? You're asking about the anti-theism position. Can you defend it? And personally, I don't try to defend the anti-theism position because I haven't seen any compelling reason to accept that logically. But I know that some people do defend the anti-theist position. Do you defend it, Matt, or do you have a defense for it?
I can and have. It's unnecessary. It's a shifting of the burden of proof. Why would you ever do it? Until there's such, as long as the case of here's the reason to believe in a God is unwarranted, I don't need to run around and try to prove there's not a Bigfoot or not a Loch Ness monster, that there's not fairies, that there's not goblins, that there's not a supernatural realm. If in fact what they're advocating is untestable and unfalsifiable, it's a futile exercise to even try to falsify it. And if they have a falsifiable God and you can knock it down, cool. Haven't we done that over and over again? I don't see that the positive defense of a strong atheist position is never going to knock down an unfalsifiable God. It can only knock down a falsifiable God. And I don't know that anybody's presented a falsifiable, testable God. And so once again, we're back to what reason have we missed to believe that a God exists?
What reason do we have? Just making sure that I understand your point. What reason do we have to believe?
I'm asking you what reason. What reason do you? Asking you what reason do you think that we have missed that warrants believing in a God?
That's kind of tough because I don't know how much you have been exposed to.
Well, let's
just assume I wanted to ask,
since I'm 55, I walked down the aisle at the age of 5 and accepted Christ into my heart, was active in the church till I was 30, and that I'm one of the foremost debaters on the planet who've done thousands of shows and taken thousands of calls and sat down with the top apologists and debaters on the planet, as well as just the average Joe, that I've been exposed to quite a bit. So without messing around about you don't know what's in my head, true, I'm asking you to speculate about what it is, what convinces you that there's a God that should also convince us. That's a better way to phrase it.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. That is a better clarification. Well, several things convince me. It's not just one thing, but one thing that I do tend to think about at times is ideas about like the nature of like consciousness and like how like what maybe the consequences of reducing that just like a material
I'm sorry,
state of affairs would be.
One of the things is that I'm not looking for ideas about thoughts about like nature of like consciousness. I'm looking for arguments supported by evidence that compel the acceptance that a God exists.
Do you want me to like make a syllogism or something, or like I thought I was just going to explain like where I'm coming from. So
I'm looking for
like, do you want a deductive argument or something?
I'm looking for reasons to believe in a God. When I ask someone, what reason do you have for believing in God? And then you say, well, there are many of them. One of the things is that I like to think about ideas like nature of none of that is an argument. None of that is evidence. None of it is in any way compelling belief.
It sounds to me like
so, yeah, I get what you mean. I can posit something that I was thinking of, and it is an argument. It's not just I'm thinking about this. But I've been getting into like Dr. Luke Barnes's like fine-tuning, like Bayesian fine-tuning argument.
Okay.
Have you heard of that?
Yeah. Fine-tuning, yep.
Okay.
Is there a unique version of
it's a nice. Well, I appreciate it in the fact that it's a Bayesian argument, so it's not like it's not so much trying to prove something like in the deductive sense, but how I remember it is.
Problem though, there's a Christian. It won't matter.
Sure.
You can't do Bayesian analysis on a universe when you've got one universe.
Yeah, you can. Why not?
Because you don't have any priors. You don't have anything to compare it to. You can't talk about the likelihood of this universe unless you have other universes as other data points. Bayesian analysis doesn't work for things with a single instance occurrence. Bayesian analysis is great for determining which medications are working at which rate, because you're going to have multiple data points and multiple priors, and a way to determine what a statistical likely probability is. But in a Bayesian analysis of the universe, we have exactly one. We have nothing to compare it to. We don't know how likely it is or isn't. And so you can't say, ooh, if we adjust these things here, because you can tweak those dials in any way, which is why I've debated Bayesians like Junta, who tried to make a Bayesian analysis for the existence of God. And yet I'm also friends with an anti-Christian who uses Bayesian analysis to show that Jesus Christ almost certainly didn't exist. When you have a proposition that is unique and not subject to revised trials and things like that, the notion of doing a Bayesian analysis it ultimately fails. You can't say, oh, this is more likely than that if there's no that.
Yeah, I would push back on that, because the point is that you're comparing theories. Like you can make Bayesian analyses about like history, for example, but we don't have like parallel universes to like see different permutations and how history could have played out.
You're comparing similar events, and similar events occur in different people's lives at various points in history. Similar things like that get repeated. The origin of the universe doesn't have similar events. So you don't need something that's absolutely identical. You don't need to be able to sit in the multiverse and explore all the different universes to do it. You can, in fact, engage in some theoretical stuff, but you do not know what you can put in there. But to say, oh, you can look at historical events. Yes, you can, if they're not unique.
I think that's kind of missing my point. What I was saying was like the point of Bayesian analysis is to compare different theories with the background knowledge and your priors. So it's like I
understand what it is.
I don't have access to another universe.
Many times.
If I may finish my thought, please.
But
I don't have another universe, but
you can't actually. I don't
need
you
really?
to repeat your thought. I don't need you to repeat the error that I've already corrected. What else have you got?
Yeah, I was saying that you were missing my point because you focus
I'm
more
not
on
missing your point. I'm
what I
pointing
was
out
saying.
what's wrong with you. Any attempt to do a Bayesian analysis on the origin of the universe fails. What else have you got?
Yeah, I would just reject that. I was going to explain
then
why.
I will just reject you. Now what do? We both rejected this. What else have you got means what else have you got?
I would like to talk about Luke Barnes' argument. I think it's actually pretty interesting.
Okay, well then have them book a debate and contact me because I've already rebutted this. What else have you got?
If you've rebutted it, could you point me in that direction? Because I actually would be interested.
I already just did it in this call, and I addressed it in debate reviews against Blake Junta, but I'm not here to do all your homework for you. What else have you got?
Is there something specific that you're asking for?
Oh my God, like, Christian.
When you say what else have you got?
What fucking reason do you have to believe other than the one you've fucking given? Why is this so fucking difficult?
God bless you. Yeah. I'm just confused at your question. That's all.
Okay, I'm going to mute you because evidently my questions are too confusing. I asked you what reasons you had for believing that a God, reasons that we should accept as well. You presented as one of many a Bayesian analysis, and I pointed out why that would not be acceptable to me. And I asked, what else have you got? So I'm asking you, Christian, what other reason do you have for believing in a God that you think we should accept? You don't need to poll me for a list of anything else that might get rebutted or shut down because I've already told you I found none of them compelling or convincing or useful. But when I ask what else have you got, if you don't have anything else, you should just say that. But if you're going to do this little tap dance of trying to quiz me, that's going to fail. So what else have you got? What other reason have you got that you think should convince us that a God exists?
Am I muted?
No.
Did I just ask you a fucking question? You don't have to ask if you're unmuted.
Well, I just don't know. I don't want to speak to the void. You know, you know what I mean? I don't want to like talk and you can't hear me. So it's like, I just want to make sure.
Okay.
You can't hear me though, apparently. Yes. Thank you. I'm going to try to work with what I've got because that is a very open-ended question, but it's tough, admittedly, because I think that Dr. Luke Barnes' argument is fine, and I was going to explain why I disagree with you.
Goodbye, Christian. Goodbye, Christian. It's clear that you have nothing else. Fuck you.
Have a wonderful day. God bless you.
Fuck you.
God bless you.
Your God can't do anything. Your God can't even give you a way to interact in any reasonable sense. Your God can't give you a second reason when your first fails. Fuck you. I don't need God blessing. Go fuck yourself. Bye. Go fuck yourself. There you go, Christian. Is that what you want? Have a blessed day. Thank you for showing how you put on those blinders fully so that you are incapable of actually engaging in any sort of deconstruction of what you actually believe. You cannot do. So Bayesian analysis requires a knowledge of priors and not just a single thing. You can use it in history because somebody becomes king or president multiple times and you can compare those things. Somebody gets sick or ill numbers of different times and you can compare those things. Not that they're identical, but because they're close, because they're similar. You have no similar comparisons of universes to compare to. So the best you can do is create hypothetical models, mathematical models of what you think a universe can be based on, what you think the likelihood of those universes are. The problem is that all of those are based on assumptions in this one that have never been borne out or demonstrated. So you don't actually have priors. So every Bayesian analysis argument of the origin of the universe breaks down to, I think this is really unlikely. I think this is really unlikely. And you are just tweaking the dials. And you can tweak those dials to where they conclude, no reason to think that there's a divine agent involved. And you can tweak those dials until, yep, this seems unlikely without the help of a divine agent. But even if it seems unlikely without the help of a without the guidance of a thinking agent, that doesn't in any way demonstrate that that is, in fact, the right answer. Not just that your current math suggests it's a higher probability than not, when you have no way of determining which of two possible explanations is more probable, and you don't even have a way of showing that both potential explanations are possible. Of course, if you got dealt a royal flush in spades, that's going to be, it's more probable that in any given occurrence of that it was intended by someone, if in fact you have good reason to believe there's someone capable of intending it and doing it. But if you took every straight flush hand that's ever been dealt and suggested they are all more probable under cheating than under not cheating, you're correct for the single occurrence. You are not correct for the trend. Because we know at what rate those things occur by chance. And so you can see when they are occurring at rates that violate chance. You can't do that sort of thing with the universe. You can't do that with God. And this is why I'm going to shut that stuff down. Because you can talk about how much you love Dr. Luke Barnes and I love his thing. Well, cool. Have him call in and defend it. Have him book a debate. I don't need to do debates by proxy, especially with models that cannot demonstrate what the people are trying to demonstrate from it. Have a blessed day. When you respond to me with your version of fuck off, that's what you get back. And to me, blessed day is exactly what that is.
Or bless your heart.
You're mute. Oh, there you go. I wasn't sure.
I was I'm here. I was going to say, I guess this is kind of like, I guess it's a little bit like the Drake equation where you have to plug in a bunch of variables. Do you think that's right? Or is there like is it similar Bayesian analysis of fine tuning? It seems to me that it's kind of like, what are the chances that we'd be in this position? You're trying to calculate that on statistical probability, but it breaks down for the same reason that the Drake equation can't give us insight into the reality of it, right?
A bit. I mean, the Drake equation isn't. Well, I would imagine there would be a version of a Bayesian analysis version of the Drake equation somewhere that somebody's done, and it's really the Drake equation. I think it's a great attempt at using kind of Bayesian analysis out there, and it's hey, we know, or we can guess and approximate how many planets are going to reach this point and this point and this point and this point. And combine all those things. But all it can tell you is roughly how likely it is that there's life out there beyond Earth, including intelligent life. And if, in fact, there may be intelligent life beyond Earth and there may not be intelligent life beyond Earth, both of those situations are possible. But all the Drake equation is trying to do is tell you how likely it is that, to lean one way or the other. And it suggests that the building blocks of life are rampant in the galaxy and that it would be incredibly unusual for there not to be some sort of intelligent life somewhere in the universe. But also, however likely it is in the universe, somebody also has to be the first. Maybe we're the first, maybe we're not. And so all you can say is my probabilistic analysis of the likelihood of life in the Earth shows that it should permeate the universe at this rate, given what we know. And that's kind of what the Drake equation is doing. The likelihood that we would find any other planet like that is still, vanishingly small.
So with the Drake equation, it sounds like we have way more variables to work with and much more solid ground when going into Bayesian analysis of fine tuning. We're starting with basically nothing for the most part. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in the sense that there's a lot of factors that we can know a lot about for something like the Drake equation, and yet there's still plenty of unknowns. For something like, what does it take to form a universe? It's the question itself may already be flawed. The universe may have always existed in some form or another, in much the same way that somebody wants to posit that a God always existed in some form or another, and it's just, hey, did time begin here? Is this just a local presentation? Is it a cyclical thing? Is it something generated by a multiverse? And so we can keep positing all these things without even knowing whether or not they're actually possible. Not philosophically possible in the sense that, well, you can't prove they're not, but empirically possible in the sense of this is something that could exist in reality.
And we would have to start from a universe level too, because there are like a billion examples of planets that have Earth-like conditions. So we're talking about like a universe-wide thing. We're not talking about like an Earth fine-tuning thing, right?
Yeah. And it's what's more interesting is that we know that because the way our universe is expanding, we know how it's going to die. And we know that there's going to come a time in the future where all of the information that we process from like the cosmic microwave background radiation and all of that tells us about the origin of the universe as best it can. It doesn't give us a complete story. But there's going to come a time in the future where people who are potentially alive don't have access to that information at all. Where when they look up at the night sky, no matter what technology they develop, they will no longer be able to get the information to reach the right answer. And what's worse is we say the right answer mainly because that's our current best answer. And without being able to go, we know we haven't expanded, past this little window to see into the history of the world. But we know we will. But we're also blocked prior to the Planck time from exploring it.
Right. So basically we have like no variables to work with just about to analyze the Bayesian analysis of fine tuning.
Yeah. And the other thing is, let's assume that the universe had the hallmark, like we were able to compare universes. Let's say we had 10 good universe models that we could compare. And we had hypothetical models that were created by an intelligence and hypothetical models that were not, that occurred through some naturalistic process. And let's say that we had the best case scenario, which is that after analyzing those, we can see markers that strongly indicate intelligent design. Even if you were to look at our universe and see markers that strongly indicated intelligent design compared to what we know about the others, that would also not confirm that our universe was in fact designed. And it wouldn't tell us anything at all about the designer or their origins or their motivations, why they did it, what they care about, whether or not they inspired a book, whether or not they took human form. All of these things that people glom onto it go way beyond the, and I'm not saying that the last caller was trying to do this, but they go way beyond the, hey, we need something to explain the state of affairs. They then go to, well, if it's reasonable, it's what I call compound inference instead of compound interest, where you make an inference and it ends up being kind of like a slippery slope type thing, but you make an inference and it's probably okay. And it's good. I mean, science works on inference and you add a couple more of those and you add a couple more on those. And when you find out that you've stacked up 23 inferences that are based on a couple sloppy ones in the early foundation, now all of a sudden your compounded inference is a tower that's getting ready to fall over. You've built your house on sand to go down the Bible route. Kyle is calling from, is it Michigan, pronounce or him? Or is it, no, Minnesota is man. So it's in Michigan.
That's Michigan.
Kyle thinks there's room for God in the universe because he's the creator of it. How do we know any of that, Kyle?
Well, I think our existence here is pretty evidence of God.
Okay, and we don't. So when I ask a question like, how can we know this? Just asserting what you think is definitely not a way that we can know it, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't think your opposing answer will give any facts to the evidence either.
I'm sorry, but you're the one making a claim
You have to substantiate it. I don't have to prove you wrong. I don't have to have, you may have a claim that's ultimately untestable and unfalsifiable. So I'm asking how we can know any of that's true. I gave you every opportunity to say, we can know there's a God because, and we can know that he's the creator of the universe because, and instead you just said you think it's self-evident, and we don't. So what method or mechanism can we use to show whether you're right about there being a God that's a creator, or whether you're wrong, or whether we can't reach that conclusion yet?
But I'm saying I think that creation itself is the evidence for the creator.
Kyle, it's like you didn't listen to a word I said. I'm aware that you think that there's evidence for the creator. I'm aware that you think the existence of the universe points to a creator. I'm asking, and we don't think that. So I'm asking, and I'm asking genuinely, how can we know that that's the case?
Okay, and I apologize if I'm not answering it, thoroughly here, but I am doing the best I can here. You're not answering
it at all. You're not answering it all. I've asked the question over and over again, and you keep telling me.
I am answering it in the way that.
I'm sorry. Why are you doing it? You're not answering it at all. You just keep telling me what you think. I'm asking you, how can we know whether or not there is a God that is the creator? If you say it's self-evident, that's not a way of knowing.
I said the creation also.
So you're just going to ignore my question, how do you know, and try and fucking nitpick over one word?
I mean, that's literally, the creation is evidence of the creator.
Oh my God,
you beg
Kyle.
The question.
Kyle, I don't think it's a creation. I don't think reality is a creation. It is a fallacy to beg the question. It's a fallacy to beg the question by calling it a creation. You have to demonstrate that it is a creation, not just call it one. Prove the universe is a creation.
Okay, so if you were to take male and female humans, you would have to have them exist to come into existence at the exact same time in order to have the reproduction.
No, you don't.
Oh, I guess I don't know. Is there an example?
No, you're completely wrong.
impregnating
Kyle, all right, I'm going to mute you, Kyle. I'm going to let Aaron explain this because you're completely wrong about that, and Forrest can explain it as well. Yeah. But my question was, prove that it's a creation. My question was how you prove that it's actually a creation, and you didn't go anywhere near that it's a creation. You went to sexual reproduction, which is billions of years beyond an origin of a universe and a product of billions of years. I'm trying to figure out how we know this is a creation. Kyle, are you suggesting that the existence of sex proves that we live in a created universe?
So I wasn't necessarily trying to just narrow in on sex itself. I'm just saying that
Okay, I'm going to mute you again because this is exhausting, Kyle. I'm a failure. I apologize. I apologize to you, Kyle. I apologize to Aaron. And I apologize to everybody who's watching. Despite asking what I think are incredibly simple questions, you keep asserting that it's a creation. I want to know how I can know it's a creation. You went to start talking about sex. And then when I asked you a very simple yes or no question, which was whether or not you're claiming that the existence of sex confirms that we live in a created universe, you avoided that question as well, a simple yes or no question. I don't know how else to do this, and so I'm going to let Aaron show me. So here we go.
All right. I will try. Kyle, let me see if I was understanding where you might have been going with this, that it's just impossible or it's just so implausible that a male and female of the same species would pop up at the same time so that way they can reproduce. Is that what you were going for?
Yes, and more specifically humans.
All right. And obviously the argument would be the same for any other species. So now here's the thing. No biologist that I know of with half a brain thinks that species just pop out as an individual. Instead, evolution is about changes in populations. There is never just one single individual that is that member of the species, and everyone before them was not that. So your idea of what is needed for the perpetuation of a species requires profound ignorance about the entirety of evolution, evolutionary history, evolutionary theory, biology generally.
Okay. Was that all? Can I chime in now?
Okay.
Then how come if with that statement that you just made, how come you're not seeing the possibility of that today?
Possibility of what?
Okay, so you're saying that if I understood you correctly, you were saying that if, creatures of somewhat of the same species, I guess, or not species, like if the two different species mate, they're going to kind of come up with something else. Is that what I was understanding?
No, I don't think you were even listening at all, honestly. For one thing, the whole point of species is they can't interbreed. I mean, that's kind of like one of the major points of definition of what makes a species, like one species separate from another, is their inability to produce fertile offspring. But more importantly, it's not individuals that evolve. It is populations that evolve. There is no one member of the population that is just suddenly one day, oh, I am different from everyone else and I am a completely different species. Oh, I really wish I had a girlfriend, or I wish I had a boyfriend. That does not happen. No biologist thinks that happens. That's not how population genetics works. That's not how anything works.
Okay, I must have went somewhere off with it. I guess I don't know what you're saying now. Can you go back to what you originally said? Maybe restart there, and maybe I can follow along again. I'm sorry. I definitely took it somewhere else.
My point is that your conception about like how species emerge is completely bereft of any knowledge of how the science actually is. And because it is so divergent from all scientific knowledge, you need to basically step back and start over. And you definitely can't use that as a premise for arguing that we live in a created world, because you literally don't know anything about this world, biologically speaking. And it is not good when the physicist has to come in and say your biology is bad.
I guess I don't understand. How are you getting from the Big Bang to here? You have like a lot of species that, it takes two, a male and a female, but you're saying previous, you didn't need that.
No, that's not what I said. And that's because you are continuing to go back to your previous conception of something that I keep pointing out is not just wrong. It is about as wrong as can be. It was never the case that there was ever like one male and one female of any species that was just popping out from nowhere. Always in evolution, it is populations of very similar creatures with maybe slight differences in some of their phenotypes. But here's the thing. I have relatively brown hair. Does that make me a different species of human because my hair is brown and other people are blonde? Probably not, right? That's the sort of divergence differences that you see in populations. And perhaps for some reason, one member or members of that population have a trait that makes them more likely to reproduce, and that trait then becomes more prominent, and over time, that trait ends up dominating, and lo and behold, that's pretty much all of what evolution is. At least natural selection-wise. I'm simplifying a lot.
I have a couple of thoughts that might actually be helpful.
Please.
Are you aware, Kyle, and I apologize. Are you aware that there are species that reproduce asexually?
I am. That's why I pointed out specifically I wanted to just talk about like humans, because I know there are some that can do it.
Christ. Are you aware that there are species that reproduce asexually?
Dude, I just answered your question. I said yes. I am aware that is a possibility.
No, you didn't,
yes,
Kyle. It's a yes or no question.
I didn't say yes or no. I said yes, and I said yes. I am aware of that.
Okay, I'm going to mute you, Kyle, because when I'm asking a question that's a yes or no question, I'm building to a point to try to teach your dumbass something, because you don't understand biology and you don't understand how to have a conversation. Just say yes and let me move on to the next point, because I'm building to something. I literally interrupted to say that I thought I might have something here. So I'm asking a clarifying question. Because you don't understand biology, are you aware that there are species that reproduce asexually? You can say yes. Right?
Yep.
Cool. There are species, even sexual species, that also reproduce parthenogenically. There are lizards that are entirely filled with lesbians, etc. The issue here is what evolved first. After we get to a point where there's life, what evolved first? Asexual reproduction or sexual reproduction? And the current best models suggest that asexual reproduction existed first because it's simplest, but it has deficiencies. If you reproduce asexually, you transmit the entirety of your genome onto your offspring. And that makes them both protected from some things and susceptible to some things. It's possible for a species to be capable of reproducing asexually and reproducing sexually. And because of this, the general model is that sexual reproduction evolved across life forms from asexual beginnings. So it wasn't that there was a human that existed looking for a mate because it's sexually reproducing. Humans are sexually reproducing species that are descendants of other sexually reproducing species. And when you go back far enough, you find that what happens is there's life, there's asexual reproduction, and then there's a branching where my right hand goes off for asexual reproduction species, my left hand goes off to species that reproduce sexually, and they carry with them, in some instances, the ability to reproduce asexually. So they get both reproductive strategies. Sexual reproduction blends genes to make, because if there's something that would wipe out a species and you're reproducing asexually, it's going to wipe out the entire species because there's no variation. So sexual reproduction adds some risks and adds some benefits. You seem to think that humans evolved from things that were asexually reproducing, and it doesn't make sense for them to be sexually reproducing and looking for a mate because they would have had to evolve at the same time. That's not the way this works. Sexual reproduction evolved in species, our ancestor species, and then humans evolved from creatures that already reproduce sexually. The first sexual reproducing species probably, almost certainly, had the capability to reproduce asexually as well, and some species lost that ability, and some species retained it. Does all of that make sense?
I think I followed along, yes. Is there evidence that was what happened with the human population, though? Just because it may have happened with other...
Wow, Kyle. Kyle, wow. I just told you that humans evolved from other ancestor species that reproduced sexually. There was never an asexual human that we know of, which is why Mary didn't have a virgin birth.
My understanding is generally mammals reproduce sexually. We are mammals, and I don't believe there's any exceptions for mammals for parthenogenesis. So I believe all mammals reproduce sexually. And the evolutionary tree of mammals goes back 100 million years. I'd have to look that up because it's outside my knowledge base, but we got tens of millions of years of fossil and genetic evidence to show those relationships. And yeah, all of our predecessors of humans, of homos, like Homo habilis, Homo naledi, what have you. All of them, as far as we can tell, are mammals, and all mammals reproduce sexually.
Can you repeat that last part one more time?
It's my understanding that all mammals reproduce sexually.
Sexually. Mammals reproduce sexually.
Okay, all mammals reproduce sexually, meaning they have to have a male and a female. And you're saying that we can go back in time and see our ancestors that did not have to do that?
Well, no, we can't go back in time, but we have.
Well, we can.
So there's no evidence that they came asexually.
Wow, Kyle. Wow. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Aaron and I are trying to explain this, and your response is to interrupt to say there is no evidence. Do you care, Kyle, if your beliefs are true? Because you don't seem to be interested in learning about how to find truth.
I am. I just don't think that you guys are basing it in fact. I think you're basing it more in theory.
I don't care what you think, whether we're basing it in fact or not, Kyle. The fact is, and we're demonstrating it, even though you don't believe it, you don't understand biology or sexual reproduction or the history of sexual reproduction. And Aaron and I have a slightly better understanding, nowhere near as good as what Forrest would be. I'm not doing this for your benefit anymore, Kyle, because I think your mind is completely closed. I'm doing this for the benefit of the other people who are watching this, who are as uninformed about biology as you are, and who are as unskeptical in their thinking as you are, so that when they say, ooh, Kyle just said there's no evidence, Matt pointed out, in fact, there's massive amounts of evidence for all of this, but you have a fundamental, gross conceptual error about this. Humans are mammals. All mammals, typically reproduce sexually. Are there possibility that they could maintain some ability to reproduce asexually? Yes, which we already addressed. Every mammal is the descendant of other mammals. They were all sexually reproducing. If you have kids, Kyle, and I hope you don't until you learn to understand biology more, but if you have kids, is it going to be a surprise that they reproduce sexually?
I do have kids, and no, it wouldn't be a surprise.
Cool. Then why was it a surprise that you reproduce sexually?
Nope.
Cool. Is it a surprise that other mammals reproduce sexually?
No.
No. Is it a surprise that there are asexual creatures still on the planet?
Nope.
If a group of asexual creatures, let's say a long, long time ago, developed the ability to also reproduce sexually, is that a surprise?
Say that one more time.
If we find out that long ago in history, some creatures that reproduced asexually could also reproduce sexually, is that a surprise or confusing?
No, because I believe that actually, I think that exists today, don't it? That some animals can do both?
Well, at some point, there was some point in time when there weren't animals, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So at some point in time, there weren't animals, and then animals began to exist at some point. Now, I'm going to suspect, I bet that you don't accept an evolutionary model that is billions of years old, beginning with simple creatures and self-replicating DNA that built to us. Do you reject that model?
I don't know exactly where I stand. There's a few people that I follow that do kind of believe in evolution, but I'm not 100% convinced on it.
Well,
so I say no.
Do you have some way to disprove the model?
In my head, yes.
Okay. How? How did you? How can you disprove evolution? And why is it if you're capable of disproving evolution, you still haven't?
Like I was saying, I'm not 100% convinced that it's true.
I didn't ask anything at all about 100% convinced.
Oh my goodness!
I asked.
Wow, you yell at everybody for interrupting you, and then you interrupt me.
Okay, I'm going to mute you because we're going to teach you a really good lesson here, Kyle. First of all, my fucking show. Second of all, I'm calling you out for not answering the question. You can think I'm rude for doing that all day long, but I'm going to call your ass out for not answering the question. And when you whine about being called out for engaging dishonestly, you're the one who's a problem and looks like a problem. So I'm going to ask you again. You said that you think you can disprove evolution, but you haven't. And I'm asking, why haven't you?
Okay, so when you mute and unmute people, I don't know if you're aware of this.
Okay, I'm going to mute you again because I don't need you to describe to me or explain to me how our phone system works. Yes, I'm aware there's a beep and other stuff, but I'm repeating things you've already heard. I know how the fucking system works. Do you know how to have a conversation? Why don't you prove to me that you know how to have a conversation by answering the question that I've now asked you twice? What's the answer to the question I've now asked you twice?
And one, I need you to repeat it. And two, it cuts out what you're saying.
No, sir. I'm not going to actually, I will repeat the question because you were clearly focused on how wronged you were. So here's the question for the last time. You claimed you can disprove evolution, and yet you have not done that. Why, if you can disprove evolution, have you not done that? I'm going to unmute you now. That's the question.
Okay. So if I were to try to prove evolution is wrong, I would say that it's kind of the same as the sexuality, but I also would throw in there, I think a lot of things have to come into existence at the same time, like with the male and females.
Kyle, I'm muting you again because I asked you, if you can disprove evolution, why haven't you done it? And your answer was, if I were to try to prove evolution is wrong, I would say that it's kind of the same as the sexuality. So the question I asked wasn't, how would you disprove evolution? It wasn't, how would you prove evolution is wrong? It was, if you can prove evolution wrong, why haven't you done it? That's the question that I asked. Instead, you tried to demonstrate how you would disprove evolution, and you did it by going back to the same sexuality issue that you do not understand that we explained to you. So I'm going to ask you once again, the question I asked you three times now. If you can disprove evolution, why have you not done it?
Because I keep getting muted. That's why I haven't done it.
Okay. What do you think is going to happen now, Kyle?
It's up to you. It's your show.
Goddamn right. So I'm going to mute you again and you're going to listen. I didn't ask you, if you can disprove evolution, why haven't you done it here on this show? I asked, if you can disprove evolution, why haven't you done it? Because you also expressed that you're not sure about evolution. But if you think you can if I think I can disprove something, I'm not going to say, maybe it's real, maybe it's not. If I think I can disprove something, I will have done so. And then I will say, I reject evolution because I disproved it. I didn't say, why haven't you done it on this show? I'm saying, why haven't you done it at all? Why don't we have a peer-reviewed paper from you disproving evolution so that we can all benefit from Kyle's exceptional ability to disprove one of the most robust scientific models on the planet? That's what I asked.
I don't know. I'm not well known, I guess. That's why.
Do you have to be well known? Do you have to be well known to be able to submit a proof that something is wrong?
Well, I'm sure a lot of people have done it, and I doubt you've read every single person that's ever done it.
Oh, Kyle, you're so bad at this. You just came back with, you doubt I've read every single thing. Correct. You know what? I haven't read every single thing. Have you read anything?
Yes.
About science?
Yeah, of course.
About biology and evolution?
Especially, what have you read about the evolution of sexual reproduction?
There you go.
I don't know any titles at the moment. I can't.
And that means you haven't done jack or shit. You've done nothing, and you expect to have undone the entire world. That is delusional, Kyle. And you don't have to be famous to try to get a paper published.
You don't have to be involved. You could go on YouTube and watch videos for a day on the scientific models and debates surrounding the evolution of sexual reproduction. But you haven't even done that because you have a fundamental misunderstanding that both of us corrected that you went immediately back to when you started to disprove evolution, something that you can't do, not because you're not well known, but because you don't understand the subject. And that's fine, Kyle. I swear, this is not disparaging of you to say you don't understand the subject. Fuck tons of people do not understand this. And science isn't even necessarily in a position where they have resolved all of the issues or even the overwhelming majority of issues related to sexual reproduction. But if we're in a position where all of the best available scientists or best available science from scientific communities on the evolution of sex suggests that there are asexual reproducing species, sexually reproducing species, species that are capable of both of them, and we trace back through the fossil record and the DNA history for the most plausible tree of life, this leads back to a split where some asexually reproducing creatures develop the ability to reproduce sexually as well. And by the way, when I say sexually and asexually reproducing creatures, we're not talking about mammals or lizards. We're talking about teeny tiny things. Okay? Stuff you would not even be able to see. And if that's how sex split off, then at that point, there is never a moment where a creature that can reproduce sexually is waiting for a sexual partner to evolve, because they continue to reproduce asexually until others are able to do sexual reproduction as well. And then once sexual reproduction starts, the offspring then have the chance to reproduce sexually or possibly asexually in different situations. Once there are sexually reproducing creatures, they reproduce, and that genetic diversity, that difference in combining genes, is what leads to the broad diversity of life on the planet. It's how you go. It's why we are great apes. I am a monkey. I am a great ape. I am genetically related to all of those, and the fusing of chromosome 2 virtually confirms it. And yet you're sitting here saying you think you can disprove evolution because whatever human first evolved would have needed to have another human evolve right next to them with different genetics so that they could bang. And that is a fundamental misunderstanding of both the history of life and how sexual reproduction evolved based on, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of the best science on that. And that's not your fault, but you're in this position where you don't know enough. And instead of going out and learning or even reading or even watching a 10-minute video from biologists that explain this in great detail, You think you can disprove evolution and have decided to call in here. Why?
Because I think a lot of them people are just full of shit.
Cool.
And yet you don't even know what they say.
Yeah, you don't know what they say, and do you have evidence that they're full of shit?
They're full of shit. Yeah, they think that we came from monkeys.
No,
there's no
they think
evidence
we are
that we came from
monkeys.
monkeys.
I just told you,
Some
Kyle.
primate.
I just told you, Kyle. I am a monkey, and the fusing of chromosome 2 confirms it.
So you should be able to reproduce with another monkey. You should be able to reproduce with another monkey.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Well,
that's not how this works.
You should be able to.
Yes. Yes, Kyle, would you let me finish? Yes, I can reproduce with another monkey. I can't personally because my sperm aren't any good. But if I got together with another member of the human species and our zygote, we built a zygote, that would be me reproducing with another monkey. It doesn't mean that I can reproduce with other current monkeys. It means I am the direct descendant of a shared ancestor, just like I'm the direct descendant of a shared ancestor, potentially in fish or in self-replicating, small, I'm not going to get the name right. But anyway, yes, every time a human reproduces with a human, they are also reproducing with a monkey because you cannot evolve out of a clade. You don't even know what a clade is, do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah. So you don't know what a clade is, but you think all of these people who do know what a clade is and can describe it and build models of evolution, you think they're full of shit because they think we're monkeys. Why do you object to the claim that we're monkeys? Do you have some evidence that we're not?
Yeah. Okay. So, you said that you can reproduce with another monkey as long as it's a human monkey. But how come you can take like a German Shepherd and it can mate with a Chihuahua? Completely different.
Well, it's a little difficult, but they are still because they are still the same species at the same point. They have common descendants, but there are descendants that can. So here's a wolf, and a wolf starts crossbreeding out. You end up eventually with Chihuahuas and Great Danes. At some point, while they are all dogs as a kind, there will be a speciation event that causes us to change the species identification for canines. That hasn't happened yet. There are other species where that speciation event has occurred and breeding is no longer, it's not a 100% rule. It is a generalized rule that one categorization of species delineation is about whether or not they can breed. That's an oversimplification because there are exceptions to it. And this is where Forrest would be really, really good. Is Forrest on tonight, honey? Oh, honey's not listening.
At the moment, I can look at the schedule and yeah, Forrest is on with Seth tonight.
Awesome. So Kyle, since you think the scientists who know this stuff are full of shit, you could call tonight when Forrest is on. He's on, the show starts at 7:00, so in 3 hours and 8 minutes or so. Forrest is a zoologist and would be able to explain much better than either of us would how amazingly arrogant it is to presume that you who know nothing can detect the scientists who are full of shit. And then he can also explain how they're not full of shit and what they know.
Well, I mean, I guess me and you were in the same boat. You said you couldn't explain it.
Couldn't explain what?
You said that you would need somebody else to step in for you and explain what we're talking about.
No, I said that Forrest would be able to explain it better. Trust me, you and I are not in the same boat. My understanding of biology dwarfs yours, and yet Forrest's understanding of biology dwarfs mine.
We can test that right now, Kyle. I remember that a couple of times now, Matt mentioned fusion of chromosome 2. Matt knows what he's talking about there. Kyle, do you know what he's referring to?
You can elaborate on it if you like.
So that's a no.
His question
then.
is, do you
Why is
know
it you couldn't just
what
say
it's
no?
about?
I don't know what it is. No, I'm saying if he would like to elaborate on it, it's fine.
Well, Kyle, this proves my point. He clearly knows more about the biology here and the facts of evolution than you do, because the fusion of chromosome 2 is one of those test cases.
Sorry, I had theories of evolution.
Did you just say evolution is not a theory? I don't even understand.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle. You're
You
so
said facts of
confused.
evolution. That's theories of
No, I'm
evolution.
sorry, Kyle. Listen.
Actually,
listen.
fact.
There's a
go ahead and mute
theory
him.
of evolution that explains the facts of evolution. Evolution is a fact and a collection of facts. The theory of evolution by means of natural selection is a model that describes why those facts are true. So you don't understand the difference between a fact and a theory. You don't understand what chromosome 2's fusing is. I'll bet you don't know what telomeres and centromeres are, because that's critical to understanding chromosome 2. And it is a Christian who took the stand in the Kitzmiller v. Dover trial, which I also bet you don't have the slightest clue what it is, to testify about chromosome 2's fusing and how this is, in fact, as close as absolute confirmation as we have right now to our shared common ancestry with the other great apes. And you don't know any of that. So you and I are not in the same boat. I'm trying to help you, and I'm even pointing you to somebody who knows so much more than I do and could explain it all so much better. And your response to that, instead of saying, thanks, I'd like to learn, is to go, well, you and I are in the same boat if you've got to call in somebody else to explain it to me. No, we're not in the same boat, Kyle.
Am I muted or no?
No, you haven't been muted for a long time. Do you have any direct evidence of a creator other than you don't like evolution and don't believe it and you think scientists are full of shit? Do you have any direct evidence for a creator?
Well, considering you're not going to take creation as evidence, the next best thing I could possibly come up with.
It's not evidence at all.
Kyle. So I'm going to mute you and listen close, Kyle, because I really want this to end well. We're on a good run. I want that to end well, genuinely. I don't think you realize how exhausting this is. When I say, do you have any direct evidence of a God? When you start with something like, well, you won't accept creation, first of all, you're a liar. I will accept creation as evidence for God as soon as you can demonstrate that what you're calling creation is a creation. See, you don't get to call reality a creation. That's a conclusion. Reality, we exist and we seem to share it. And reality is either a creation of an intelligent mind or it is not. One of those two has to be true. If you call it a creation, you're engaged in circular reasoning, because the very thing we're trying to demonstrate is whether or not reality is created. So when you call it creation, you are assuming a creator. But you look at reality and you see a creation and you use that as an excuse for the creator, which is a fallacious circular argument. Aaron and I look at reality and we do not see a creation, but we are both, sorry for speaking for you, Aaron, but I'm pretty confident this is true. We are both willing to accept that it is created just as soon as someone demonstrates an evidence-based argument that concludes with the universe is a creation. And once that's done, I will accept creation as evidence for a creator. So instead of saying what I won't accept, which is, by the way, another fallacy, poisoning the well, why don't you tell us, answer the question, do you have direct evidence for a God, and can you present it? That's irrelevant as to whether or not I accept creation, but I would.
So you asked if I have direct evidence for a God?
Yes.
That was your... Okay, prophecy.
Okay.
Prophecy in the Bible.
Let's assume for a second that there's a claim in the Bible that in fact came true, that it is a prediction and that it is pretty specific and it came true. I reject the claim that that has ever happened, but let's assume that it happened. Let's assume that there's something in the Bible that is pretty specific and it came true. How does that demonstrate that the universe was created?
Because the person that they got the prophecy from told us that he created it.
How do you show that the Bible, that the statement in the Bible that is true, came from someone who claims to be the creator of the universe?
Because over and over and over and over again, they were correct about their assertion. So why are correct about what they were saying? So why would I continue to show you over and over and over again that they're right? Why would I not believe them when they said they did this?
Stop, Kyle. Stop, Kyle, and listen. The Bible makes a claim about that. We'll just call it a prediction. Prediction A. It comes true. How do you know that prediction A came from someone who claims to be the creator of the universe?
Because he claimed to be the creator of the universe.
No, Kyle. I'm desperately. Don't jump the gun. Don't say anything. The Bible has a claim. The Bible claims bats aren't birds, or bats are birds. Is that claim true?
You said the Bible claimed that bats are birds?
Yes.
I don't remember reading that part. I don't know.
Kyle, it doesn't fucking surprise me that you don't remember reading that part. You don't know anything about science. I bet I know way more about the Bible than you do as well. But that's not the question. The question is, if the Bible says bats are birds, is that true? Never mind. I no longer care what Kyle thinks. This is so frustrating, Kyle, because you're saying that you can prove that the universe is created because of biblical prophecy, but you're fucking wrong. It is fallacious. Even if I have a book that has 5 great predictions that all came true, that does not in any way tell you how it came to be that those predictions came true. It doesn't tell you that they came from the creator of the universe. You don't know where they came from. You don't have any way to demonstrate that they came from. And you don't have any way to demonstrate that the author knew those things were going to come from or received that information from anybody who knew where that was coming from. Well, all you know is there's a claim and it came true. And you're saying this book has a claim, which I'm convinced came true, and that means there's a creation of the universe. Your argument is fallacious. In an argument, in a syllogism, there are major premises, minor premises, and connecting terms. You cannot produce, literally, it is impossible to produce a valid syllogism that begins with the premise, the Bible correctly predicted X, and concludes, therefore, the universe is created. That is not possible, because in a syllogism, the major and minor terms exist in the conclusion, and they both must exist in the premise. And so if your first premise is the Bible predicted X correctly, the words universe and God do not appear in that premise, which means the words universe and God cannot be in the conclusion. And so if you want to show that the universe is created, your premises must contain the terms universe and created. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Cool. Thank you. So when I ask you,
if I may hop in very quick, just because this will come up. The stuff about birds being bats, that's in Leviticus 11. Look at verses 13 through 19. It gives a list of birds that are supposed to be unclean, and it includes things like the eagle, the vulture, the osprey, desert owl, stork, heron, and bats. So Leviticus 11, verses 13 through 19, if you want to check that out.
So the question then is, When I said, do you have any evidence, direct evidence for God? And you said biblical prophecy. And I asked that God is a creator. And I asked, how does biblical prophecy demonstrate that the universe was created? Would you agree now that there is no way that biblical prophecy, even if it was correct, could confirm that the universe is created? Do you understand that now?
I understand what you're saying. I don't agree with it, though.
You just agreed with it. You just agreed that it's
No,
foolish.
I said I understand what you're saying. I literally said I understand what you're saying. I never once said I agree with it.
Stop. You fucking agreed that it would be fallacious. You understood that in order for a conclusion, let me try this one more time. In a logical syllogism, the terms in the conclusion must be present in the premises, correct? Kyle, that's a question.
Oh, no. Okay.
I didn't hear it because I cut out with a beep.
I need to remember next time to bring my key. Oh, it's okay. Sorry, when I was seeing that phone, I was like, this has to be a fake number. It's like, Janice is already home. Why would she be telling me she's locked out?
Kyle,
Sorry.
Why do I hear background noise?
That was coming from Aaron's end. I muted it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kyle, my apologies. When you have a syllogism, the terms in the conclusion must be included in the premises. Are we in agreement on that?
No.
Then you need to go take a course in logic, because that is literally the very beginning of Logical Syllogism 101. It is about validity and soundness, which means you do not have an understanding of valid logical processes. If you cannot agree that the terms in a syllogism, in a syllogism's conclusion, in order for it to be valid, must exist in the premises, then you do not understand logic and need to go study that, because we can have no conversation if we do not at least agree on the rules of logic.
Agree to disagree.
Well, no, fuck you, Kyle. Agree to disagree. You can say that all day long. I'm fucking right, and you are fucking ignorant and proud of it. Here, let's try this. Would you agree that a syllogism that is invalid, the conclusion of that syllogism, the truth of that conclusion, is not confirmable in an invalid syllogism? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Cool. You know what's really weird? You just agreed with the very thing you just rejected and don't know. So now I know that you're just saying yes or no or whatever without any understanding of what's going on. So Kyle, we're going to let you go. If you want to actually learn and get some truth, you should go and study logical syllogisms so that you can understand what major and minor premises are and how they must exist in the premises in order for there to be a valid structure for it to appear in the conclusion. And then you'll need to learn about logical fallacies so that you hung up. That's fine. I was done talking to you anyway. You need to learn about logical fallacies so you'll stop making them, I hope. And then you should study biology, because you're sitting here with a pretended understanding of logic while demonstrating repeatedly that you do not understand the basics of logic. It's similar to the way that you are demonstrating that you have virtually no understanding of biology while pronouncing scientists as full of shit. You are so divorced from a rational understanding of reality that no one should listen to a word you say about anything. And I hope your kids are going to a public school and not being homeschooled, because you would be, at this point, a miserable failure as a homeschooler. But, Kyle, I don't think that's a permanent situation. I think with some effort, you could be great at homeschooling. You could be great at understanding logic and science. I don't know if it's you've never had the opportunity. But literally, Aaron and I were sitting here doing our best to explain stuff to you. And I don't understand. Well, there's that. Okay, what about that? What about that? It's just this tap dance of, well, I think the scientists are bullshit, and I don't think that's the way logic works. Well, cool. I'm sorry that your Dunning-Kruger has blown up in your brain to the point you think you are qualified to address any of these subjects when you're not. And it's okay. Most people aren't. Most people don't understand biology. Most people, even fewer people understand logical syllogisms. I would bet, I don't have data on that, but I would bet that there are fewer people who really dig in and understand logical syllogisms over those who understand the basics of biological sexual reproduction. Marjorie's calling in from New York to ask us, who are we to judge how God governs his world? I'm not aware that there is a God governing anybody, but why wouldn't I be allowed to judge? I mean, isn't that what we're supposed to do?
Good evening. May I clarify what I told the screener?
Yeah.
So I actually put in the type, I said, and when it says topic or question, I have a word of the Lord for Matt, and I have one question about sovereignty. And what I told the screener was that everyone governs something. You guys govern this channel, people govern cities and nations, and we run them the way that we want. So how do we, yes, we can judge, but in light of the fact that are we free from the harm that we say other people or God does? That was my...
No, I'm confused. So I know you've got it. You think you've got a word of the Lord for me. We'll get to that in a second. I'll make sure you do that. But do you believe in a devil too?
Yes.
Is God the good one and the devil the evil one?
Evil as in what? That the devil is God?
No. I'm saying there's God and then there's the devil, and you think
Right.
God is good and the devil is evil, right?
I think God is, and that he is. And yes, I do believe he's good.
Okay, well, that's what I asked. So you believe God's good.
Right.
Do you believe the devil is evil?
Yes.
So what criteria did you use to judge them to determine that God is the good one and the devil is the evil one?
Excellent question. The the outcomes, the intent, the purpose.
You're just giving me single words that have no substance here. They're
Because
not arguments.
I can't see your
evidence.
face, so I don't want to interrupt and get yelled at. I'm sorry. I can't see your face.
So I'm asking,
No.
so you called in to say, who are we to judge God? But you've judged God and determined that God is good.
No. My question was regarding sovereignty.
No.
So, okay.
You said that the whole thing was, who are we to judge God or how God governs his world?
Right. Yes.
Right.
And we also govern things.
So where's the demonstration that there's a God that governs anything?
Okay, that's just some people's belief system, right?
Well,
like whether you agree with it or not.
It's the belief system you need to defend. You're calling in to say that there's a God who governs things, and I'm saying, how can we know that?
Well, I've heard you guys talk about what you did and didn't like on other occasions, like, why would God allow cancer in children?
Sure.
No?
Marjorie, you're calling in to defend the notion that there's a God that governs. What is the demonstration that that's true?
I'm calling in about a question about sovereignty. That if we govern...
Marjorie,
yes,
you think there's a God that is sovereign, correct?
Yes.
Prove it.
It's difficult, but
not my problem. I don't believe it. I don't tend to believe things that are difficult or impossible to prove.
Right.
Maybe Eric will have a different way of phrasing the question that'll be more helpful for you. I don't know how to do that.
Hey, Marjorie, so by your admission, what I'm gathering here is that you can't think of a good way to demonstrate the existence of this thing that you're claiming we are judging. Is that correct?
Could you say that one more time?
We're asking you to please demonstrate, give us some evidence that the thing that you claim Matt and I are judging actually exists. Because I could say, hey, you're judging the fairy in my backyard by not believing it or something like that. But I have to demonstrate, that's on me to demonstrate that a fairy lives in my backyard. You're claiming that your God exists, and you're claiming that we have judgments about him, me and Matt, but you aren't demonstrating to us, showing us, presenting any evidence that this God actually exists.
Right. I'm kind of lost. Please forgive me because...
It's okay. It's kind of a non-starter. Based on what I'm saying is that the conversation is a non-starter because we have to first agree that something exists before we can start talking about judgments of this thing.
Right.
And even go back to the beginning. What Matt was trying to establish earlier was you're claiming. This is what I gathered. If I'm wrong, correct me.
Okay.
You're saying that me and Matt make judgments about your God, and who are we to do that, right? But when you, right?
Yeah,
because that's in your thing here. You're asking, who are we to judge how God governs, right? Who are we as humans to judge such a thing?
Right? And may I just add the rest of it that I told the screener? When we govern things, right? Who are we to judge how God governs his world? When we govern things and we do the way that we want.
Right. So going back,
if I'm Marjorie, in charge of something, can people judge me and determine whether or not I'm doing a good job?
They can. Doesn't make them right.
Sure, it doesn't make them right. You're correct.
Marjorie, do you think the way God does things is good and just and right?
I think God has perspectives that we don't always have.
I'm asking you for your Marjorie. I'm asking you directly for your opinion about something.
Okay,
for instance,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Are you a Christian, Marjorie?
I am.
Okay. Do you think God sending Jesus to die for mankind was a good thing?
It benefited humans. It benefited.
Is that a good thing?
Yes.
Okay. You just passed. So Marjorie, Marjorie, right there, Marjorie. You just passed judgment on God. It was positive judgment, but judgment nonetheless. So
I never said you couldn't judge. Please forgive me. I wasn't trying to say you couldn't judge.
Well, obviously we can all judge, but you're asking who are we to do such a thing? So I can flip that on you and say, who are you to judge that sending Jesus was good?
So may I give just a earthly example so that you understand what I'm saying? We look at a CEO, we hear news that this CEO is about to lay off 10,000 people, and everyone's coming at the CEO like, you're so terrible, how these people won't have jobs, they won't have money, the holidays are coming, all the things that people say. But the CEO governed his company accordingly. So to us, it looks terrible. But he or she had to make a choice and had to lay off some people.
Can the CEO be wrong? Can the CEO be wrong?
From my point of view, if I was losing my job,
actually wrong, not just a matter of opinion, wrong. Is it possible for a CEO to make a decision that is wrong, like objectively wrong?
For his company?
Yes.
Excellent question, but if it's his company, right? If it's his company, who am I to say can't lay anybody off?
Marjorie,
I'm sorry.
Marjorie, CEOs don't own a company.
Mm-hmm.
They don't necessarily own a company. So let's assume, though, that I'm the CEO of my company, which I am.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it possible for me to make bad decisions as
We
the
all
CEO?
do. Yeah.
Okay. Is it possible for God to make bad decisions?
No.
Why not?
Because the God of my understanding is perfect.
Yeah, but you have a God of your understanding, but we have no demonstration that that God is real or that it's actually perfect. So if I can be wrong and God can't, why can I do something that God can't do? Does that make me more powerful than God?
No, but you have a perspective from where, well, CEOs can own a company, but
Sure they can, but they don't necessarily own a company. A chief executive officer isn't necessarily the owner. Sure.
You're
the point I was
correct,
trying to
depending
get
on the
to is that
corporation.
the point I tried to get to is that a CEO can make mistakes, and then people can judge that CEO, and they could be correct that the CEO made a mistake, or they could be incorrect. And so if I judge God, the mere fact that you claim there's a God that's perfect doesn't impress me at all, because I'm not aware that there is a God at all, and I'm definitely not aware of a perfect God.
Right. So if the CEO, if we can still go with that example, makes a decision and I don't like it, I'm not his or her peer, I'm not, I don't work at the company or whatever, I could just say it's a bad decision, but I don't know all the ins and outs, right?
Okay, but how did you determine it was a bad condition? Did you have enough information to determine it was bad?
I was simply looking at, tens of thousands of people lost their jobs.
Okay, but were you right that it was a bad decision, or were you wrong?
I don't work at the company. I wouldn't know. I don't know what the books look like.
So Marjorie, here's the problem. We keep trying to do this analogy, and every time I ask you the hard questions, you avoid them. And every time I ask you the easy questions, you come up.
I'm not.
Every time.
Please
Yeah, I'm
another chance.
You are, and you're fucking interrupting me, which is not a really good move right now. So if there's a CEO and it makes that CEO makes an objectively bad decision, and there are people that agree with it, people that disagree, their opinions are irrelevant. The people who think it was bad are correct, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. If there is a God and that God makes a decision, and I think that that decision is objectively wrong, how could we tell whether or not I'm correct?
How can we tell if I'm correct? Well, do you have all the information available?
No. But do I have enough information is the question.
You'd have to qualify enough.
Well, so for example, the God that you're advocating for, did that God punish Adam and Eve and every one of their descendants for disobeying?
Yes.
And see, I don't think that story happened, but if it did happen, I think that God is fundamentally immoral, because according to the story, Adam and Eve ate from the tree of what?
The knowledge of good and evil.
Right. So before they ate from that tree, they didn't have an understanding of good and evil, did they?
But they were given the command not to eat from that tree.
But so see, here's the thing. I just asked a very specific question that's going to expose the flaw in your thinking. And instead of answering it, you answered a different question. So here we go. Before they ate from the tree, did they know right from wrong?
No.
Okay. If they didn't know right from wrong, how could they possibly know that it was wrong to disobey God and eat from that tree?
They confessed that they knew they weren't supposed to eat from it.
I'm sorry, Marjorie. The question I asked, if they did not know right from wrong, how could they have possibly known that it would be wrong to disobey God?
Forgive me. If I tell my child not to do something.
I'm sorry, Marjorie. Your child already knows right from wrong. Adam and Eve did not know right from wrong. How, if they don't know right from wrong, how can they possibly know that any particular action they take, any action, would be wrong?
Because they were told the day you eat, you'll die.
But they don't know that it's wrong. They don't know that it's wrong, and they don't know that and it's not even wrong to die. So there's not only is dying not wrong or immoral, they had no understanding of what would be wrong. How can you punish someone for doing something wrong if they didn't know it was wrong?
I told you not to touch it.
I asked you to answer the question.
And Marjorie, you're sidestepping the question.
I'm really not. How can they?
Yeah, you really are. I've done this for 20 years. You're doing that. You really are. It's really simple. It's really simple, Marjorie. If someone does not know the difference, shut up, Marjorie, and answer my question. If someone doesn't know the difference between right and wrong, how can you hold them responsible for doing something that is wrong?
Command. Okay. So your question is, how can you hold someone responsible for doing wrong if they don't understand that what is quote unquote wrong, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If you punish someone and they didn't know right from, if you punish someone for doing something wrong and they didn't know right from wrong, is that moral or immoral? The punishment.
They had a command not to touch it.
I'm sorry, you keep avoiding the question. So let's do this really easy. Let's say your baby is 1 year old and doesn't understand that it would be wrong to take a crayon and draw on the wall. They just don't know that that's wrong.
Right.
If they take a crayon and draw on the wall, would it be moral for you to beat the shit out of them and throw them in the basement for the rest of their life?
No.
No. And what did your God do when two people did something that was wrong that they didn't know was wrong?
Did I ever tell the child not to write on the wall?
I'm sorry. Every time I ask you the question that exposes the absolute bullshit in your beliefs, you come back with a different question on a different subject. What did God do to the two people who did not know right from wrong when they did something wrong? What did God do? Did God curse them and all of their descendants and damn them to hell absent salvation?
He punished them, yes.
Yeah. And so God is immoral in that story.
Marjorie, I'm gonna try to reframe exactly what Matt just said, the point he was getting to. Let's roll back just one step. I'm gonna try to reframe this. I'm gonna ask you a series of really short questions. Please answer these succinctly, okay? Going back to the CEO example, okay? CEO lays off 10,000 people, all right? From the perspective of the 10,000 people with their families now losing their income, that was a bad decision, right? Because from the worker's point of view, my family...
Yes, from the perspective of the family, yes.
But from the CEO's point of view, the bottom line's now been improved, and that's good for the company, right? So that was a good decision, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Let's say instead now the CEO made a decision that laid off everybody and tanked the company. That's a universally bad decision, right? Because now the people are out of work and income, and the company's now kaput, right? Bad decision. Right?
I wouldn't say universally bad.
I mean, both options you're examining, both from the CEO and the human or the workers, bad decision, right? The company's gone and people are out of work.
But we both know that there are people who actually do that.
I'm asking you, was that a bad decision? If the goal for the CEO is to improve the bottom line and he tanks the company, bad decision. If the goal of the worker is to make money for their families and they're laid off because of the CEO's decision, bad decision, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, all right, now hold on to that. We now have a universally bad decision made by the CEO. Let's transfer this analogy now to the God in the garden. All right. Now we can make all kinds of arguments against this God, saying this God made a decision that both harmed mankind and harmed his sovereignty or his plan. He allowed the serpent to deceive Eve. He set up a scenario, which what Matt was bringing up, that Adam and Eve couldn't have possibly have passed because they didn't have the knowledge of good and evil. They didn't have the knowledge that this was a bad thing they were about to do. God made a decision that both harmed his plan and his sovereignty and our prosperity. Universally bad decision, right?
Mr. Eric?
Yes.
They were told not to eat of the tree.
It doesn't matter what they were told. It's what God allowed based on his own decision. Hopefully you understand why we can look at that. Hopefully, I'll wrap this up here. Hopefully you can understand how we can look at that and go, yeah, bad move, God. Universally bad decision. Thank you so much. Thankfully, we don't think that God exists or these stories even happened. But hypothetically, if they did, we can look at that and judge it because we're affected by it.
Right. So I'm missing why the command not to eat of the tree is disregarded.
Could your God have accomplished his goals with or without the command? He's all powerful, right?
Which goals? Salvation?
Salvation,
which goals?
Sovereignty, human prosperity, all those things. The command is an irrelevant point in the situation because God, with or without that command, could have accomplished his goals. The command is just a distraction. It doesn't matter what Adam and Eve was told. It's the decisions and the things that God allowed happen. That's a question here.
So if they had eaten without the command, I'd have to agree with you. But they had an express command.
How do they know? Yeah. How do they know that it would be wrong to disobey the express command? I asked this 20 minutes ago. It was a good question, and it's still a good question.
And 20 minutes ago, I told you they were told they would die. I'm sure they understood. I want to live.
No, you don't. You don't. Wow. How can this is so incredibly frustrating?
I'm sorry.
If they're told they're going to die, how do they know that's wrong? What's wrong with dying, Marjorie?
You cease to live. You cease to fulfill whatever you wanted to do. You cease to have your relationship.
Is that wrong? Is that wrong? Is that wrong?
When you were supposed to live forever? I think so.
Well, I would be bald now after ripping my hair out if I weren't already bald. The fact of the matter, Marjorie, is that it is immoral to hold someone responsible for something that they do not understand. If I tell you, do not eat from the tree on your left, and you don't know your left from your right, and you eat the tree on the left, should you be held responsible?
No.
Cruel. If I tell you not to eat this tree because you'll die, and you don't know what right and wrong is, how can I hold you responsible for doing something wrong?
Because
it would be just as immoral. It would be just as immoral to hold someone responsible for not knowing that what they did was wrong as it would be to hold someone responsible for not knowing that they ate from the tree on the left. If they don't know left from right, if they don't know right from wrong.
But now we're assuming we know all that they knew.
No, we're not, Marjorie. What tree did they fucking eat from?
The tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
And before they ate from that tree, did they know the difference between right and wrong? You already said no.
But we're assuming.
No. Nope. I give up.
Please don't.
No, I'm giving up. I'm letting Eric continue. But I don't know how else to explain this. I even came up with what I think is a really great analogy with left and right, and you got it immediately. You got it immediately in the analogy, and you can't get it in the actuality. Every time I asked a question that should expose this, you wanted to jump to a different analogy, and then when I do an analogy that you got immediately, you refuse to connect that to the situation. It's really simple. If your 1-year-old grabs a marker and scribbles all over the wall and they don't know it's wrong, is it immoral for you to punish them at all?
Yes.
Then if Adam and Eve did not know right from wrong, it must also be immoral to punish them for doing something wrong, correct?
If they did not know right from wrong, yes.
And you said that
Did they
didn't.
know? Yeah. Did they know right from wrong before eating the fruit?
How can we know what they knew?
Oh my God.
Except for what the text says.
Because the text says that they ate the fruit, therefore they gain the knowledge of right and wrong, and they now must be prevented from eating the fruit of life, so they don't gain immortality.
Right.
Okay, so that implies that by eating the fruit, you gain the attributes of those fruit, right? So simple basic deduction says that before they ate the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, they didn't have that. And you made Matt rage quit, by the way. Congrats. But do you understand what we're saying, Marjorie? I can't believe, Marjorie, for a moment here that you really don't understand what we're saying to you here. Okay, so Marjorie.
I do understand.
So Marjorie, so why are you so uncomfortable as to admit that, hey, yeah, Adam and Eve didn't have the knowledge of good and evil before they ate the fruit. And they committed an action without that knowledge, and then they committed an action without that knowledge, and now God punishes them for that. It would be the same way as punishing a 1-year-old for drawing on the wall. They don't have any understanding what they're doing. Same thing.
Because we don't know all that they knew or didn't know.
Marjorie, I just walked you through it with the tale.
You
right?
did.
And if we don't know, by the way, that's a completely separate conversation. If we don't know, that's a deficiency on your God's part because he could have put enough in the Bible for us to know. But from my point of view, we know enough here to look at that and judge that as immoral. Because this is the same God has punished both these infantile humans plus all their descendants who didn't even exist yet for a wrong that those two original humans couldn't have even comprehended as being wrong. That's immoral. And I think an almighty, all-loving, all-knowing God could have come up with a better system than this.
I'm sorry, I missed a little bit.
No, it's fine.
A little bit because I went up to the restroom. But when you say that we have to speculate about what they knew, if they already knew right from wrong, what did they gain from eating the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil?
The death process. And their eyes were open.
So the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil doesn't teach you good from evil. It teaches you about death.
No, you said, what did they gain? And I said, the death process began. And their eyes were opened.
Yeah, but
what is the eyes open?
What I'm saying is, what did the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil do? Did it teach them right from wrong?
Did it teach them right from wrong? Well, we know that they understood that they were naked and they were ashamed.
Marjorie,
is it wrong to be naked?
No.
So before they ate the tree, they didn't know that it was wrong to be naked. Then they ate the fruit and they knew that it was wrong to be naked. And now you're saying it's not wrong to be naked. So who's right?
The scriptures just say their eyes were open, they were naked, and they were ashamed. And they hid from the presence of God.
Why would they be? So if they were ashamed after getting the knowledge of good and evil, doesn't that mean it's evil to be naked?
Never thought about that one, but okay. I can go with that. That they thought so. Not that I think so.
If the tree gave them the knowledge of good and evil, then clearly they're right when they say that it's shameful to be naked.
Okay.
So it must be shameful to be naked, right?
In some instances, I guess it is.
Okay, cool. I think we can solve this right now. Before they ate from the tree, they were naked, right?
Yes.
And they weren't ashamed, right?
Yes, correct.
And then they ate from the tree, and they were then ashamed because they were naked, right?
Yes.
So they gained knowledge, and part of that knowledge was that it was shameful to be naked, right?
Yes.
If it's actually shameful to be naked, would it have been okay for God to punish them for being naked? You can say yes, that's the right answer.
I thought they were punished for disobedience.
Wow. Please stop telling me what you think they were punished for, because I know what they were punished for. That's not the question I asked. If you answer the question I ask, we can get there. Would it be okay if it is truly the case that being naked is immoral? Then it would be okay for God to punish them for being naked, right?
Using your example, yes.
Cool. If God was going to punish them for being naked after they ate the fruit, would it have been okay for God to punish them for being naked before they ate the fruit?
Would it have been okay? No.
Great. So before they ate the fruit, it would have been immoral for God to punish them for being naked. But once they learned right from wrong, after they ate the fruit, then it becomes moral for God to punish them for being naked, correct?
Using that example, yes.
Awesome. You have now demonstrated that you understand that it would be wrong of God to punish them for being naked before they understood that it was wrong to be naked. So if they didn't understand that it was wrong to eat from that tree, how can God punish them for eating from the tree before they ate from the tree?
To punish them before they ate from the tree?
Right.
No.
See, right. Would it be moral for God to then punish them after they ate if they didn't know that the eating was a bad thing to do?
No, it would not be moral.
And yet that's what he did, right?
Yeah. And Marjorie, just to drive home the point, because earlier we came to the same impasse before, and you said, well, we don't have enough information. We don't really know whether or not they had the knowledge of good and evil. Genesis, Genesis 3:22 clearly says, and the Lord God said, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Man did not know, and now he does know. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and also take from the tree of life and eat and live forever. So before you eat the tree of life, you don't have the gift of life, and afterwards you do. So the whole point of this is Adam and Eve committed a quote unquote sin when they were
Mhm.
ignorant of what even good and bad is. And then God punished them for it. Now, hopefully, all of us can agree punishing somebody like that in that type of situation is the same as punishing a 1-year-old for drawing on the wall.
Hello?
I'm here.
She's pondering.
Okay.
I hope.
I'm not.
Okay. So you're not thinking and you're not answering. Why don't we stick a pin in it here? You think about that stuff, and if you come up with something that could show us why we should believe in a God, where there's a fanciful story where the only thing that we can agree on is that God was immoral.
You're not going to like what I say, so I'm not going to say it.
Well, it hasn't stopped you so
I
far.
don't want you to think
Try us. Let's just go for it. Try us.
Huh?
I said
No,
try
you're
us.
gonna
Let's just
yell
go
at
for it.
me. You're gonna
I
yell
promise
at
I won't
me.
yell. I promise I won't yell.
Eric will almost never yell. I don't think I've ever heard Eric yell. I will mute my mic so that even if I yell at you, you won't.
Okay, because I can't see your faces. So,
Okay.
Adam and Eve were adults. They were not fully grown, like from baby, where they have all this knowledge, like
Marjorie.
Solomon and the other. Mhm.
Marjorie, does
And
it,
the one
Marjorie, the
comparing
age,
it
here's
to
the thing. The
1-year-old?
age is irrelevant. The actual number of years a person's alive is irrelevant. In fact, Adam and Eve
Okay.
may literally been 1 year old because this
Exactly.
happened supposedly after creation. But here's the thing though. Doesn't matter if you're 1 year old baby without the knowledge of good and evil or 1,000 years old without the knowledge of good and evil. From a moral standpoint,
So
with the respect of punishment, it's the same.
the 1-year-old, if I tell a 1-year-old, don't write on the wall, they may not even understand that. If I tell an adult who just got finished naming all the animals, pontificating about,
An adult without the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah. See,
Okay,
Marjorie, you're getting hung up
but
on.
they
You're
were
trying to,
fools.
Marjorie.
No. Let's start with a
Marjorie's-
timeline. Somebody's born.
Yes.
At some point in the future, after they're born, they learn the difference between right and wrong.
Exactly.
If you punish them before that, it's immoral. And if you punish them after that, it's not immoral.
Correct.
It doesn't matter if you've been alive for a day, a week, a year, a decade, a millennium. If you don't learn right and wrong until you actually grab the fruit and eat it, then you can't be held responsible for eating it, because at the time that you ate it, you didn't know it was wrong, right?
Mr. Matt. Correct.
Okay. So it doesn't matter whether Adam was physically appearing as if he was an adult or not. When Adam ate the fruit, he did not know that it was wrong to eat the fruit.
Marjorie, let's pretend that I have the ability. Let's say there's alien life somewhere and there's like another civilization somewhere else out there. Let's say I had the ability to pluck one of those aliens off of his planet and put him onto a sidewalk in one of our cities in our world. He has no knowledge of our laws, no knowledge of what we consider to be right and wrong and moral. He immediately jaywalks. And then we immediately tackle him and throw him into prison and fine him $150 or jail. I'm sorry. Tackle him, throw him into jail, fine him $150. Is that good? Is that just? Is that moral and right?
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Sure. Go ahead.
Using your example,
Sure.
did you tell him not to jaywalk?
Nope. Because he doesn't even have he doesn't even have the capability to process
Then yes,
what is
that is
right and wrong under
immoral
our moral system.
because there was no discussion, nothing was said.
Yeah.
If I take somebody
It is immoral.
if I take someone who doesn't know right from wrong and I tell them, don't touch my licorice,
Mm-hmm.
and they touch my licorice,
Mm-hmm.
is it okay to punish them?
Does chastisement or rebuke follow in that? Is that included in your punishment? Or we only...
Wow.
It's okay to...
It's so strange watching you twist and turn to try to find
I'm not. I
any
asked the
way.
question.
Yes, I'm not an idiot. I've done this for decades. You are trying to twist and turn. I'm trying to twist and turn in order to
told them
avoid.
not to eat
Shut
your
up!
licorice. They ate it. I get it.
Shut up. Listen to me. Stop interrupting. The point I was making is, if they don't know right from wrong, what difference does it make if I tell them not to touch my licorice? They don't know that it's wrong to touch it, and they don't know if it's right to touch it. So your point about did he tell them not to eat it is completely irrelevant, because he could tell them all day long, don't do that, and they would not know that it was wrong to disobey.
Eve told the serpent, we may eat freely of every tree except this one. She understood.
No, that is not a statement of understanding right from wrong. That is a statement of, we were told not to do this. That doesn't mean that you know it's wrong, does it?
That's true.
And so if you didn't know it was wrong, which we've already fucking established about 10 times now, from both what the scripture actually says and from what you assumed and from what any reasonable person would assume, that if they didn't know it was wrong to be naked before and they knew it was after, that the tree eating that fruit gave them the knowledge of good and evil, which is why it's called the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. You don't have to fucking bend over and twist around. You can just look at it straightforward. Before they ate from that fruit, before they ate that fruit, they did not know right from wrong. And therefore, at the moment they ate the fruit, they did not know that they were doing something wrong. And if they didn't know they were doing something wrong, it doesn't matter if someone told them not to. They didn't know it was wrong.
I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that, yes, they may have heard the command, but the understanding of what that meant was not there.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. I understand.
So, for example, do you speak Spanish?
Very little.
So if I were to say, no comas esta fruta, do you know what that means?
I heard the word fruit.
Yeah. But was I telling you to eat the fruit or telling you not to eat the fruit? You don't know.
I think I heard it. I don't.
Yeah. And would it be wrong of me to hold someone who doesn't understand Spanish responsible for not doing what I said? And no, you
It would
don't
be
have
wrong.
to. Yeah.
It would be wrong.
And so this is why this Bible story, which we've read many times and spent time thinking about, and this is just the first one. In that story, the God character is immoral. And what's worse, the serpent tells the truth. The serpent that in the story is portrayed as the liar, the serpent did not lie. The serpent told the truth, because Eve says, in the day, we were told that in the day we eat of it, we shall surely die. And the serpent says, you will not die. For God knows that when you eat it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. And then she eats it. And what happens? She does not die. She does not die. And God says, behold, the man has become like us, knowing good and evil. So the serpent said, you're not going to die. You're going to be like God and know good and evil. They eat it and they don't die. And God himself says, behold, they are like us, knowing good and evil. So the serpent told the truth, right?
No, because then death came in.
No,
but the other thing,
told the truth. The serpent told the truth.
People began to die.
That's not. Did God say, in the day you eat the fruit, a process of everyone dying will begin? No.
No, he didn't. Right.
What did he say? He said, in the day you eat it, you shall surely die,
You'll
right?
die.
Did they die that day? Did they die that day? And the serpent said, you will not die that day. You will become like gods, knowing good and evil. And what part of that what the serpent said, what part of that wasn't true?
You're not going to like my answer.
I'm sure I won't, because anybody reasonably paying attention would say the serpent did not lie, because the serpent did not lie. What did the serpent say that was a lie?
You shall not surely die.
Yeah? How is that a lie?
Because it's a clock that's ticking every day. We closer to it.
I give up. I'm done.
Please.
So Marjorie, just kind of wrap this up. We've been talking about this for 45 minutes.
Yes, you have. And I appreciate you. I really, really do.
Yeah, we appreciate you too, Marjorie. Thank you for the call. The thing we've been talking about in general, in apologetics, counter-apologetic circles, called the problem of evil, because Christians claim an omnibenevolent, omniscient, omnipotent God exists. And when we examine these other claims around this God, namely with the morality of punishing people who don't know any better, the fact that he even needed to have a system like this to begin with, and the fact that we have to sit here and argue about these things today because the Bible is insufficient to answer these questions that we're posing. When you couple all this together, this strongly indicates to us, via contradiction, if you want to go that far, that this God, this tri-omni God, doesn't exist, because there are inconsistencies with that claim and the claims the Bible are making. So this is the major hangup around this: is that an all-powerful God could have made the story better, or could have implemented a strategy that is better than putting two ignorant people in the middle of a garden with a cursed tree, basically. If he was all-knowing, he could have written a better story about it to help clear up these problems that we're having today talking about it. And if he was all-loving, he wouldn't punish descendants of these people or the people themselves because they were ignorant. Take any one of those, it directly contradicts the claims that Christians make about this God. Now, there's all kinds of solutions to the problem of evil. Just water down your God a little bit. Well, anyway, he wasn't all loving. He was just maximally loving. Or he wasn't all powerful. He was just maximally powerful. But he couldn't do some things. Like, there's all kinds of ways around that. But the Christians that claim that God is omni traits doesn't jive with this story and doesn't jive with our understanding of anything. And that's why we cling on to these things and talk about it, is because these refute the tri-omni Christian God.
And I appreciate all of those arguments that you give, because I have been, when I hear different people on your channel say those very things and other arguments like it, I'm like, God, what am I supposed to say? how do I, because I do want to engage in the conversation. I'm not dismissive of anyone. I'm like, God, what am I supposed to say? And if I may, for 5 seconds, I do have a word of the Lord for Matt.
Oh, yes, I promised we'd do that. I do want to say, though, how do you get this word of the Lord, and how do you know that it's for me?
So I saw you on a podcast, and you brought up some amazing arguments. And I went into prayer, and I was like, Lord, how do I respond to that? I don't even know. And this is before I had even heard of this channel called The Line. And I saw you in a debate. Forgive me. I saw you in a debate. And I began praying for you because, you revealed in this debate your background, how you were studying to become a preacher, how you were in the church for many, many years. And the thing that grabbed me from your discourse was that you had been asking God for evidence. You had been asking God for evidence. So I began praying for you. I said, Lord, I don't know what to say to him. I'm not dismissive of anyone. I welcome the discourse. I love, the conversation. And this is what, after days, this is what he replied to me, that your spirit, Mr. Matt, cried out over and over again to him for evidence. And when he sent it, you rejected it. And you thought it was things of, nature. And he said, I'm not apart from my creation. So when you experienced me, because you were wondering, am I experiencing him? Is this authentic? And then you said you had feelings similarly in other places. And the Lord says, I'm not apart from my creation. You will experience. I've given you unctions. I've given you impressions. And you were asking, is that me? Is that you? Is that you? And he's saying, yes, it was. And that's all I have.
Okay. That's a load of bullshit and garbage. No God.
Okay.
No God could possibly, that knows me, no God that knows me could possibly have said that to you. So your word of God is your own brain or some other thing that's deceptive, because it's absolutely not the case. And if you went and prayed and asked God what to say to me, and that's what God told you to say, God is fucking with you and trying to make you look bad, because you just came on a show to suggest that God gave you insight into my inner workings and how he kept presenting me with evidence, when the sort of things you're talking about are not sufficient evidence to warrant belief in a God and are not part of my story. So you're wrong.
Okay. Thank you for the time, guys.
But here's the thing. Now that I've told you that, do you still believe God told you that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you'd rather believe a being that you can't demonstrate as true, that seems to only interact with you, even after it provides false information, rather than the person, the real life person who just spent more time with you than any God has ever spent, trying to help you understand a fairly simple ethical problem. No God has ever spent 45 minutes with anyone, as far as we can tell. But I just spent that time desperately trying to help you. And every time I gave up, you're like, please don't, please don't. And so I stayed here. And then we get through all of that only for you to tell me what you think God wanted you to say. Why would God want you to say something that has such a negative effect and which I know to be false? Why would God do that?
I specifically asked about your statement. And your statement on the interview that I saw was?
My statement on the interview is irrelevant to the question I just asked you. Why would God ask you to tell me something that I know to be untrue?
You said, why would he? And I'm telling you what I asked him. And that was your statement.
How is what you asked him in any way an answer to my question of why would God tell you to tell me things that I know to be untrue?
Okay. It was a conversation. I asked a question, he answered.
Wow. I completely understand that you asked a question and you think God answered. My question is, why was his answer something that I know to be a lie?
Okay. And that's fine.
No, it's a fucking question, Marjorie. Why did God tell you to tell me something that I know to be untrue? You don't get to, that's a question. You don't just respond with, it's fine. Why did God tell you to tell me things that I know to be untrue live on a fucking show? Why is God punking you and embarrassing you by making you look ridiculous?
I'm not embarrassed.
I know you're not, but you should be. Why is God telling you things that I know to tell me that I know to be untrue? Why would God do that? Put yourself in God's shoes and explain to me why he tells you to tell me something that I know is untrue.
Well, could it be? I can't speak for him in that regard, why he would say it, but could it be that he wants you to revisit your relationship with him?
Goodbye, Marjorie. Okay.
I was wanting to bring it up, but I didn't want to drag the call on any longer. But Marjorie, I'll just go ahead and make this comment. And I can't read your mind, unlike some other what Christians claim. I can't read your mind. I don't know what your emotional state is, but I want you to ask yourself and honestly answer this in your private moments on your own. Ask yourself, if tomorrow you realize that Christianity was false and the Bible wasn't espousing truth, how would you feel? How would you feel in the moment? How would you feel next week, a year from now? What would be your entire outlook? And then hold on to that answer. Go back to the beginning of this call, rewatch the whole thing. And every time you evade a question, every time you don't answer us straight, every time we hit upon something that causes you some discomfort in the conversation, ask yourself, is that emotion that I predict myself having if Christianity was false, is that influencing my ability, hindering my ability to answer honestly and objectively here in this moment of the conversation? And I think if you can do that, like I said, do it on your own. You have to call back and tell us how you felt about it or anything like that. But ask yourself, how much is your need for this to be true influencing your ability to objectively analyze it? And maybe you'll come across and say, yeah, I don't see at all any conflict here. I, personally, like I said, I can't read your mind, but I am sensing it all over the place in this conversation, is that we're hitting barriers and we're hitting little red lines. Like, whoa, once I cross this line and say, hey, maybe God was immoral in punishing people who didn't know any better. Once I cross that line, oh no, now I'm in deep trouble. I fear what happens if I do that. Ask yourself, is that fear in you? Is that fear preventing you from answering it honestly? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. I can't read your mind, but ask yourself that, because we just had 50 minutes on that call and we had ups and downs. And I think I appreciate the conversation overall. I was glad Marjorie called in, but I think that might be holding you back from really being honest with yourself about some of these things that we brought up.
It is
Just my 2
incredibly
cents.
painful to keep asking the same question over and over and over again and keep trying to come up with new analogies. It's good exercise. It forces us to try to come up with new ways of doing it. But even when I got analogies that were instantly obvious, it didn't translate. There's a roadblock that's put up there. And it's because religions in general, and Christianity in particular, is really good at putting up barriers to any sort of challenge. And I was waiting for the thou shalt not put the Lord thy God to the test. That's the next one. And it basically, in a way, Marjorie almost kind of started with that because she's like, who are we to judge God governing, in his sovereignty? And then once we got past all that, it got down to, and then we needed the word of the Lord. It's so strange to me that here's something to think about. Eric, the Lord just gave me a word for you. And he says that he's tired of you masturbating to couch porn, like photographs of couches. That's reserved for JD Vance only. But he knows that every Tuesday you have been having a session while thinking about the couch. That's what God wanted me to tell you. I'm not judging. If Eric absolutely knows that that's not true, then I just demonstrated that everything I've said about the God I believe in is not true. It cannot be the case that I'm getting an actual message from a truthful God that knows Eric if the information I present isn't true. And nothing would if Eric was still on the fence and I told him that was the message from my God, Eric would be absolutely in his rights to completely dismiss my God. Well, there may be a God somewhere, but any God that says I jerk off on Tuesdays to pictures of couches, that's just not true. If there was a real God and it gave me that message, it would be trying to embarrass me. The fact that I'm too clueless to be embarrassed is not the issue. But we know that if your God, unless your God is also lying, or your God wants to make you look bad or whatever else, maybe God's, but that's the sort of thing. If I told Marjorie, look, I got a message from God and he told me that, you've been eating puppies. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. And if God told me you're eating puppies and you're not eating puppies, then of course my conclusion is, hey, somebody just said couch hub and that's going to make me laugh. But it doesn't make sense that a God would give you false information to give to me live on a show.
Yeah. Besides, how would you, how do you even verify any of that? This is not a reliable way of determining whether or not this God actually spoke to Marjorie. If a God was really concerned about, in fact, Marjorie is still listening. Here's a challenge. If your God is really concerned with my salvation and the salvation of all the people watching this right now and the thousands, tens of thousands more who will watch afterwards, and this is a new concept to me, so I was really interested in listening to it. Marjorie, have a word with the Lord about me and have him give me next week's lotto numbers. And if I win, I will donate every single dollar to a charity, a Christian charity, in the name of you and your God. I'll keep $1, frame it on my wall to remind me of this event, this miraculous event in my life. That's a real test. That is something that would really move me. But no, Marjorie calling in saying, well, I talked to God and I got these feelings that, hey, Matt, you were hurt, or Matt, you were stumbled by somebody in the congregation, or Matt, you had a sinful heart and you wanted, fame and popularity, or you just wanted to sin, or Eric, you wanted to fuck couches. Not denying that, but but
there's some good looking couches out there.
Nice maroon leather, yeah. But no, this is not evidence. Anybody who believes something based off of that criteria, I'm sorry, is a moron. How do you even come to that conclusion? Anyway, I'm sure Christians are going to say, oh, that's Eric's calling all Christians morons because that's what they do. But it's that from my perspective, it's how is this even evidence? How do you even come to these type of miraculous, spectacular conclusions based on such a process?
We've got Alfred, pronouns he, him, calling in from Tenacious Xylophones, who says not all parts of the Bible have equal worths, in the eyes of Jews and Christians. Let's dig into that minefield. Alfred, you're on the line with Forrest and Matt. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you guys?
Never had a bad day.
Well, anyways.
Bad, but thanks for asking.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, if I may start an issue of slight correction. I've heard you guys refer to God's chosen people as Jews living in situations predating the Babylonian exile. Generally, they're not referred to as Jews until after the time of the exile. So it's anachronistic to say, like, the Jews.
Just to be clear,
left Egypt.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, okay, so you're saying that's what?
Okay.
I don't think I've ever said God's chosen people are the Jews or anything like that. If I had, it would have been in passing. But if you're saying the people who left
I'm
Egypt,
just saying to say the Jews left Egypt is anachronistic. Yes.
Alfred, do you think it matters at all in these conversations about whether or not God existed, whether we say Jews or Hebrews or ancient Israelites? Why are you starting with a correction that I find to be pedantic and irrelevant instead of actually defending what you believe?
It's just a slight correction.
I don't need a correction. I didn't open up the phone line so that you could come in and tell me what your pedantic nitpick was.
Why would it be salient?
I didn't mean it as a slight. You know more about the Bible than I do. Okay?
So is it just a throwaway thing you just wanted to throw out there?
Alfred, why are you bothering to call in with anything other than here's what I believe and why?
What? Do you want me to get to that?
Yes, that's what we have wanted for 20 fucking years.
Okay. So I'll make my point. I'll start with, so I don't think the joke's too funny. The point is that I could tell this joke to other Catholics and they would get it. And the joke is, there's a covert Christian living in the Soviet Union that put the Bible under the bed.
Alfred, I'm sorry, but your phone just went into digitized mode or something, and you're breaking up, so I can't hear your joke.
Yeah, could you try it one more time, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it just was real crackly. Go on ahead.
Okay. So the joke goes like this. There's a guy in the Soviet Union, a covert Christian, the Bible's under the ban, and he's finding other covert Christians, and to each Christian he finds, he'll give them a page of the Bible. And the punchline of the joke is the guy who gets a page from Leviticus. And I could tell this joke to Catholics, and they would think it's funny. And
they wouldn't.
I assume. You don't understand?
Maybe I misheard it. One person got a page from Leviticus. Is getting a page from Leviticus like a phrase? I might just be very stupid.
No, the point is he has a Bible, and to each Christian he meets, he gives a page of the Bible for spiritual edification. Some people get, and the joke, well, wouldn't you rather prefer to get a page from the Sermon on the Mount than a page describing how you sacrifice your bull? That's the subtext of the joke. And Catholics get it. I suspect 90% of Protestants.
That is an absolutely awful joke that has nothing funny
not even
about
a joke.
It's not a joke.
What's the point, Alfred? I think we're going to disagree on what a joke is. What's the point? What are you getting at?
The point is, don't you feel bad for the guy who got a page from Leviticus?
No.
No. I mean, I guess insofar as like I feel bad for anybody who's going to look at a Bronze Age sex manual and try to take any deep spiritual meaning out of it, that I have an issue with that. But like the idea that anyone's going to say I can look, see the problem here, Alfred, is that you called this a joke, and now I'm going to have to read way too hard into it to answer your question, and it's going to get less funny. Like it's a lame situation you put me in.
So, well, I think preface my joke by saying I don't think it's too funny. The point was that I could tell the joke and Catholics would get it. Okay. So
I'm not convinced that Catholics would get it. This is so frustrating.
They did.
Because this is so incredibly frustrating. Because you know what part of the Bible is? The begats. That would be the sucky part to get.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So
yeah,
basically,
I wouldn't want that page either.
Basically, now we've been on here for 5 minutes, and you decided to start with a pedantic correction that isn't really relevant, and then move on to a joke that isn't a joke and isn't funny. After you said that you were going to get on to your points. So what's the point?
Okay, the point is, and I think you understand this, that for Christians and Jews,
I'll shut up.
There's just let them do it. No, it's fine. Go. Just go.
It's the number of callers that say they're going to get to a point and then keep interjecting preamble. And the point is, and I think you're going to understand it, but the point is, and I'm not sure if I'm saying this right, the point is, and I'm pretty confident that you'll just get to the fucking point.
Okay. So you're on record as saying the New Testament is worse than the Old Testament, but you'll often ask Christians, does the Bible condone slavery, as some kind of slam dunk question. I remember one guy said the Old Testament does, and that really upset you, Matt. And I remember you saying, why couldn't you just say yes?
Okay, I'm muting you, Alfred. I don't need you to give me a history lesson of all the things that I've said or not said. Yes, I'm on record as saying the New Testament is worse than the Old Testament because the New Testament clearly advocates for infinite torture, whereas the Old Testament doesn't necessarily. The Jewish idea of an afterlife isn't necessarily one of eternal punishment because it talks about just going to sleep with your fathers. It's not particularly clear. Would you please, for the love of whatever sanity I have remaining, get to the point?
I want to interject really quickly before we move forward. It's just like you're saying, like you said that the slavery thing was like some slam dunk question. It kind of is, considering the fact that the New Testament never, ever at any point denounces slavery or says that slavery is bad or shouldn't happen or anything like that. I think they did. And especially considering just how many other random little trivial rules the entire Bible throws out. That is definitely one that should have been in there. But I
think it could have
either
gone
way,
without saying
if
that
you believe
slavery is wrong.
if you believe in the New Testament, hold on.
No, I disagree, and I think that's an idiotic
especially. Yeah, it doesn't go without saying, especially when in the first part of the book, God himself tells you how to own slaves. It doesn't go without saying that he changed his mind. It's double, especially considering the fact that it says not a jot or tittle of the law changes till all things come to pass, and I've come to enforce the law, not change it, and all this other stuff. So, like,
and I don't know what's meant by that.
You don't know what's meant
you're
by
saying
the
you
law
don't even
isn't
understand
changing?
your Bible? No wonder you don't think it needs clarification.
No. When Jesus says, I have not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it, it's not, does he mean the ideals that are set forth at the beginning of Genesis? I think that's what he's getting at. He's not getting at every little piece of legislation is in full effect. It wasn't at the time Jesus lived and spoke.
I am completely bored with your ignorant assumptions, because you acknowledge, I don't mean ignorant as an insult. I'm saying you say you don't know what he means, and then you immediately go on to speculate because the normative understanding of what he means and what has traditionally been understood by the church and what is there in a plain reading doesn't fit with what you think. And you're the person who doesn't think that Jesus should have said, hey, slavery's wrong. I know that some of you got this word that I want you to have slaves and I'm allowing you to enslave people, and I told you how much you should pay for them, and I told you how you should beat them and when to stop beating them, but you don't think that Jesus needs clarification. I'm completely unimpressed with both your Bible knowledge and your ability to tell a joke and your ability to discern when something needs to be made clear. So let me ask you this. Is God opposed to slavery?
Yes.
How do you know? And why does the Bible say the opposite?
Again, different parts of the Bible are regarded, have more value in the eyes of Jews and Christians. That was the point that I came in to call.
I'm sorry. I asked you whether or not God was okay with slavery. I said, is God opposed to slavery? You say yes. Right? Mm-hmm. Where does it say that in the Bible?
It doesn't.
Cool.
Well, Jesus does say.
Does the Bible give the impression that God is okay with slavery by specifically codifying who to enslave, how to enslave them, how much to pay for them, and how you must treat them?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Does the Bible specifically give instructions for who to enslave, how to enslave them, how much to pay, and how to treat them?
For a certain time and context, yes.
No, it doesn't say anything about a certain time or context, but even if it did...
That's how you understand every book you read.
No, I'm sorry. Please stop interrupting me when you're stupid and wrong. Okay. If you say that God is opposed to slavery, how do you know that?
I don't have all the answers. I don't have the answer to that question.
Then you don't have any answer worth talking to, because you're going to say that God is opposed to slavery, and I'm going to point out that the Bible says the opposite specifically. And you're going to say, well, that was only for a certain time and place. Okay, and then you're going to say, well, I don't have all the answers. All right, last question for me, Alfred, and then I'm going to take a break. Mm-hmm. And that is this. What time and place was slavery morally correct?
It was never correct.
Then why would the Bible advocate something for a certain time and place, even though that's not what it says, if it's not morally correct?
Advocate is too loaded of a word for me to really answer with a yes.
I'm sorry, would you like me to go read the fucking passages to you that you haven't read and don't understand?
It's part of a lower canon for me. That's my point. Some passage
you're
in
above
Exodus,
it. You're above it, but you have no grounding for being above it because the Bible doesn't support your view that God's opposed to slavery.
Jesus, in his grace, abrogated all that Old Testament barbarism.
Where?
Do you?
Where? Name one fucking verse where Jesus says slavery is immoral.
There's a passage in the Gospel of Luke where Jesus says, "I have come to set liberty."
I'm sorry, your phone's breaking up as badly as your brain. Where does Jesus say that slavery is immoral?
Can you not demean me like that, please? Okay.
No, I will demean you just as much as is deserved by the fact that you are dishonest in conversation. You say that God's opposed to morality, but you can't give a reason why.
You shouldn't do that. It's wrong.
Don't you fucking tell me what's wrong. I decide what's wrong. Allowing you to come in and spew misinformation deceitfully about what the Bible does or doesn't say, I find that to be grossly immoral.
I'm trying to be honest.
I don't have to read your mind. I ask you questions, and you repeatedly fail to answer them.
Also, Alfred, how can you say you're not being dishonest when a second ago... No, hold on. How can you say you're not being dishonest when just a moment ago you said that the God of the Bible does condone slavery, does say to do it, never says that slavery is wrong, and yet you know that the God of the Bible is anti-slavery, but you don't know how you know, you just know. Like, how is that not being wholly dishonest? To just say you believe God says slavery is bad, even though you have a book that repeatedly says the opposite, but you just know. That's dishonesty.
Because there's a tradition of Jews and Christians coming together who work to reinterpret the Bible. There are certain foundational passages like love your neighbor as yourself. That is incompatible with slavery, and you know that.
It absolutely isn't. It absolutely is not. Considering the fact that slavery was enshrined,
practiced in that context.
Exactly. Slavery was enshrined, practiced, defended by Bible-believing Christians. We had context has always mattered, dude. The thing is, here in the United States, the Christians were the ones who were fighting, defending slavery, saying that slavery is the natural state of mankind, using the curse of Ham to say that African people. Some Christians did, yes, because there was a big fight between Christians.
Yes,
hold the fuck on, Alfred. You've got to quit interrupting us. We're trying to tell you why what you're saying is such a problem, because it's very clear that you have a one-dimensional argument here. Yes, there were some Christians in this country who were fighting against slavery. A huge proportion of them were not, and were actually defending slavery because of Christianity. They were defending slavery because of their Christianity, because of their belief in God. They had the Slave's Bible, which was a specifically edited Bible that was used to convert slaves to Christianity and teach them that slavery is their natural condition ordained by God. We had slave owners who were Christians and were defending slavery because of Christianity. That was a fact. Now, also, there were some Christians that were fighting against it, for sure. The whole time there were. But that was because of their specific interpretation. The same way that you are now saying that you have to take this passage about love thy neighbor, which the slave owners used to defend slavery, and you have to use it a different way to defend not slavery, and say that this actually technically means that God is anti-slavery, despite the fact that he has overtly said that he wants you to have slaves and told you how to do it. He actually didn't mean any of that. It's actually this other thing. And the point that we're trying to get across to you is that if this God is really so big and so perfect and so smart and so magical and so wonderful, he could have just fucking said, don't own humans as slaves. He could have just said that. He says several times not to eat shellfish. He says not to trim your hair and your beard. He says not to own a fabric, wear clothing and mix fabrics. He tells you who you can marry. He tells you how you can have sex. You are gonna have to wait until I am done, sir. He tells you all of these different things about what to do. If you can actually be honest with what you're saying, you'll have longer. But if you say something ridiculous that we have to cut you off, then yeah, we're going to cut you off because you are the caller on our show. And it's our job to make sure that the conversation is productive and that you don't get to just spew a bunch of nonsense. The issue is that you are demanding that we reinterpret a reinterpretation of a reinterpretation of your preferred version of the preferred translation of the preferred Bible that is used in your preferred church, in your preferred religion, in your preferred tradition of Christianity with over 40,000 denominations. It is all your preference that you are now putting onto this, trying to wash over the dramatic, horrific history of your religion. Can we mute him so I don't have to hear him sigh? It's really fucking rude. That is the point, is that you are whitewashing the history of your religion in order to try to make this point that God is actually believing things that he has never said and has actually said the opposite of. That's bullshit, dude. Now you may respond, as long as it's polite and productive.
Okay. I don't have time to fact check all that. All I'll say is that, there were a lot of things that were ascribed to me that I don't hold. I'm just going to get to my point that there are, in the New Testament, when it's in Mark 12, a scribe goes up to Jesus, he asks him, teacher, what is the most important law? And Jesus doesn't say, no. All scripture is inspired by God. He says, I'll tell you. And he recites the Shema, love the Lord your God. He says to love your neighbor as yourself. And that conversation, it doesn't just go back to Jesus. It's been had thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of times between Jews, maybe some Christians. There is an understanding that you guys don't seem willing to acknowledge, that not all parts of the Bible have the same value in our eyes. And even in the New Testament, there's a passage.
Sorry,
an obscure passage.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you there immediately. Sorry, I've let you talk for a minute. I have to interrupt that. When you say "in our eyes," who are you talking about specifically?
I'm just speaking generally Christians and Jews.
Okay, despite the fact that, as I mentioned a minute ago, there are over 40,000 denominations of Christianity. And we get plenty of callers on the show that talk about how literally every word of the Bible is literally exactly true at plain reading, and that any interpretation like that is wrong. Yeah, they think
the Bible is God.
And also the fact that, as I just mentioned a moment ago, a minute ago, that you are arguing a very modern perspective on this that fits your comfort and is not what has been argued for this for thousands of years. For as long as this thing's been around, there have been horrific interpretations of this thing. Many of them, yes, progress, which goes against what the Bible says about the law being eternal and never changing, and not a jot nor tittle of the law will change until all things have come to pass. What you mean by progress is that you are now reinterpreting your preferred version of your preferred translation of your preferred style of your preferred book in your preferred denomination of Christianity that is different than the way that Jesus said it, if he ever existed and said these things, different than the way God said it, if indeed he ever said those things. It different than all of these things, different than the other millions and billions of Christians before you that have interpreted it differently. You're just giving us your opinion. You're not giving us facts.
He also doesn't know the Bible because it's not Mark 12. That's Matthew 22. The passage in Mark 12 is a different thing. But
Sorry. Well, I said you know the Bible better than me.
That's a fact. And so the Bible advocates for slavery and never specifically advocates against it. And yet you've reached the conclusion that God is opposed to slavery. What is your argument for knowing that God is opposed to slavery? Has God said this anywhere?
There are a number of passages which you can read that put him against slavery. And
like what?
There are no passages in the Bible at all that are opposed to slavery or where God is saying anything at all about slavery being immoral. When the Bible says love thy neighbor, that doesn't mean, that means fellow Christian, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Or at least that's how it was understood for a long time. Modern Christians might not say it.
No. That's the common
Christian
interpretation and understanding, because Jesus said that I've come only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and all these other passages go along. But you can sit here and try to respin that all you want. Interrupt me one more fucking time, I double dog dare you. You can try to spin that as many different ways as you want. But if you can give me one verse where God says slavery is immoral, I am opposed to slavery, thou should not enslave thy fellow man, irrespective of where he comes from.
I can't.
I'll turn the show over to you.
You know, I can't dance to your little mazurka. It does not exist, not explicitly. I get that.
You can't dance. Instead of saying you can't dance to my little mazurka, you could be honest and say, you know what, Matt? You should be honest and say, you know what, Matt? You're correct. The Bible doesn't say that. And therefore, my justification for thinking that God is opposed to slavery is blah, blah, blah. But you don't do that because you can't. Because you're thinking based on your gut feels and not about what the book actually says.
You call it inner light. I have a question. How do you determine which passages actually hold the weight? Because you keep saying, well, these old barbaric laws don't actually hold any, and it's different for these two. How do you determine which ones are true and which ones aren't? When God says, here's how you own slaves, and you say, that's not real. Who is?
It's a religious tradition, billions of people reading the Bible and a growing consensus. It's almost like you guys are democracy people, right? And we understand, like, 1 Timothy 5:23.
I'm sorry.
Paul's talking
I'm sorry. Is the Bible the Bible the word of God? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is the Bible opposed to slavery? Yes or no?
Not explicitly, no.
Yeah. So
why
like
is it
us be?
Hang on. Does God know everything that's ever going to happen?
Yes.
So God knew you were going to be having this conversation with me, and he did not provide you with any ammunition to back up your perception of what he's opposed to. Why is that?
I know you're a sophisticated guy. Look, I don't have all the answers.
I don't need you to, no. I don't need you to tell me what kind of guy I am or whether I'm sophisticated or not. Here's the undisputable facts. You're convinced that God exists. You're convinced that God is opposed to slavery. You're convinced that the Bible does not come out against slavery and, in fact, expressly permits it. And you believe that God knew you and I were going to have this conversation. And so my question stands. Why didn't God give you any useful ammunition for defending your perception of who he is? Is it because that's not who he is? Is it because he doesn't exist? Or do you have some other reason?
I don't know.
Good. That's a great answer. You should keep doing that instead of pretending like you do know. So when somebody says, is God opposed to slavery? You should say, when I'm not, okay,
you just said.
Mind reading one more fucking time. Here, listen to me very carefully. You should do this more often. When someone says, is God opposed to slavery? Your answer should be what?
In the Bible, not explicitly.
No. Your answer should be, I don't know, because you don't.
Mm-hmm. least be honest about it.
Okay.
I have some questions that, like, there's a couple of things you said there at the end. You asked if we are like democracy people. Are you a democracy person, Alfred? Do you like democracy?
That's irrelevant right now. I'm still trying to make my point.
You asked us. No, hold on. You asked us. I'm just asking you the same question. I'm just curious, because that's a bizarre thing to ask somebody. I'm just curious. Do you think that democracy is a good thing? Are you on board with that?
Do you feel entitled to my response? Is it your property? I don't really.
I'm just asking you a question, dude. It's bizarre that you don't want to answer that.
You on mute. I'm going to put you on mute, Alfred, and I'm going to explain something to you. We have a show that you called into. The conceit behind the show is that you're supposed to call in and tell us what you believe and why. And you can ask us questions about what we believe, and we will answer them. But we should be allowed to ask you questions about what you believe, because the whole point of this show is to get you to call in and explain what you believe and why. If your response to that is, do you feel that you're entitled to my answers? I'm going to ask you one question, and that's this. Do you feel that you are entitled to one more second on the air if you refuse to participate with the purpose of the fucking show?
No.
I agreed. I can't handle that. The idea that, like, I'm going to ask you some random off the wall. Oh, he hung up. Dude, that's great. The idea that he's going to ask some random off the wall question and then, like, not even want to entertain it. What a weird question to dodge. I had several other. I'm erasing my whiteboard. I had several other questions.
It might have been my fault. If in fact you didn't hang up and you want to call back and actually have a discussion where you answer the questions that you're asked with force, I'd be happy to have you call back. There was not a ban or anything else. I was trying to close windows and you disappeared. I don't know if you hung up or I hung up or something else happened, but it's funny that the timing perfectly lined up like that. It's almost like God stepped in to deny you a second.
I don't know if you heard my voice like squeaking during that call. I've got a weird throat thing going on right now, but I'm going to make it through this show. We actually did get a call back from Alfred. I don't know how like that call got disconnected, but Alfred did call back. Only he's calling from a different location. Last time he called in from Tenacious Xylophones. This time he's calling in from Toasty Xenothairs, talking about warm, snuggling armadillos up in here. Yeah. But Alfred is calling back to talk about how not all parts of the Bible are the same and hold the same weight, and we're going to figure out why. Alfred, do you believe in democracy? Do you like democracy?
Sometimes, yes. Why are you prefacing this conversation with that?
Because you never answered the first time, and I want to know.
He asked that you refused to answer the first time.
Yeah, okay. I just want to know. It was such a weird question for you to ask us, and it was especially weird that you refused to answer it. And now it's a little weirder that you're saying sometimes. But like, hey, that's not the point of the call. I just was curious. I have another question for you because we never got to go to all my questions, and I actually erased my whiteboard, but I'll try to remember some of them.
By the way, I didn't hang up. I think Matt accidentally did.
It might have been him. It might also been a glitch because he was closing windows.
But how could you tell whether I did it or God did it?
Okay.
Could have been God.
Please go, Forrest.
Yes. You repeatedly.
Yeah, all right. I'll let Forrest go, but you don't get to decide when I'm done talking ever.
Sorry, that was a little. I'm sorry.
So you repeatedly said that
Pilate
God
he was
says
interrogating Jesus. Sorry.
Who is interrogating Jesus? What are we doing? It's already weird. It's already weird again. Don't make it weird, Alfred. I want to know, like, weird. You said several times that the Jesus is saying love your neighbors is the negation of the several times where God specifically says keep slaves, y'all. And so God says slaves cool. God says slaves are good. God says
he gives laws sanctioning slavery.
You're gonna have to wait. Okay, so sorry, just that's insane that you would say that. If I tell someone how to rape somebody else, it doesn't matter if I didn't specifically say go rape them. If I'm like, hey, make sure when you rape somebody you do it this way, that's still fucking evil, Alfred. So God saying, here's how to keep slaves is evil. He doesn't have to say, here, I need you now to go do slavery, even though he did actually say, buy slaves from the heathen around you. And when you do, no, because even that, what I said was also correct. I'm just pointing out, you trying to nitpick also is a ridiculous and just crazy thing for you to do. The point is, what I'm trying to get at is that you repeatedly said in your call that Jesus saying love your neighbor is this negation of all of that. Does it bother you at all to consider?
Yes.
I'm going to get through this sentence if it kills you. You have repeatedly said that Jesus saying love your neighbor negates the several times when God tells people how to keep slaves and where to buy slaves and how to beat slaves and all these other things that Jesus says loves your neighbor, and that means that all of a sudden magically slavery is no longer condoned by the by the God of the Bible. My question to you, Alfred, is: do you understand that Jesus said love your neighbors, not your property? And that slaves in the Bible are repeatedly referred to as property to be passed down to your children. So if I tell you to love your neighbor, I am not telling you to love your vacuum. And so God says slaves are property to be passed down to your children. Therefore, Jesus saying love your neighbor really doesn't quite broach that gap and doesn't apply there. And yes, that is one of the major arguments that slave-owning Christians used for a very long time. That's my question to you.
I'm sorry, what's the specific question?
The specific question is that Jesus said love your neighbor, but slaves in the Bible are repeatedly and consistently referred to as property. So do you understand why somebody would not believe that Jesus saying love your neighbor means that the Bible is anti-slavery and that actually he's talking about somebody else?
So the concept of property, is that really a concept in the Old Testament? Like, does it explicitly say people are property? They're not people, they're property.
Yes, it does. Yes, multiple times.
By the way, you didn't catch it earlier, but the passage you were talking about in Mark 12 is the same as the one that's in Matthew 22. I just was checking to see.
It's a parallel passage. It's better in Mark.
But you just went with it. So I was just, because I'm going to get email.
I was a little confused.
It is in Mark. Wow, interrupt me again.
It's already weird. Don't make it weird, Alfred.
I'm trying to stem off the emails that are going to pretend like Matt didn't know it was also in Mark 12. Yes, I did.
So, yes, the Bible repeatedly and consistently refers to slaves as property. It says they can be passed down to your children as property. They are part of your inheritance. They are objects. They are farming equipment.
Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46.
Okay.
There you go. That's one of the examples.
Sorry.
Again,
So
the question was,
is,
do you understand that that's a difference, a major difference in the mind of people who are going to defend slavery? In fact, it is a difference that we have had put to us on this show by people who defend biblical slavery.
Yes, I realize people will make that argument. My point is that Jesus, in his time, there was an understanding that the Torah was written at a time when we were in power. And they knew that, well, we're under Roman occupation. A lot of that legislation does not apply anymore. We cannot enforce that. And they were learning to reinterpret things. So like even the Italian, the eye for an eye, at the time that was revolutionary. And we don't have to get into that.
No,
even
it wasn't
in the time of Jesus.
It's not
revolutionary.
Because that's good. No, it's not. That's from the Code of Hammurabi had that way before the Bible did. And
it wasn't mitigating law. Okay, I could be wrong.
It absolutely was. And also, the issue is that we're not talking about some random Jewish law that some Israelites wrote down and decided this was because they're in power and they can do the whatever. This is in the Bible. It is God speaking. God says, hey, stop, bitches, I'm God. No, dude, I will read the whole passage to you from start to finish.
I dare you. It's
insane.
I asked you specifically for the context under which slavery is morally permissible, and you said there isn't any. Then stop accusing us of taking it out of fucking context when we're not. I'll read you what the passages say. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that surround you. Of them you shall buy your bondmen and bondsmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn with among you, of them you shall buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possessions. You shall take them as inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them as possessions. They will be your bondmen forever. Don't tell me I'm taking this shit out of context when the Bible specifically says you can enslave these people and they become your property forever that you can pass on to your kids. I'm sorry you don't know the Bible, but don't tell me I'm taking it out of context.
And that's just that version. The New International Version specifically uses the word, the New International Version specifically uses the word property, as does, I believe, the King James Version actually uses the word property, not possession.
That passage is written to the ancient Israelites.
And it is from God saying that. And also, it doesn't matter who it's addressed to. That's an evil thing to say. You yourself recommended.
It's everything.
It's not. If does it matter if I just take it out of the Bible? If I say you should own slaves, does it matter who I'm talking to, or is that just an evil thing to tell somebody?
Both matter.
No, what? You already acknowledged there is no context under which it is moral, which means if you're saying, oh, that was written to these people in this time and it doesn't apply now, you are suggesting that it was morally correct for those people at that time. But you've already acknowledged that you interrupt me one more fucking time.
Dude, come on.
Okay,
it's so fucking rude.
Jess.
No, it's super rude, Alfred, because like you keep just saying shit that's objectively obviously not true, and then every time we try to tell you, hey, here's what the book actually says, you're like, oh, well, there's some weird exception. And I think what you're not grappling with is the fact that if this book is actually supposedly the inspired word of God, that this is the smartest creature in the entire universe, so intelligent and so powerful that it made everything in the cosmos, including us, that this fucking dick couldn't understand that there's going to be different ways to interpret this, and that if he tells some people that slavery is good and then vaguely kind of half-ass says that you should love people later, that it might be taken in different ways. And you said yourself, God knows everything is going to happen. If he knows what slavery is going to be like, and he knows how long it's going to last, he knows that it still persists to this day, and this guy's just like, yeah, fuck it, I was kind of vague. I was very clear about owning slaves, but I was vague about not owning slaves. And they should have figured it out by now, and I got nothing to help them. Like, yes, your God is a problem. Your God did something incredibly stupid, or he doesn't fucking exist. And you're reinterpreting a Bronze Age sex manual that was written with the laws of the time, as you are doing.
Nothing new. We learned
you are doing that right now. You are doing that right now.
No. I'm drawing on traditions of interpreting the Bible.
That was one of my other questions from earlier. You said that this is a tradition of interpretation. Does that mean that we today are smarter, better, more moral people than the Christians 200 years ago that had a totally different interpretation of the Bible?
I don't really have an answer for that. I'm just
so then when the Christians
it's a contradictory book.
When the Christians 200 years ago it certainly does. When the Christians 200 years ago were using the Bible to condone slavery, was that more or less moral than your interpretation?
Less.
Okay, so then you can answer the question. You can and can't answer the question. Yes, a hardened heart, whatever that fucking means. But just to be clear, you said a minute ago you can't answer it. You just fucking did. You're saying that your modern interpretation is the more moral correct one than the last one, which would imply that them being very progressive in their time was better than the last interpretation and the last interpretation. So are you saying, I'm just drawing this just to its logical conclusion, that when the Bible was written, it was in its like least moral state, and now after all this time, it's only gotten more moral over time? Or do you think there are areas where we've gotten less moral in our interpretations? What are you actually saying?
I don't think there's a linear progression from less moral to more moral. I haven't really thought about it. My point is that the Bible, as you know, it's a vastly... What? Okay.
Except for the
So
slavery
the Bible is a vastly contradictory book, and Christians and Jews are pretty much forced to focus on passages that cohere, and they ignore contradicting passages, and they write them off as part of a lower canon. This is my whole point. And sometimes passages of the Bible are regarded higher than other passages, sometimes even when they don't contradict each other. Like there's a passage in First Timothy.
So just
where
to be
Paul
clear,
tells-
sorry, hold on, before you give me a sermon, you said that when two passages are contradictory, you have to then write them off as lower canon. Is that a rough approximation of what you're saying?
Yeah, and kind of ignore them. I mean, like the passages you people are bringing up about slavery, I don't even like. I have a vague
read.
Yeah. I've never
Well, the
like
problem
really.
is
Wow, look at
that's
this.
because you are a believer of convenience. There's no this notion lower canon, higher canon. That's a fiction that you guys invented. No, it's not important.
The problem is that just a minute ago, you just said that we write off these things as lower canon when there's a contradiction. But if you remember back to the last call, you yourself admitted there is no point in the Bible that says slavery is wrong, but there's lots of times that say that this is how you do slavery. So there is no contradiction. The Bible's vastly contradictory on a lot of things. Slavery is not one of them. So you are writing this off as lower canon because it makes you feel better, not because you have any reason to do so.
Is Leviticus scripture? I'm asking you, Alfred, is Leviticus scripture? Is Deuteronomy scripture?
Yes.
What does 2 Timothy 3:16 say?
All scripture is inspired by God, I guess.
All scripture is given an inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. Your notion that there are higher canon and lower canon is in opposition to what the Bible says about revealed scripture. You are advocating for a heretical position.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. In order to excuse the fact that you don't want to pay attention to the things that are problematic. You're going to say, oh, it's contradictory, and we've struggled with some of this stuff, except that you're wrong, because the Bible itself says all scripture is God-breathed. It doesn't say there's higher canon and lower canon. It doesn't say, ooh, you can throw out the stuff you find uncomfortable.
I think earlier I said that when Jesus is asked, what is the first commandment? He does not say, no. They're all the word of God.
Jesus isn't asked what the first commandment was. He was asked what the greatest commandment was, not the first.
Well, okay. It depends on which passage you read. Matthew and Mark are slightly different. Matthew uses Mark.
It doesn't matter which one you read as to what it's actually talking about. Nobody's asking what is the first commandment. It's about which one's the most important, the greatest. That's the point. Mm-hmm. I don't understand why an atheist has to teach you how to understand your book.
Okay. Well, so in Deuteronomy, and there is precedent for this. In Deuteronomy, it says that I think it's the commandment. I don't know much about the Old Testament, but it's the commandment to love the Lord your God with all yada, yada, yada. And it says, bind this on your head, wrap it around your wrists. And it's basically saying, like, look, I know there's all that other stuff. This is higher than all of that. That's the subtext. And we're not just.
It's not. It's
okay.
See, what I keep getting back to, Alfred, the issue that I keep getting back to is that you have yet to actually articulate a way, and I've asked a couple of times, you have yet to actually articulate a way that you can decide which parts of the Bible are actually super real and honest and serious and God really meant it here, and other times where he actually was just kind of kidding around and it's just allegory, poetry, law of the time, doesn't matter, don't read this part, whatever. The only thing you've consistently relied on is your preference, your comfort level, your own personal morality, which is secularly based, by the way. I'm gonna put you on mute because I'm sick of tired of fucking telling you to quit interrupting me. It's really fucking rude. Like this, you are calling into our show. We have to interrupt you in order to make a point because there's a delay, and I'm not gonna let you fucking just talk the whole time. But I'm trying to get across to you the frustration that I'm having with this call. The call is going so badly and so weirdly for you because you keep just having this inconsistent narrative of this part of the Bible is absolutely true and it means this one thing. And this part of the Bible, even though it says something completely different than what I'm saying, actually doesn't mean this at all. It's completely bullshit. Don't listen to this. It's lower canon. It's not real. And when we repeatedly ask you, how do you know the difference? It's, well, there's contradictions. There's no contradiction here. Well, Jesus really meant this. Actually, he didn't. He said something completely different. Well, you have to understand this other thing. This is the interpretation. That's not how millions of people interpret it. It's all just you, Alfred. This is Alfred's Bible, Alfred's religion, Alfred's interpretation. It's not actually anything to do with what the Bible actually says, what the vast majority of Christian tradition actually says. It's just you saying what you like and saying God backs you up. It's entirely arrogant and completely selfish, and it makes no fucking difference in the real world. Matt, what are you thinking?
So Deuteronomy 6, beginning at verse 5, does not say anything at all about here's the most important thing, you can ignore the other stuff. It doesn't say anything about a higher canon or lower canon. What it says is, love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength. These commandments that I give you today are to be on your hearts. Impress them on your children. Talk about them when you sit at home and when you walk along the road, when you lie down and when you get up. The entire purpose of this passage is to say, I have given you the law. Write it on your hearts. Share it with your children. Recite it over and over again. This is a thing. And what are the laws that this is talking about? Well, if you go look at them, it includes slavery. It includes all of the Old Testament laws. You don't get to look at this and go, oh, I know that, 2 Timothy says that, all scripture is God-breathed, but I think there's a higher and lower canon. So let me go see if I can find a verse that makes it look like there's a higher and lower canon. Go all the way back to Deuteronomy to where it says about loving God, because Deuteronomy is specifically saying it is in line with the New Testament's not a jot or tittle of the law will be changed until all these things have come to pass. You, Alfred, are tossing out things that you find inconvenient and then looking for ways to excuse it.
And that really is the long and short of it. And honestly, to do that kind of thing and to dance around these and make excuses for objectively horrific things. It makes sense why you wouldn't like democracy all the time if that's the kind of morality that you're playing with. Anyway, Alfred, we'll bring it back for just a minute. But honestly, we've been on this call twice now, and it's not going anywhere. So, do you have anything you want to say to wrap us up? Because I'm kind of just we've been talking in circles this whole time, man. I'm a little over.
This from the time of Jesus, this has been a thing. Some parts of the Bible were just regarded more highly than others, and even Martin the Heretic. As you know, I think Paul teaches about faith, salvation through faith.
Alfred,
and then there's the Epistle of James.
Alfred. Let God be true and every man a liar. If you're going to start with, since the time of Jesus, people have struggled with all these things. I don't give a fuck. That is not scripture. I don't give a shit if it's true. Struggle all you want. The people who are struggling with this are not the ones that are giving the biblical instruction.
It exists with tradition.
I'm muting him again. I already got it. Yeah. Dude cannot stop interrupting.
The tradition does not fucking matter. The scripture is the thing that's from God. Here, I'm going to ask you real quickly, Alfred, does the tradition that you're citing, is that tradition from God?
It's the response of people to
Is that tradition from God?
No, yes or no? Yes or no, Alfred? Quit being weird.
Is the tradition from God?
Sometimes it's from God, yes.
Well, how do you know when it's from God?
I don't have all the answers. Sometimes it's an inner line.
You're so full of shit, Alfred. You don't know shit. This time, I am going to hang up on you.
Just literally I like this thing, therefore it's God. And I don't like this thing, therefore that's not God. And it doesn't matter what God actually says. No, we're not, dude.
Okay, hang on, Forrest.
Yeah, please, by all means.
This guy just accused me of straw manning him. You have 30 seconds to make your case for me straw manning you, or I will ban you from the show by your phone number forever. You don't get to accuse me of a fallacy, you fucking liar who's been lying about shit the whole time. What's my straw man? Go.
I'll bring him back.
Sorry, I was speaking to Forrest, not you, Matt.
You're not speaking to either of us. That's
you?
Sorry? Yes.
How?
He said,
okay, what's the straw man? I
don't have a transcript of what you said, so correct me if I'm not getting it correct.
You don't know.
I don't have a transcript of what you said. It was something like you pick the parts of the Bible that you like, and that's not what I'm doing. That's not the procedure. That is a straw man.
It's not, because very clearly what you've been doing this entire time, I don't have a transcript either, but I've been awake for the whole call, so I can just repeat some of it back to you, is that you would say, here's this thing that God definitely actually said is about slavery, for example, the thing we've been talking about this whole time. God specifically says, here's how to own slavery. I'm going to mute you again because you cannot stop interrupting. It's like it's
fucking with a real fucking punch, metaphorically.
So fucking annoying, metaphorically. The thing is that what you keep doing is we'll say, here's where God specifically says, here's how you own slaves. And you say, that's not right though. God didn't, that he actually is anti-slavery. Is the Bible anti-slavery? Well, no, at least not all the time. Okay, where specifically does God say that slavery is bad? Well, he never says that. But he does say this thing that kind of sort of sounds like that when you interpret it the way that I interpret it. Okay, lots and lots of people throughout history have interpreted it the opposite way. And in fact, that is the longer tradition in your religion. What do you say? Yeah, but they were getting it wrong because this is the more moral interpretation and there's different canons of the Bible. The Bible specifically says not to do that. Yeah, but this is the tradition. This is what we're doing it. Where is it a tradition? Well, you just said God said to do it. Where did God say to do it? He didn't, but do you think he did? But it just over and over and over. And by the way, this isn't a straw man. This is me summarizing and paraphrasing. Over and over, you keep giving us what you want God to say, what you would like the Bible to say. Excuse me, what you would like to hear from the Bible, what you would wish that God were actually saying, and then saying that there's some tradition that says it. Never mind what Scripture actually says. Never mind what God himself actually says. Never mind any of that. Your preferred version of your religion says that this is all not real. It is 100% just your comfort level. If you were to go to a church that was preaching the Bible in the way that it has historically been preached, for example, the KKK, which is a Christian organization. If you went to a KKK church that was talking about why the Bible is super pro-slavery, you would leave and you go to a different church that said something you liked. You are pro your interpretation. You are pro your comfort. You're not pro God. You're not pro Scripture. You're not pro anything. You're just doing whatever feels good to you and saying that that's actually what God really meant. And now I am going to straw man you a little bit because it's funny. I noticed on the call screen when it said your past calls that the last time you called in before this was to tell us why you're voting for Trump. And if you can tell me that God said he wants slavery but didn't actually mean it, and actually it makes sense why you would then say, yeah, I know Trump talked about walking out on girls in changing room, but actually he's a good guy and should be the president. That is a bit of a straw man, but it's a fun one. Matt, do you have anything left? Because I'm super fucking done with Alfred. Dude is so dishonest.
I'm more than done with Alfred because the problem is this could be a really good and easy conversation like so many others where if you would just answer the question that we ask, the conversation would move ahead so much better. But instead, he constantly tries to interject and wants to whine and, oh, you're mind reading, you're straw manning, why are you disparaging me? And blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry that your crotch hurts. But the fact of the matter is, the Bible advocates for slavery, not just permits it, uses the specific language saying you shall own slaves and you shall buy them from the heathen that surround you, that they will be your property, that you can beat them. Cool. We'll set aside all that because Alfred has this view of slavery that God's opposed to it, even though he has zero evidence that any God exists or has ever said one word against slavery. All he can do is point to the Bible and certain passages where he can interpret and reinterpret them so that he can make believe that he knows that there's a God who's opposed to slavery. And then when called out on that, he wants to say, well, that's the tradition. That's what we've been doing. We keep going through, and it's a difficult, contradictory book. Well, that's your fault. That's your problem. I'm not the one following or trying to make excuses for a problematic, contradictory book. You don't have evidence that there is a God. You don't have evidence that your view on what God thinks is correct. You have made a religion unto yourself where what you think about God is what you're going to worship. You are your own idol. And when people rightfully point out, hey, hang on, the Bible says this. Well, there's a long tradition afterwards of us interpreting it and respinning it. Yeah. That's why there's over 1,000 denominations that all identify as Christian and yet don't agree on virtually any point of doctrine. There's not a single point of doctrine that isn't disagreed upon by someone somewhere, including whether or not Jesus was human at all, whether he existed at all.
True.
And so Alfred wants to call in. And I just don't think you guys are paying enough attention to the robust conversations and the traditions surrounding Christianity. You know why I don't pay attention to that? Because I'm now immune to propaganda. I'm now immune to people saying, ooh, here's what the Bible says, but here's what it actually means. Because the Bible itself points out, let God be true and every man a liar, and that all scripture is useful for instruction and all of it is God-breathed. And if you come in and say, yeah, I know the Bible says that, but here's what it actually means, you have to present a justification for it. And if the only justification you can present, Alfred, is that you point to all the other people who are doing the same thing that you're doing, God is laughing his ass off at you while he sends you directly to hell.
It's a bad time. It's a bad time. But Alfred doesn't give a shit. He already hung up. But like the fact that like you like this is the reason why people were interpreting the Bible to be pro-slavery in the back. Like this is tradition. You have to interpret it this way. If you can't fucking grapple with the fact that if this guy is the most intelligent creature in the universe and he can't write a decent ass book, you admit that the Bible is contradictory as fuck. You admit that the Bible has all these horrible moral atrocities in it that it condones and enforces. Like that's. And you're still going to say, yeah, but there's some corn in that turd, and I'm going to fucking pick it out myself. I'm going to figure it out. Like, no, dude, it's fucking gross. And I cannot be fucked with when we have this conversation where Alfred's trying to tell us that we need to read the Bible better, we need to interpret better. After there were like fucking 5 different times where we had to tell him what was in the damn Bible because he hadn't checked, he hadn't read it. And it's like, does it actually say that? Yes, here's chapter and verse. Oh, well, okay, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Well, it didn't mean that. That's what I'm talking about with the Trump thing. He didn't say that. Oh, he said that. Well, he didn't mean that. Oh, he meant that. Well, there's bad stuff elsewhere as well. Oh, there isn't. It's actually really fucking bad and uniquely bad. Well, you're not interpreting it right. And this is why I only sometimes like democracy. Oh, man. Because Trump said that we should abolish the Constitution. And so Alfred has to be behind that because he said it.